wrote to Japan Motors. After the auditors wrote to Japan Motors that this is it, they didn't respond to Japan Motors, but then they wrote to the ministry telling us that we owe them this amount. And so that is where now we are taking it from.
Japan Motors wrote to the ministry that you are owing them.
Yes.
So all along, there's no communication between you and them for a long time that you are owing them. No communication until the auditors came in.
I believe there might have been some communications, but what I'm
Madam, here is a situation where you cannot trace the assets, yet they are telling you owe them. You are telling us you can't trace the assets. And since 2011, but yet you're saying they have written to the ministry saying that the ministry owes them some money. Yet the assets for which, they are claiming the money, the ministry is telling us that they don't have records, they can't find it. How do you reconcile the two?
I'm speaking. Madam, the issue is, I was in the ministry in 2023. Japan Motors didn't write to us. 2024, they didn't write to us. It is 2025 when the auditors wrote to them to confirm it, and they wrote to the ministry. Going through records, I realized that in 2018, a director wrote to them that they should give information on it. They never gave. So,
Madam, my issue is not Japan Motors writing to you. My issue is, where is the assets on which they are laying that claim on? That's all I'm asking.
The assets is not in the ministry. So
if it's not in the ministry, and then you sit here and say they have written to you, and so now it's a charge, it is something that we should look into. I don't really understand. They are laying a claim on an asset which they say they have sold to you. We cannot find the assets. So then how do we confidently say that in 2018 the ministry wrote, they did not respond to us, it is now that they have written, so there's a charge or a claim on government to come and pay some outstandings. But meanwhile, the assets on which the outstandings are being, the outstandings are being made or claimed for, we cannot find them. Minister, you have a lot to do at your ministry. You have to get to the bottom of this issue. Japan Motors, according to your finance director, is saying that you owe them based on a certain asset that was purchased, the vehicle that was purchased. The same finance director is telling us that they cannot find, they don't know the whereabouts of this assets. Respectfully, you have to get to the bottom of this to help us bring some finality to this issue.
Thank you. The challenge I notice is that the ministry over the years has transformed severally. Agencies that used to be with the ministry have been taken away, and they took away particulars that could be referenced to these things we are talking about. For example, social welfare, where the vehicles were sent, is no longer with us. So I think that we would need to go back to history, or that we may have to refer some of the issues to the specific ministries that are now relevant to the questions. Yeah.
Two questions. Apart from the minister, the gentleman who accompanied the lady, do you have anything to say about what we are questioning her about?
Yes. For example, when the auditors queried the Japan Motors about what we owe them, they didn't reply to them at all. And once they didn't reply, Japan Motors, the auditors will assume that these are records that cannot have bearings, and so they categorize them as maybe as false information that we say we owe and didn't owe.
No.
It was incumbent upon Japan Motors itself to reply. Sorry,
Minister,
Japan, yes.
The auditors did not classify it as false information. What the auditors said was that this has been included in the amounts to be justified before payment. So the auditors did not exclude this, but they are saying that come and justify this amount. And based on the justification, they will pay. So in the books, it is still outstanding, but the auditors are asking you to come and justify. And you can justify with the assets and relevant documentation to that asset. That is it. So it is still in the books, and they want justification. Once the justification is completed, payments can go on.
Honorable Minister, I was asking the other gentleman who came with you.
Oh, okay.
Do they have anything to say about what the accounts lady is talking about?
Honorable Chairman, thank you very much for the opportunity. I don't know whether it is specific to the vehicles or
Yes, specific to the vehicle.
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. Yes, sir.
No, no, Minister.
You don't have anything to say. Chief Director, you don't know anything about it. Okay. Yes, sir. The gentleman on the right.
No, Chairman, these are issues pertaining to the main ministry, not the other agencies. So
Which then ministry?
the main ministry.
At the main ministry.
No, so
You don't know anything about it. Madam, has anybody asked Japan Motors whom they supposedly sell the vehicles to?
Meet Comulytic. This is the Note Pro. It's the little transcription device, voice recorder that helps you do more and be more at work. In fact, it's absolutely out of this world. We're going to tell you how this will turn your conversation into gold. It's your AI note taker that's perfect for client engagement, for you influencers like me, for meetings and meeting in person. Let's go ahead and check it out. We're going to kick it off right now. So setup is super simple. We're going to start by setting up our own personal voice profile. This is going to improve transcription accuracy. All you have to do is record a 20 to 30 second sample. Hi, I'm using AI Note. I want my voice notes transcribed clearly and summarized automatically. Please extract key points and action items so I can move faster. It's just that easy. You can even back up your data in the cloud, and at a push of a button, we can get customized AI output that generates summaries in your preferred language regardless of the meeting language. So you could listen to a meeting in Spanish and pop out all of your information in English. How cool is that? As you can see, we can set up the AI content language in our preferred auto detection language. That could be a variety of dialects as well. You're looking at just within English, US, UK, Australian, Canadian, Indian, Ireland, New Zealand, Singapore, South African. You've got a ton of different dialects within Chinese, German, Spanish, Spanish Spain, US, Latin America, France, Canada, etc. I personally like to set it to auto detect. That way I can have a meeting in practically any language and it knows what to do. And on a side note, I love the fact that all the information is on screen. We know the percentage of battery remaining, the serial number, the storage that's used, and it's got a ton of storage. In addition, it'll do firmware updates. It will keep screen on right there, and you can adjust the time length of your recordings. We've currently got it set to 3 hours. Recording, transcription, and summaries are completely free to use, which makes this really accessible without any extra cost. Just to clarify, this isn't real-time transcription. You record your audio first, upload it, and then the transcription is generated. All right, folks, now join me as I'm about to do a real-life Zoom call and use this to go ahead and take notes for me, and then we're going to get an AI transcription of the entire event.
So that's what I wanted to check with you.
Yeah, that's because I need to go back and look at the spreadsheet. I mean, if the competitor does not apply to that particular stage, they shouldn't be on that tab in the spreadsheet.
All right, folks, as you saw, I was able to sit back on the meeting and let this take the notes for me. It listened in. Of course, I could just set it down on a table, but I was holding it to show you. That made the meeting a lot less stressful for me because I wasn't constantly taking notes and trying to say who said what. The device captured it for me. Now I'm going to ask AI to write me a summary, give me some information, and we'll see what it said, and we're going to review that meeting together. So folks, the device has automatically generated this for me about our meeting. Refining Tier 1 competitor mapping by product stage. The team confirms only stage-relevant Tier 1 competitors should appear. Remove non-applicable entries from the sheet. It gives me an overview, correcting competitor stage alignment, and tier and scope focus. So this is really cool. Now we can go ahead and get different key insight, which we can even map it to individual voices. So that's really cool. Speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 1, speaker 2. But we can give those speakers name and put them into the system as well. There's a follow-up note, and we can even see the action item it created. Now imagine how handy this is, that I can come out of a meeting, copy and paste this, send it out in an email blast like I was taking vigorous notes. People are going to be so proud of me. I can come up with action items, and we can literally assign jobs from this. We can even add in our highlights, and we can ask AI right here, maybe for some follow-up items, or maybe when we should schedule our next meeting. And here I'm just adding my own highlights from the meeting. Your notes may be more targeted. Maybe I can say something like, I don't agree with Steve's feedback, etc., etc. So I can add that right in here. So now I'm going to have AI, and I told it to write a summary email for everyone on the call with action items where Steve Smith will meet with the client for feedback, and we will have a follow-up call on Tuesday. So I went ahead, our AI device is thinking, and it's going to come up with that follow-up email for us. Literally, it's just that easy. It says, hello everyone, thank you for your time on today's call. I wanted to quickly recap what we covered, the key points, addressing main concerns, action items. Thanks again, everyone. If there's anything you'd like us to verify in advance of Tuesday, especially around the stage and definitions, competitors, blah, blah, blah. So it's literally written the entire email for me. So now I can just copy and paste that at a click of a button. It's copied, and now I can put that into an email blast out to everyone, and I feel like the best boss on the planet. And this doesn't just have to be online or in meetings, this could be one-on-one. So Crystal, do you mind if we go ahead? We're going to transcribe a meeting, but I'd like to talk to you about your new role doing emails for Amy and your futures in the company.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and have that meeting, but it's nice that, you know, if we have a meeting, we have it completely tracked, saved on here, and if we need to come back to it in 6 months, we're good. And if I want to send that to Crystal after the fact, she has all the notes and she's not taking notes about our meeting, or I'm not taking notes. We know exactly what was said by who. And folks, I also love that there is a premium option that you can unlock unlimited abstracts, AI advice, and the full deep dive suite. It's worth noting that recording, transcription, and summaries are free, while Ask Comulytic is part of their subscription, and that's a paid feature. And of course, the device is built for real life, giving you 45 hours of continuous recording on a single 90-minute charge. Think about that. 45 hours of non-stop recording. That's if you took it to work for an entire week, had it recording everything you said. You could do 5 hours of overtime and it still wouldn't run out of battery. This is great for taking on trips, conferences. Imagine last week I was at NVIDIA's conference with Jensen Huang. I could just literally hit record, one tap on the back, record his entire presentation, create a summary, and use AI to write an article about that. How easy is that? In fact, let's do that right now. I'm going to have the device listen in on Jensen Huang's keynote speech, and then I'm going to have it write a press release about my time. I was literally there last week. It's going to do a press release for us for our website. All right, folks, there's literally the article, the press release for immediate release that we had AI write based on those key notes. The keynote speech by Jensen says, Adam of 911 Studios covers NVIDIA's GTC 2026, highlights Jensen Huang's vision for AI, and interviews GCL Group founder We've done all of this at a push of a button. It wrote the entire press release and news article for me. So folks, the device is portable, powerful, and discreet with Bluetooth syncing and 64 gigabytes of internal storage. Your phone stays free while you're recording, and you can stay organized all in one place. Your data is also protected with AWS encryption, and I love the fact that all of this fits in your pocket. It's literally writing news articles for me, and then from there, I could even have it create the script for a video for me, and we could report on that. So folks, literally in this video, I had our device write a press release for us. I had it record the transcript of a meeting I did with Crystal. I had it listen in on our entire Zoom call. I had it make a transcript and make an email blast out to everyone and assign tasks. All in a device that is literally millimeters thick. One that's not tying up my phone and doing it all on its own. One push on the back and it starts recording, and it does all that for us again for hours and hours and hours on a 90-minute charge. This is great for business professionals. You want to have a meeting with your boss? Let them know that it's taking notes. Send out those notes afterwards. You want to have a meeting with your friends? Same thing. You can go ahead and get an idea, maybe plan a vacation. Great for salespeople, great for IT meetings, great for influencers like me and bosses like you. Folks, this thing is absolutely fantastic. So folks, if you're looking for something that has unlimited free transcription, well, guess what? This is the device for you, and it's definitely the device for me. It's from a company that has a great reputation in the industry for being a leader. And this is why everybody is so excited about AI. These are the type of tasks that used to take people hours. Think about that. To write an article, it wrote the article in a matter of seconds. To do a transcript, to take notes, to send that email, that alone cut about 15 hours out of my work week. All at a push of a button. Unlimited free transcripts, that AI, this interface is fantastic. Plus, it gives you the safety and security of data encryption and making sure that all of your important conversations are documented. Folks, I highly recommend you go pick this up immediately. It's a brand that you will love. Folks, my name is Adam. I appreciate you joining us. It's time to go pick one up, and if you want to see it up close and personal, stick around for an up close portion of the video where you get to see the product right up close. Thanks for watching. All right, friends, now it's time for our up close portion of the video. It's the Commulytic Note Pro AI Note Taker. Yeah, this turns conversations into gold. Now, during our up close portion of the video, this is intentionally at the end of the video for people who want to know even more. If you haven't decided to buy yet and you want to see the product up close and personal, this is for you. This is your AI note taker for client engagement, and it turns conversation into gold. This will help turn that coffee time into productive time, allowing you to get more work done without having to physically do more work. So yes, now one of the things that's a big selling point about this fantastic product, not just the impressive display, but how tiny this is. About 3 millimeters. Now this will sit on the back of your phone, right? Magnetic right to the back, and this slides right in. Now you can see the charging right here, and they've even given you everything you need for your success, including for that magnetic connection. In addition, we have our quick start guide and everything you need to know are right here, ready for you. Shows the Bluetooth connection, zoom in for you. The Wi-Fi transfer, the standby, the recording mode, pause, etc. saved. Battery level, low battery warning, and waiting, letting you know when it's busy. Folks, everything you need to know is here. The magnetic ring, the charging cable is included, the OTG adapter, the quick start guide, where the microphone is, the record button, the display screen, it's an OLED, that's nice, the bone conducting microphone location, and of course, the magnetic charging port, even where you can get the Commulytic app on your Apple Store or your Google Play Store. And that's the first thing you should do. Whenever I get a piece of equipment like this, I will install the app and I will charge the device, and then you're good to get started. Made by a great brand that is built with a reputation for performance, style, and sophistication. Whoop, right there. Folks, it's time to go pick this up. If you're a sales professional, an advisory professional, a lawyer, a headhunter, or somebody like me, this is a product that works in so many different scenarios. Telephone calls, conferences, video calls, and meetings in person, whether in the back of the cab or in the boardroom. 98% accuracy, 3 millimeters AI noise reduction, 45 hours of continuous recording, and one-tap recording. Works with 113 languages, 5 meters of indoor pickup range, and yes, they've just done everything you need for great performance. Folks, it's time to go pick this up. You will not be disappointed. My name is Adam. We're talking about some of the most impressive products in all the land. For deep summary insight by AI based on built-in industrial knowledge, this is perfect for automatically extracting the best and most important information. Folks, it's time to go pick one up. You will not be disappointed. My name is Adam from 911 Studios. You know we love and appreciate you, but it's absolutely time for you to get to shopping. What are you waiting for? Go pick one up today. Thanks for watching. Go get this, and adios, amigos.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. Now I have Rinvoq, a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Disrupt the itch and rash of eczema. See a head-to-head study of Rinvoq versus another treatment at rinvoq.com/see-the-data. Talk to your dermatologist if you're not doing well on your current pill or injection to see if Rinvoq is right for you.
Mr. Chair, that is what I was saying, that one director actually reached out to Japan Motors, but then for documentations and anything, we didn't get it.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, on the basis of this answer, Madam, what would have been the basis for a director to write to Japan Motors inquiring about our outstanding bills with them if the director was not of any opinion that indeed there are assets that we have, there is a payment that we have seen being made of 40%, and therefore an outstanding liability that we ought to pay? Because it will flow from that. That is why that liability will still be lingering on the books and be sent to the Ministry of Finance for verification for payment. Because the letter you claim was written by a director of the ministry to the agency asking for the outstanding balance. So it means that there is a certain admission that these things were there. So today we are being told that these things, the assets are not with the agency. Are there any documentations on the disposal of those assets that you cited? Because you know that these assets came. Are there any documentations that you cited on the disposal of these assets?
No, please.
So where are the cards? There are no documentations to disposal. You can't obviously say conclusively as to where the assets are.
Mr. Chair, that is why I started by saying that we started this state. This was a vehicle under the Ministry of Social Welfare under LEAP. Time has passed and it was under LEAP. So there has been time almost all the directors there now.
Madam, I understand you perfectly, but this is not our personal vehicles where you can dispose of or you can put away easily. Usually when it's a public vehicle, there are processes. So we are asking, let us trace where the vehicle is, because Japan Motors is laying claim that you owe them based on the vehicles that we bought. And we are asking that, so where are the vehicles, or where is the vehicle? Show us where it is. You don't know where it is. Did we dispose that vehicle off? If we did, what is the process? Where are the documentation? So we need to find an answer to this. So, Minister, we cannot do it here. And we ask that as you go, you look into this and help us know exactly where the vehicle is, whether it's still in the books of the agency that took hold of it, or it's been disposed of, and how it was disposed of. That's all, Minister. But we need to get to the bottom of this issue, because this is a vehicle. It's a public vehicle. It cannot just vanish. Yet we are being asked to come and pay outstandings on it. The director here confirmed that already you have paid 40% on that amount, on the vehicle. Thank you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me thank you very much. I already said that because the agency in question is no longer with the ministry, we will trace to check historical records and get back to you once we get the required information. And so we will make sure this is properly aligned. Thank you.
Minister, because of the way things have gone and then your time and then busy schedule, is it feasible to recommend that IOCO come in and do the needful? IOCO to do the needful so that we unravel where the vehicles are.
Well, but I'm surprised you are asking for IOCO in a situation where there is no pointed issue on crime. I mean, this is simply non-alignment of expenditures and assets. The asset indicated, we are indicating that the social welfare institution or organization which was with us is no longer with us, is now with the gender ministry. So if you are asking for issues and we are telling you the issues are we don't have records on it, it's simply to say, like the chairman has said, let's trace up to where it is and then come back and give records. IOCO, what will IOCO be doing? There's no issue of crime here. It's just non-alignment. The records are there, but they are not with us. They may be with the social welfare, which is easy for us to go and check. Or we could simply say that, well, this question is no longer with us because it's now with another ministry. We could have replied that way, but it's important for us to come here because we were invited. Yeah.
At the time of the audit, was social welfare part of this ministry?
Yes, it was.
So at the time of the 2024, social welfare was part of this ministry.
2024. No, 2024 it was not. 2011, he's talking about 2011 when the vehicles were bought.
No, I'm talking about at the time of the audit.
No.
Now, auditors, if social welfare was not part of this ministry.
Icon has the tools pros trust, from wrenches to storage solutions, diagnostic tools, and more. Built to last and backed for life. Pick yours up today. Icon, tool truck quality, unbeatable value, only at Harbor Freight.
Instant happiness is here at Rent-A-Center. You could get instantly approved for up to $4,000. Shop for anything you want in-store or online, up to $4,000, all without using credit. Go on, get happy instantly.
Why wouldn't this audit go under Ministry of Gender?
Honorable Chairperson, the information we got from the Ministry of Finance, these particular transactions were captured under the current Ministry of
labor
jobs, yes.
2011. It was under labor then.
No, we did the audit in 2025. We were to validate those liabilities that were submitted to the Ministry of Finance. Now, the transaction in question was captured in the Ministry of Finance schedule that was provided under
their ministry.
Their ministry, yes.
So, Honorable Minister, this was captured under your ministry. That was sent to Ministry of Finance. It wasn't Gender who sent it.
Oh, I'm simply saying because of the transition, the movement, they may have carried the information to that ministry.
Okay.
So, but we will check if indeed there is something wrong. We will definitely come back and report.
Okay.
That there's something wrong, and my brother's Yoko issue can now come in.
So please, Madam, let's find out what happened. Let's find out where the vehicles are. It is true that we may have bought the vehicles in 2011, but then the vehicles would have ended somewhere. Either it was auctioned during the period or whatever it is. What happened to the money? We need to get to the bottom. We need to get to the bottom of it. Okay, now let's go to the next question. Honorable Hetoje will handle that one.
Yeah, so, Madam, we'll be happy to have a copy of your fixed assets register. So you, no, not today, but you provide the committee with it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, with respect, Madam gave an explanation in terms of fair wages, and as fair wages is here, is that an amount of 700 was declined on the basis that those works were not done, and those were in 2024. So if you can tell us the status of the work for which that rejection was done, whether it's been completed, the full work has been completed or not, that from the basis upon the rejection is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the best of my knowledge, that work has not been done and is not going to be done. We've not requested for payment, and so it's not part of it.
So not, and wouldn't that work not being done affect the expansion project that was being undertaken at the fair wages?
No, Mr. Chairman, from our records, ECG indicated that we needed a separate transformer from the community. And so the contractor added a transformer to this. But now that is not the case, so it's not going to be done.
And are you comfortable working without the transformer? As per the recommendation of ECG, you needed a transformer, and now that has been taken out. Wouldn't that affect your operationalization?
ECG provided us the transformer.
Oh, themselves, so you are not paying for it again?
No.
And they are not going to bring any bill again? No. All right. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. This infraction has to do with long-standing payments amounting to 269,842. The auditors identified 3 long outstanding transactions totaling 269,842, ranging from 3 to 12 years in the Ministry of Finance schedule, but not in the Ministry of Labor, Job and Employment schedule. What contributed to this?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, it is the same issues that we were discussing earlier in connection with those vehicles. The price adjustment by Sterling Automobile and the Nissan Cheetah vehicles. Because, like I'm saying, we don't have those documentations. We didn't raise it to Ministry of Finance. But then maybe over the years, Ministry of Finance already had this information, and that is how come they have escalated it. But We don't have those information. That is why. Thank you.
All right, then the other issue has to do with BTA amounting to 37.4 million paid after 2024 year end. They say out of the total BTAs validated amounting to 39,396.279, the auditors noted that BTA number 719554 amounting to 37,399.686 relating to
Propel yourself into summer with Old Spice Poseidon Body Wash. See you at the barbecue.
Introducing Titan MFT Server, the secure, cloud-optimized, managed file transfer solution. Deploy flexibly, on-premises, in the cloud, or hybrid. Admins configure with ease. Users enjoy a friendly web interface. TLS 1.3 links, PGP encryption, and granular permissions keep files secure. Automate and integrate with SFTP, SharePoint, and Google Drive. Titan MFT, reliable, secure, and built for how you work.
pending payment to the Youth Employment Agency as at 31st December 2024 has been paid after the year end by the Ministry of Labor, Job and Employment in February and March 2025. Why that respond?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the YAA is no more under the ministry. So, but then as at that time, their transactions have been processed under the ministry, and then the BTAs had come. So we had to pay them. But then they are currently no more under the ministry, so we can't speak for them unless they themselves come to speak.
Mr. Chairman, this alignment and non-alignment is troubling. And we are catching the people who are not supposed to be caught.
You see, Madam, since the special audit, have you made, okay, let me rephrase my question. There's a recommendation by the auditors, and I'm sure you've read it. The Ministry of Labor should designate an officer within the Finance Department to regularly update and review the aging analysis. Regular reconciliation of outstanding balances between departments and suppliers and contractors should be conducted in order to validate the accuracy of aging analysis and resolve discrepancies earlier. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
What have you done about it?
I have to come back to the give miss again. Currently, the way the system works, we are not supposed to even have outstandings by the end of the year.
Then why are we having outstandings?
Normally, when we have outstandings at the end of the year, we charge it to the following year's budget. It becomes the first call on the following year's budget. So what we're discussing right now would have been, if some of them would have been the first call on the 2025 budget. But because the auditors picked them so those things were not done. That is why we are discussing them right now. Finance does not even allow us now to have outstandings. If you have outstandings, it goes against your budget the following year. So the recommendation of the auditors, yes, but the institutions themselves are working on it, because the moment you know you have outstandings and it can't be paid, your next year's budget, that is the first call on it. Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I guess we've come to the end of this, but I know that you'll be back next year. This year, because I'm not comfortable about the accounting department. I just can't put my finger on it. But I know when you come back, we'll discuss it. Your ministry, because of finance, you are discharged.
Mr. Chairman, let me thank you for this process, and we are grateful for what has happened. And the outstanding issues we have to bring to your notice, we definitely will honor and bring them. And we'll be much more up and doing to make sure the accounts department works to the best of our expectations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. May we call Minister of Foreign Affairs, please.
Yes.
The evidence I shall give before this committee touches the matter and issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
We're in the back? Yeah.
We done?
Please introduce yourself to the committee.
The smartest people on earth know how to spot a good deal. That's why they shop at Ollie's First. You'll save up to 70% off the fancy store's prices. So you go, you smart and savvy shopper. You know where the real deals are, where they sell good stuff cheap.
Ollie's! Good stuff cheap!
Good morning once again, and thank you very much, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I'd like to introduce my team here. We start from the very far left. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kwekuche Usu, Director of Procurement.
Good morning. My name is Solomon Akwa, Director of Inspectorate and Internal Audit Bureau.
Good morning. My name is Ambassador Khadija Idrisu, Chief Director.
Good morning. My name is Lambert Suglo, Director of Finance and Accounts.
Good morning. My name is Bafoche, the former Director of Finance and Accounts, now Deputy Controller Accountant General.
Good morning, Chair. I think we already did the introduction, but once more, I'm the Member of Parliament for the good people of Asin North and Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. I have here my very capable team, and they are ready to give the most appropriate responses for all the supposedly fractions. Thank you.
188 million. Out of this, 180 million was validated and 7420 was rejected. Yes. From this, you submitted 47.9 million Ghana cedis to Ministry of Finance for them to submit to the auditors for validation. Out of this, 3.4 million, which was already settled, was added to the 47.9 for BTA, that's bank transfer advice. Explain to us why this figure was re-added, while it has been settled already.
Thank you. We will yield that question to my Chief Director.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair, for the question. This amount from the auditor's report indicated that it was paid from allocated funds. So once it was paid from government allocated funds, it was deemed to have been settled, and there wasn't any further request. There shouldn't have been any further request for release of funds. However, I may want to state here that this amount that was used for the payment of utility bills was indeed paid from committed government funds. We had to pay this amount out of the committed government funds, committed because they were committed in the budget for other purposes, for other payment for other goods and services. But because the utility companies were threatening disconnection, out of good judgment, management decided that let us use this amount that was earmarked for our rental payments in our missions abroad to quickly plug in, with the hope that once we had processed through the GiveMix system payments for these utilities, once we get it, we could plug in back. But this was not the case. As we speak now, these missions are still in arrears of rent, and we accordingly would indicate to the chair that as a matter of agency, we need to get the money to pay the rent to save the image of the country. Thank you very much.
Yeah. In taking that decision, you needed to seek advice or clarification from Ministry of Finance. Did you do that?
No, we didn't get back to Ministry of Finance because we had already processed it. We knew it was a matter of a week or so, and quickly it was going to be released because the BTAs were already prepared, but we didn't go back to them.
This year, I've been super focused on hitting my daily protein goals, and Bavarian meat sticks have been perfect as a pre-workout bite. They have 0 sugar, 9 grams of protein, and trust me, the taste is just as great because I won't eat something if it's bland. They keep me energized during my class, and this bar class was so fun. I had another meat stick after class when I was running errands.
A long day can be a lot longer when your dog has digestive upsets. Hill's Prescription Diet GI Nutrition helps support digestive upsets and other GI issues in as little as 24 hours, so you can both feel better.
So this is a misapplication of fund. And then you know the consequences. When you misapply funds, the consequences per the PMF Act. So what are you telling us? Now that you have misapplied it, because you were saying you didn't know the money will keep that long. So you were just trying to do an intervention so that when the money comes, you plug in the money. And here is the case, it has taken days, it has taken months, and the money has not been paid. So who is supposed to be blamed? And this is the main reason why you should have sought permission from the Ministry of Finance before doing that. So you have clearly violated the law. So advise us what we should tell the Attorney General.
Actually, because it's goods and services, we thought that at management level we could actually have handled that. We didn't know that it's needed to go to Ministry of Finance.
Yeah, so Chief Director.
You are coming, okay.
Chief Director, any time there is a budget attached to various activities, if you want to veer from any activity, you need to seek permission. Because Ministry of Foreign Affairs is not an island on their own. You must seek permission. And for not doing that, I mean, you are infringing on the PFM Act. And then that's not right.
Well noted, sir. And going forward, we shall do the needful.
Yes, okay.
Chair, thank you very much. Madam Ambassador, you said the amount was for rent of our missions abroad, and that amount was used to pay for ECG bills. Is it for the ministry, ECG bill, is it for the ministry? That is about 3-point-something million as we see. Was it only bills for the ministry?
Yes, there were bills for the ministry at different times.
So the 3 million was for which period? Because we are looking at over 3 million Ghana cedis in terms of bills that were paid.
It is in two settlements. One of them was 589,000, and one of them was 2.8. It was for a long period that the bill was not paid.
A long period.
So it was a cumulative bill they brought. So we have the payment schedule here. It wasn't paid once at 3.4 million. There's several payments that added up to the 3.40 million. So
the BTA dates are all in 2024. Am I right?
Yes, please.
Yes. So which period do these BTAs cover? Because we are looking at payments in 1 year for amount of 3.4 million Ghana cedis. And it says for a very long period. Because if you are looking at 3 million Ghana cedis in terms of ECG bills, these are huge. And if it's for the ministry alone, then these are huge figures. Whilst trying to do that, madam, we are looking at a rejected amount of 7 million. We are looking at a rejected amount of 7.4 million. And we are looking at the payment out of that 7.4 million that you'd want to justify as 3.4 million for bills. So the difference between those two, what is accounting for that rejection?
Mr. Chair, we also have 377,908 in respect of construction of Nigerian High Commission, which was also rejected. This came about for the same reason. If you may recall, there was an issue where the Nigerian High Commission building was pulled down by some unidentified persons, and it became an international issue. They also had to go to our missions in Abuja and Lagos, trying to take over our properties, and there were a lot of back and forth. And the government then decided that in line with the international best practice, we have to restore the building. So the time that we put in the amount for the release, that was when the trouble started. It wasn't coming, and we had to quickly find money again to pay. And this money was also committed funds earmarked for our missions in Riyadh, New York, Lomé, Berlin, and Rabat. for their residential furniture and then vehicles. As we speak now, Honorables, those of you who might have visited our missions, I know each time you travel, you try to make time to visit our missions. You know that they are very often, when it comes to some of these things, to come with vehicles and their office furniture and that of their homes. And it's still the case, because we need to plug in the money back to make sure that they procure these items that the funds were earmarked to do. Thank you.
Madam, how would the directive by the state, if I may put it that way, to restore a property that was demolished not be catered for in terms of finances? Because he said when the Nigerian High Commission building was pulled down, it was directed that we restore that. How would that not be accounted for? And that would require that you use your goods and services to go and pay for that. Who awarded the contract?
Budgeted. It was budgeted for. So the ministry had actually put in requests for release of funds. It was again due to the delay. That is why, and to safeguard the situation, lives and properties, we had to quickly take this quick decision to plug in that money, so that with the hope that it will be returned to us to be used for the purpose for which it was budgeted.
Madam, let me ask this. In taking the decision, you see, when they wanted to take over our property in Nigeria, it was therefore prudent for you to pay for the one in Ghana. But when you are dealing with ECG in Ghana, and you are dealing with a foreign property owner that houses our missions abroad, how then do you go about taking that decision to pay locally and leave our missions rent outstanding? Assuming that after leaving, those rent expired and we did not pay, and they asked to move out of those missions that you failed to pay the rent for without seeking proper authorization, but ended up paying the rent, the light bills in Ghana, what would have been the consequences putting those two together? And I think, let us not base that on late releases for ECG bills, but you made a decision when you had funds to pay the rent, but you paid the ECG bills. What would have been the consequences, and upon what basis did you take these decisions?
When I wake up in last place, I need the power of Old Spice. First place smells good.
Come on.
Yep.
Something new is arriving in Boynton Beach. Valencia Del Mar is unveiling 4 stunning new models. Each one has been beautifully designer decorated by the best in the business and is filled with the most modern design trends that you'll want to see for yourself. Don't miss your chance to walk through, get inspired, and experience the incredible Valencia lifestyle.
At the time we were paying, the rents were not due then. So we were hopeful that by the time the rents became due, the money too would have been released. However, we have very good relations with the tenants because we have been very good tenants. So they got to understand that it was just due to circumstances beyond our control. So we're fine at that, but we don't have to overstretch it. We need to keep that sound relations going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Those
Chair. Yes,
sorry.
please. Yes, sir.
Oh, I just wanted to add a little. You see, this has been a very prudent practice. If you're looking at the submission our CD is presenting right now, it was based on urgency, lack of resources, monies that were not coming to the ministry at the appropriate timing.
Minister.
The finance minister.
With respect, Minister.
Yes.
I think we probably would have left it where the chief director may have, because the decisions that she took and the justifications, if not for anything at all, probably you may not accept, but if we move on the tangent of lack of releases and that, there were money meant for something. All that you needed to do was to chase the money meant for the other. You took a decision. We may accept it for now. If you don't leave it here, we overstretch. We probably may have to go into the matter well, and that will become another issue. So with all respect, if we may leave it there and continue, I think probably it would be helpful.
Thank you for your advice. And I think I'm glad and I also appreciate that you have accepted her explanation for that matter. Thank you.
Yeah, so Madam Chief Director, my follow-up with regards to that is, those who broke the Nigeria building, is he a company or individual involved? And how would they, cause that harm to a foreign mission property, and you expect the state to be paying for that? I want to understand that.
Mr. Chair, this was a presidential decision, and in line with international law and the Vienna Convention, we just have to do so. It's within the law to do so, to make sure that there were hooligans. We couldn't put our hands that this is the fellow who did that, so that the fellow could be, taken to court or anything. They said it was demolished by hooligans, so.
At the embassy, they don't have any CCTV camera or anything to actually avert those who actually damaged the building.
During the time, they had constituted a committee involving national security, the police, and all that. So it was out of their reports that that decision was taken by the government to pay. So they did all that. They did all that, but came to that conclusion that it has to be restored. Thank you.
So the electricity bill in 2024 that created this, was the money ever paid by the government at that time?
We are still pursuing payment, Chair.
Yes. And there are questions. Director, again, your outfit submitted 377,508 Ghana cedis as commitment, and 3,641,000 as claims for validation by the Auditor General. Meanwhile, these monies have been paid already. Why were they resubmitted to the Ministry of Finance?
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated earlier, these are all committed funds that are needed to be paid. Looking at, we paid Addis Ababa mission, we owe them for the construction of our Chancery building. It's the contract sum in US dollars, because it's out of our jurisdiction, of 1,747,729.48. So this amount was validated by the auditors. However, they had an issue to do with the exchange rate at the time. At the time of requesting the release, the ministry used an exchange rate of 15.25 USD to $1. But let me, so making them reject 2,638,910.18 as part of the amount you've just quoted. They are putting them all together is what we've just quoted. But what we said was that normally we do that, but at the point of releasing the amount, Ministry of Finance will always use the exchange rate of the day. So you wouldn't be having this money that they are rejecting going forward. And then we also had undertaken the renovation of the residence of our ambassador in Paris. And we had additional works carried out to the tune of euros 589 772.00. And they rejected about...
At Ollie's, you'll save money on a lot of real brands like and even, and everything is up to 70% off the fancy store prices.
I got this awesome vacuum.
The good paper towels.
I got my favorite shampoo.
All these dolls. You won't believe what you'll find and how much you'll save.
Holy sh!
Ollie's! Good stuff, cheap!
Instant happiness is here at Rent-A-Center. You could get instantly approved for up to $4,000. Shop for anything you want in-store or online, up to $4,000, all without using credit. Go on, get happy instantly.
In Ghana cedis, 794,170.00. That is equivalent of 50,000 US dollars. Euros was rejected. And what we are here to do today is to prove that indeed we still owe the contractor. Because out of this amount of 589,772 euros, we had the ministry had a payment schedule with the contractor. Unfortunately, we were not able to follow through with the payment. We had agreed on installments payments, 300,000 first installment euros, second installment, and we paid the first installment of 300,000 euros. The second installment, we were supposed to have paid 150,000 euros. However, we were unable to do so, so we paid 100,000. So, and leaving 50,000. So the third installment, we paid, we were supposed to have paid 125, we paid 125. Then the third installment, we were supposed to have paid 14,772.20 euros. That one we didn't pay. So now we owe the contractor to the tune of 64,000 euros, 772.20. And we have the documents to support that indeed this amount is still outstanding. So we'll be handing over the documents regarding the payments made so far.
Yeah, Director, noted. So your claim is that you still owe the contractors?
Yes, sir.
But the stance of the auditors is that these monies have been fully paid and the work has completed.
Yes, sir.
So auditors, where are they? Yes, this is what Director is telling us. So how do we reconcile what he's saying and what you have also put on the records? Yeah.
Auditors, even before, were they part of the exit meeting? Madam, were you part of the exit meeting?
I was not there at the time.
Who was there among them?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. You were part of the exit meeting?
Yes, please.
So you are not able to actually give documents to the auditors to rectify this until it comes to the notice of public account hearing, before you are claiming that you have the documents here?
Thank you very much. The projects are basically handled by the estate department, where the files are all kept. And during the exercise, they were not able to produce all the vital documents. But along the line, during the meetings at the Ministry of Finance, I was reassigned for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to the Country Accountant General. So I didn't get the opportunity to attend all the meetings on behalf of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when I handed over. Thank you, Chair.
And not fully participated in terms of the exit meeting. That's all. Auditors.
Honorable Chair, so these were claims that we had rejected, and it was discussed at the our meetings held with them.
If they have compelling evidence that should cause us to change our stance, they can still provide them to the audit team to look at it. But as it is per our report, these claims, in our opinion, have been settled and that we don't owe the contractors involved. But if they have compelling evidence to change our stance, our position, they can still provide them to the audit team to look at it. Thank you.
Madam, very similar to what I was contemplating. This committee, this is the wrong place to bring these issues. These issues should have been brought at the time of the audit to the auditors. And there's still the opportunity for you to go there. Ours is a post-mortem. Post-mortem is when the person has passed away, we cut the body. Oh, this was what killed that. That was what killed that. But I can't look at the body and say, if I had given him more aspirin, the person would have lived. That's when the auditors are involved. So we are looking at what had happened. So any issues, you can deal with the auditors on that one. I think we are done with this. You have a last question?
Yeah, I have a last question.
Before I discharge.
Yes, that infraction is on non-evidence of maintenance of aging analysis of arrears and commitments. Director, where's your finance director?
I'm here.
Okay, Director, I am a non-finance person. Yes, I want you to briefly educate me on the implications of non-maintenance of aging analysis when it comes to financial reporting. Briefly educate me as a non-finance person.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Non-maintenance of aging payables or whatever, we all know the implications. It may not let you get a proper figure at the time you want it, or it will take time for you to get the proper data when it is wanted. So based on the recommendation given, we have put in place to make sure that we perform aging analysis of all our payables as we perform reconciliation every month. So that is what is in place.
Director, you see, you know the implications of...
DJ, we're leaving.
Is my Old Spice in there?
I think I'm gonna stay.
So that means I'll never see you again.
Dad?
Boy, I'm talking to my Old Spice, not you.
Looking for a zero-sugar snack that tastes delicious? Then look no further than Bavarian Meats. Unlike most snacks that make you choose healthy or delicious, Bavarian Meats snack sticks are unbelievably tasty, packed with protein, have zero sugar and zero carbs, and did we mention delicious? I mean, macro-friendly, portable for on the go while still tasting amazing. Talk about awesome. Bavarian Meats snack sticks. Great taste, zero sugar.
The implication of this very infraction, you know, you have told us. Why will you wait for the auditors to come to tell you, do this before you do, knowing very well that if you don't keep these records, these are the consequences? Director?
Honorable Chair, we tried, maybe it was not updated. Not that we didn't put it. It is in place, but it's not updated. So I'm saying that now we update it as it should be.
Okay.
When did you become Director of Finance at the Ministry?
October 2025.
October
2025.
And respectfully, Chief Director, when did you also become the Chief Director there?
End of August 2025.
Okay, thank you.
Chair. Oh, Chair. We are done. Or these things will keep repeating. Aging analysis, they will come, you ask them, they will tell you. And every day, these things keep repeating. So,
maybe as a country, if we start maybe imprisoning people for not aging these accounts, I think it will help. Madam, your building in New York is 14 floors, and you use only 3 floors. And that place is in center of town, of New York. I think it's 47th floor, 47th Street. No, so.
Yes, sir. It's in a prime location.
Very prime location. Somebody supposedly removed insulation or something, and as a result, 14 stories. We use 3 or most 4. Goodness, do you know if this building, we could use all 14 floors, the revenue that we will get from rent, or some of our embassy people wouldn't have to rent from somewhere. Anyway, that is something that I just wanted to put in the air somewhere. Do you have an answer?
Your observation noted, Chair.
Madam, my observation noted.
Have you not been going there?
No, I want, you see,
The minister should stop.
We are working on it as part of our stride, so it's work in progress.
Madam, I'm disappointed because the time that I went there was 2007. 2007, and it's still work in progress. 2007, you were only using 3 floors out of 14 floors. And General Achampong was the one, I think, who bought that building. Center of New York. Anyway, you said it's noted.
Thank
Madam,
you, Chair.
You guys are disturbed.
No, Chairman.
Yes?
Chairman,
Yes,
thank you
sir.
very much for your observation, but I think that your observation is a little bit way outdated. If you have not been there recently, we are using more than 3 floors right now. But in the same token, we are working to improve.
How many floors are you using, Honorable Minister?
Well, I can assure you about 7 to 8 floors.
So, let's give you that we are using 8 floors.
Yes.
And it's 14 floors.
Yes. It's based on investment, renovation, all kinds of aspects. So we are entering this new phase of stride where we're trying to own our properties, renovate all the structures. So it's one of our prime observations, and we are going to work on it as soon as finances are released. Thank you.
You see, Minister, there was a story they told me about it, but I will not repeat it here.
With respect, Chairman. Chairman, as I read the Auditor General's report and the explanation Madam Ambassador gave with respect to the Paris project and the JV Shindon and Design 21 project, Madam, how long have we held on to the documentation that proved that we still have an outstanding bill on those 2 projects?
If I can come in, when, like my colleague said, when he was reassigned and we took over, we went into the Auditor General report and we came out with those, we uncovered it.
Because my worry is that the auditors would have gone through all the documentation, start with the Ministry of Finance, that is responsible even for the payment and allocation of these things, and they are certain, per the report that they've given in this special audit, that the project is complete and settlement of debt has been fully made. But now we are saying that we still have an outstanding on that, and we have documentations to prove to the effect that we still owe the contractors on these projects, and we are looking at huge amount. And they said that apart from the first project, That is the Ethiopian embassy or the Ethiopian High Commission building that we're doing. All the rest were not multi-year projects, which meant that they ought to fit in 1 year. And therefore, all these payments must align within those years. So if we are not able to produce documentations to them as such an important audit that has been done, and they give these conclusive remarks, and we are now telling ourselves that we hold on to documentations that prove that we owe the contractors, I think it's a bit worried. If you could furnish us, Mr. Chair, some of these documentations so that we can juxtapose that with the report that we have and also be able to make some meaningful observations out of this, I think it will be very appropriate for us, because I think it's a bit worrying. Once the auditors are telling us that we've paid this amount, I'm sure that I would be aligned to what the auditors are saying up until you prove otherwise. So if you can hold to us some of these documentations, the contract and the payment that have been made, so that we can do the deductions out of that, I think it will be very appropriate.
Okay, so
we shall, Mr. Chair, we shall make the documents available.
In 2 weeks. You make it right now. Okay, you can give it to the clerk. All right, thank you very much. Honorable Minister, you and your team, you are discharged.
Thank you kindly, Honorable Chair, Honorable Committee Chairwoman, ranking members, fellow honorable members. We appreciate your time and giving us the space to speak to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's call Minister of Sports.
Let's turn on the mics. You read the Bible.
You give everybody.
Get it. Get it.
I think there's another Quran person also. And that's like he also. Aye. Dr. F.E.D. Adams. Do in the name of Almighty God swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Could you please introduce yourself to the committee?
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. My name is Kofi D. Adams, Minister for Sports and Recreation, and I'm here with the team members who will individually introduce themselves.
Good morning, Honorable. My name is Ohelmina Samoa, Chief Director.
Hello, good morning. My name is William Kati, the former Chief Director.
Good morning. My name is Abdul Karim Tosa, Director, Internal Audit.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Osman Haruna Chinibwa, former Head of Accounts.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Kweku Fusuasari, former Executive Chairman of the LOC, Accra 2023.
Good morning. My name is Osman Ali, former Director of Finance, Team African Games.
Yes, sir. Your infraction is on page 235 of the special audit, Ministry of Sports and Recreation. And the total liability that you sent, you had was 609 million. Total validated was 501 million. And what was rejected was 107. Why and what have you done about it?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would allow the internal auditor, Mr. Tosa, to deal with the answers.
Honorable Chair, the liabilities that were rejected are primarily due to translation differences, exchange rate differences.
And that amounted to that much?
Yes, Honorable Chair. There are others, but primarily it is because of exchange rate differences.
No, what about the others?
So the others are amounts that were paid, mainly amounts that were due to the national team coaches, senior national team between March and December 2024. So by the time the audit was completed, that amount was paid and is no longer payable. So it was considered as rejected, but in actual fact, it is a payment that has been made and it ceases to be a liability.
Did you make double payments?
Honorable Chair, no.
Auditors, now the ministry is saying that whatever you had out there was corrected during the audit. Or was it during the audit or after the audit or before the audit?
Honorable Chair, I didn't get the question well.
You didn't get the question well?
Yeah.
Okay, then let me ask again. Total liability that you had was 639 million. Total validated was 501 million. And total rejected was 107 million. These were claims, these were at BTAs. My question was and is, why?
Honorable Chair, that portion of the question, I got it. But
Yes.
it was the last one that you asked that I didn't get.
Which one?
You asked something, the last one. I didn't hear it. The first one, the one you just answered is what I answered.
He asked whether you dealt with the issue during the audit or it was post-audit that you engaged with the auditors. If you say it's been resolved.
Okay, thank you. I get the question now.
Okay.
We dealt with the issues during the audit. Thank you.
But you see, it has over here, in the report, duplicated claims. 30 million claims were rejected as these transactions were already captured in the Ministry of Finance schedule and under BTAs. Out of that 107 million, 30 million was rejected because there were duplications.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. From the perspective of the ministry, there was no duplication. We were requested by the Ministry of Finance to submit our liabilities as of 31st December 2024. And we did submit all liabilities that were outstanding as of that date.
Let me remind you that you just took an oath. Do you have a copy of the report?
Yes, Honorable.
If you don't understand, you ask me, and I'll repeat my question. The auditors came. Were you part of the exit interview?
Yes, I was.
Didn't they tell you about this 30 million?
Honorable Chair, I was explaining this. If you kindly allowed me to finish, you understand.
Did they talk about the 30 million? There are only two answers, yes or no.
Yes, they talk about the 30 million.
Okay.
But Honorable, it is not a duplication from the ministry's perspective, and that is what I was explaining to you, Honorable Chair. If you allowed me, I will continue the explanation.
Continue. The whole world is listening to you.
Honorable Chair. So we submitted our liabilities as of the end of December 2024. That liability, as submitted by Ministry of Finance, did not capture any BTA. Although we have processed some transactions within the gift mix that are at the BTA level, they had not been paid as of end of December. So when we were asked to submit the liabilities, we gave those that were in the form of BTA and those that have not even matured to the BTA level to Ministry of Finance. It is the Ministry of Finance that gave the BTA details to the auditors. So I remember at one of the meetings...
Please stop it right there. You submitted something to Ministry of Finance, and Ministry of Finance forwarded it to the auditors. And now you are sitting here saying that what? It is Ministry of Finance. Where did all those documentation and invoices and monies to that amount that is being termed as duplication, where did it originate from? It did come from Ministry of Sports. Ministry of Finance does not conjure figures. Ministry of Finance works with the figures that the MDAs provide to them. Let's get it straight. Ministry of Finance will every day work with the figures that the ministries, departments, and agencies submit to them. So please, don't sit here and say that you submitted this and the Ministry of Finance that forwarded something different from what you submitted. Your issue is answer to the duplicated amount of 30 million. You go, you finish, you answer to the other things that you have been cited for. That is why we are here. Don't come and sit here and accuse any ministry, department, or agency for something that you yourself should have done and done right. Something that you yourself submitted to the Ministry of Finance. Please, respectfully.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm answering the question with regards to the 30 million. It is not a duplication, and I emphasize. When we were asked of our liabilities, we submitted. Some liabilities have matured to the level of BTAs. So at the meeting with the Ministry of Finance, it was agreed that they should net it off. The BTAs, because they've gone through the process, their liabilities have gone through the process to be at the BTA level, there is the need to maintain them. And so we did not submit the liability separate and BTA separate. So there is no duplication coming from our end.
So did you, respectfully, did you say this to the auditors during the exit meeting?
Yes.
Did you explain to them?
Yes, we discussed, and the Ministry of Finance, we discussed that.
No, I'm not talking about Ministry of Finance. I'm talking about the auditors who came to, audit your books. Did you explain this to them?
Yes, we did.
Let me tell you, if you are submitting liabilities and you know very well that some have gotten to the BTA stage, you don't add it to it. When you add it, it is duplication. It's as simple as that. When you are submitting arrears, outstandings, and you, the ministry, you know that some of the invoices or your submissions are at the BTA stage, and you would know because you will have to process it on the gift miss. So you know those ones that are at BTA stage. If you go ahead and you submit that as existing arrears, it is called duplication. So we don't want to sit here and be going back and forth. That is the truth. It is called duplication. And that is why the auditors cited the 30 million as you can shake your head, but we are speaking to what is in the report, not what you come to sit here and say you are answering to. This is what is in the report. You should have challenged the auditors there and then, but you have stated here that you had those BTAs even in the outstanding claims. And if you had the BTAs in the outstanding claims and you refused to take them out and you sent it to Ministry of Finance, what were you expecting Ministry of Finance to do? Because it was for onward submission to the auditors, and they did exactly that. Minister, we cannot challenge what the auditors have put here. He should have challenged it when they had the opportunity to do so. So he can shake his head, but we are speaking to the facts. That is right in front of us here. And that, what he did, is called duplication. You don't need a prophet to tell you this.
And Minister, I wanted to go on with the young man. You said, what's your position?
Honorable Chair, Director, Internal Audit.
Director of Internal Audit. Okay, you are disputing the 30 million.
Duplication.
When Madam Abno Seasa explained to you, did you understand that if we are adding, did you understand her explanation on duplication?
Honorable Chair.
If you didn't understand, let me move on, sir. We are not here to have a shout match. Master, this one I can just hand it over to Yoko. Then you can, and then Auditor General, Attorney General. Then you guys go and sit down and then discuss it. They came there when they asked you, there were some unsupported claims. A claim of 35.8 million. This was 2024. Was charged as cost of 6,000 police officers deployed for the All Africa Games. Could not be supported. Documents such as deployment registers, duty rosters, attendance logs, or official movement orders were not available to substantiate this claim. In addition, a bill for 455,000 was submitted to the Ministry of Sports for the improvement of water supply by the Evendi Hostel, at the Evendi Hostel, used to host All Africa Games. No documents were available to substantiate this claim. Now, the 35 million for the police officers, did you have any documentation?
Honorable Chair, the ministry also raised questions about the 35 million because of lack of documentation. Thank you.
You raised questions?
Yes.
But you had paid that amount?
No.
Or you hadn't paid that amount?
We hadn't paid.
So this was part of the rejection?
Yes. So.
And now you were talking about, what do you call it, exchange rate.
Honorable Chair.
Is it part of the exchange rate?
Honorable Chair, I said that predominantly the differences arise out of exchange rate, but there are other ones. So
how much of it was because of exchange rate?
Honorable Chair, unless I do the computation, the percentage.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Is that unless you do the computation? We are looking at 3 different infractions in the book. One is a 30, another is a 35, and the other is a 36. If you casually put these 3 together, you are looking at almost about a 90. And the thing we are talking about is 107. So ordinarily, you are looking at a differentiation of about 17. So if you say predominantly, it is not even up to a 20% of that. So obviously that could not have been. You just could have studied the infractions well and spoke to those infractions. But you see, when the auditors and us here talk about the duplication, take a time and appreciate the position from where the auditors and we are also coming from, so that when next time you are given the opportunity of submitting these claims, you don't make the same infraction. You are being asked to bring outstandings to me to pay. Along the line, you've made several transactions that you brought to me that I have processed to the position of a BTA. You brought me all those documentations associated with those. When I ask you tomorrow, and you include the same thing you brought to me yesterday, upon what basis and what documentations are you going to add on to those ones? Those claims you've already brought to me, and you resubmit the same claims to me again in another day. Obviously, it will be duplication. Because the person has already acknowledged the first one. You understand? So when you are asked to submit, and you know one has already gone, you've supported them with all the documentations. What documentations are you supporting the second one with? So yes, you probably may disagree, but the point is that those things went twice. Do you understand? They did. So obviously, it would be because already in the books of the finance, you brought those documentation that they've acknowledged that they are going to pay. And in your book that you are bringing today, you've again included that for us to pay. So they will produce all of those too, your accounts with them. It's like doing a bank reconciliation. Unpresented checks would have to be taken off from one of those ones. But if you still hold on to those two, you would obviously will sway one of your books, either your cash book or your bank balance. And that becomes a problem. So that is the point. And secondly, you said you raised issues with the 35 million. Who submitted the 35 million claim?
Before we move to the 35 million, I think the auditors and the committee is right in terms of the analysis of the duplication issue. The understanding from the audit point and their submission is looking at conclusive payments and not factoring BTAs, a payment that has reached the BTA level as having been considered. I think that is erroneous. And so factoring it as duplication is right. And I believe that a cue is taken, and in future, I don't think that they have to repeat that you should check payments that have reached that stage and take them off when you are submitting your liabilities. Thank you.
But, Honorable Minister, thank you for that statement. But it's worrying if an internal auditor who had the chance to talk to the auditors at the time of the exit interview is coming to sit here to argue. I'm very concerned. I am very, 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 very concerned. And then let me remind the public that it got to a time, Ministry of Sports, we used to change a minister almost every year. Ministry of Sports, we used to change a minister every year. If we can't understand this duplication, I don't understand why we should change a minister every year. Maybe we need to change everybody in the ministry every year and keep the minister. We are talking, this amount that you are talking about exchange rate is only 14 million. Only 14 million.
He said primarily.
Primarily is only 14 million.
Out of 107. Out of 100. And then you are lying.
So we are moving on from the 30 million that the minister has said it was duplication. And sir, if an internal auditor, up your game. Now, unsupported claims, 35.8 million. Just for 6,000 police officers. 6,000 police officers. That was the so-called, I don't know whether they call it Africa Games or All Africa Games.
Chairman, is African Games.
It's Africa Games. And they spent 35.8 million 2024 for police officers. and we don't have documentation on it? How? Ministry of Sports. How?
We need documentation.
And you want to sit here and come and argue?
Chairman, with respect, on that matter, internal auditor, you said you raised issues with that at the Ministry of Finance.
No, with the police, when they submitted the bill.
When they submitted the bill?
Yes.
Who did the scheduling with the police for them to be able to deploy that number of people?
Please, the LOC.
The reason why I ask is this. Who, once answering that, and who submitted that bill as an addition to the outstandings of the ministry to the Ministry of Finance, all in your schedule of payables?
So on the scheduling, since we have the executive chair of the LOC for Accra 2023 here, let him speak to that. So we'll get back to the submission. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and members of the committee. I mean, this was the bill submitted by the police at the end of the games, and I was really baffled when the bill was submitted to me because we didn't reach that agreement. Initially, they were to have policemen to assist in carrying out police duties. We were initially even feeding them. Then they pulled out. And from nowhere, at the end of it, they brought this bill. And I wrote to them to justify why such a quantum. And they couldn't justify. So that is where we've gotten to. I was shocked to the marrow with the kind of bill they brought. And I said, please give us justifications and break it down to support what you are claiming.
How many weeks did the games go on for?
We started from the first, second, third, with regard to the early games. But officially, the game started from 8th to 23rd. But we had early games. So give or take, let's say we had about 2 weeks.
2 weeks of games?
About 3 weeks. Let's say from 1st to 23rd. So let's take it for 3 weeks.
Let's be generous and make it 4 weeks. Let's be generous and make it 4 weeks.
Mr. Chairman, you'll be stretching it.
So, okay, I'm just trying to be generous today because I'm in white shirt. Let's make it 4 weeks. If the police is charging you 35.8 million for 4 weeks, what is their budget for the whole year for the police force in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, your guess is as good as mine.
Okay.
Doc, maybe his guess will be as good as yours, but let me ask, how did this bill find its way to the Ministry of Finance?
So now let's get the auditor to deal with the internal auditor, how something that the ministry itself raised questions got submitted to Ministry of Finance when the answers have not been fully provided.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we request for further evidence to be able to establish, the auditors also came in. We did submit it, but indicate that this one ourselves, we are not.
The auditors came in only after your submission.
So that should not
we
be
submitted before it was given to the auditors to come and authenticate.
Good.
So you have submitted. You said earlier that you raised concerns yourself when the police submitted the bill.
Yes.
But you still went ahead to submit it to the Ministry of Finance, who then invited the auditors to look at what you have submitted. The question is, how did you submit what you have raised questions on yourself? That's what they want to know.
Yes, thank you. We got assurance from the police that they will provide the supporting documents.
Internal auditor. Internal auditor. Internal auditor. So now you see, if the auditors therefore raise a query of dubious claims, would they be wrong?
No, absolutely they are not
good.
wrong.
So if it's dubious, the person who submitted the dubious claims, what has that person done?
The person is submitting a dubious claim is misleading public office.
And to mislead a public office, does it come with sanctions?
Honorable Chair, some lessons truly have been learnt in all,
Honorable Minister, I'll give you the opportunity to come. But you see, Honorable Minister, with respect, why we ask these questions is that the general public is watching. At times we try to cast doubt as to even the work that the auditors have done.
Yes.
We challenge it to an extent that some of even the recommendations, the findings of the auditors and observations are wrong. And you see, that is the challenge that we have. Because once we do that, we give room for some of these infractions to further on. Yes, we learn lessons, but in learning the lessons, we must be able to admit that some of these things that we did are the reasons why the auditors raised those issues. Otherwise, people aren't going to learn, because it feels like he's justified enough to give a reason for his answer. And that is the problem. You see, when you take these observations of the auditors, they are just three. The first one, we had a challenge with it, vehemently saying that cannot be the case. The second one, we tried to justify that. He tried to justify that by saying we even raised queries and issues with it ourselves. But we ended up sending it, assuming, Minister, assuming that the minister had found the 35 million. The Minister for Finance had found the 35 million and paid that. Let's be candid. We would have said that, oh, it came. We would therefore have used all manner of ways to make sure that documentations were prepared to the tune of those amounts. But as we sit now, you and I know that if you challenge a documentation, so on what basis and what supporting documents did you send those claims to the Ministry of Finance to pay? And that is the question under contention.
Well, that is why I perfectly, first and foremost, will commend the Finance Minister for requesting the auditors to audit all these things before payment is done. And I'm on record as having commended that action, because it's helped saved the state a lot of monies that would have been paid for things that were not done. You are right also in questioning our internal auditor, and that's why we brought him here, because normally they should see documents before processing and advancing further, and it should be no document, we are taking no action. Unfortunately, most times we have relied on people's words that they will provide, as he is admitting that the police first sent a bill. The executive chair said he was shocked himself because initially they were paying for some of the cost, but then because they raised the concerns and the police said, we'll bring you documents later, they forwarded it for payments, and maybe no follow-up was made for those documents. And as we speak now, nothing has truly been submitted. And I believe the education part is for me where I'm enjoying, that internal auditors should know that you don't agree to forward something to Ministry of Finance for payment when all documents have not been submitted. You don't use somebody's word that we will bring. That is the essence of internal auditing before payments have done. So this is not something I want us to spend a lot of time on. The auditors are right, the committee is right. And we commend the Finance Minister for inviting the auditors to look into some of these payments for verification before he moves ahead to do it.
Minister, you see, I am glad. But when these special audits are made and rejections are made, the first people that are accused of wrongdoing are the people at the ministry and the politician who is the minister. When all these rejections are made, the former ministers and people in those institutions that these claims were sent to and the rest are the first people to be blamed. The former administration, you see the amount of money that would have been paid to people. I say this because today we are sitting here, maybe at the negligence or otherwise of somebody, a blame and aspersions has been cast on somebody. Because this special audit and how it came about and some of these things, and the rejections, the huge numbers that we are talking about, over billions and billions and all of these things, presumably we're seeing like, oh, was being put in by somebody and payment would have been.
Yes, so Minister.
Thank you very much for raising. This. I'm even a victim of that. We just concluded the Accra 2026 Senior Athletic Championship. Athletes from various countries came with their voting polls. And when they vote and it breaks, they say, Minister didn't buy correct voting polls for them. Meanwhile, all of them came from their own countries with their voting polls. And that is what is always being used. We didn't provide them with any voting poll that they use. What we provided was no use. So the political heads are always the victims.
Minister, so I'm just being curious. Police protection enshrined in the Constitution is their mandate to protect people at the stadium. Why are we, spending that huge amount on police? Which is their mandate to provide security? Why?
You are right to an extent, but when there's a tournament, there is some heavy movement than normal, and so they call something ration and maybe fuel for some other activities that they may not have budgeted for under their normal operations. But the figure, I think, raised some concern, and that is why the executive chair himself said when he received the bill, he was like a bit surprised, and something went wrong somewhere. I think the body was behaving individually. The hand was behaving like I am hand alone. The leg was leg alone. They were not communicating. So some of these things passed. People took advantage of it.
And yeah. So, the reason why I'm curious is I'm surprised because if it were investigation, police would have, if it were a different entity, police would have set investigation in place. But here are they, this is not good for the image of Ghana Police Service, especially spending such a huge amount and there's no documentation. Claiming that they have spent, claim that they have spent such amount and then there's no documentation from the Ghana Police Force, Ghana Police Service. It's indictment on them.
Honorable member, this is where, okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to come in and see if the internal auditor will redeem himself. You indicated that you were in communication or in contact with the police service for verification of whatever they submitted. When you were submitting the claim to the Ministry of Finance, did you add any note to that portion that relates to the Ghana Police Service? And don't forget that you're under oath, so be careful.
I will defer to the accounts because they did the submission, although we work as a team. So the head of accounts will answer that.
Thank you, Mr.
By the way, head of accounts then, he's no more with the, he's not the current head of account. I just want to, for emphasis, he was the head of accounts then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the accounts, we submit documents when they are minuted to us to take necessary action. And when we are compiling them for resubmission to Ministry of Finance, we aggregate them and submit them as such. And as long as they are liability, become liabilities, we submit them, we compile the list and submit them.
Without any supporting documents?
With supporting documents, of course.
What supporting documents did you add to this 35 million for the police?
There were no, apparently no supporting documents.
So why are you sending this into the finance ministry to pay when there are no supporting documents?
In fact, at that time, it was a transition period. And
what transition?
Say, please. See, we are not joking here. It cannot be a transition period because auditors tell us when this audit was done. Somewhere in June, right? So are you telling me June 2025 was a transition period? Respectfully, you have committed a serious blunder. Come sit here and give us explanation. And you want to explain it away politically. We have gone beyond that. You heard the minister just say. That. We have gone beyond that. You submit 35 million Ghana cedis claim to Ministry of Finance for payments without any claim. And then you sit here and watch the faces of Ghanaians and tell Ghanaians that when the auditors were conducting this audit, it was a transition period. My brother, don't say that. Don't say that. The transition period was between 10th of December to the 6th of January. The audit was conducted from June to somewhere in August. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. What it is that these submissions were made more than once. At the transition period, we submitted.
The transition period was between 6th of 10th to 6th. And at that time, I was at the Ministry of Finance, respectfully.
We did
so you cannot come and sit here and say something that is not true.
Mr. Chairman, Chairperson, thank you very much. We've noted it and we know.
Please.
Some of these is that had no proper supporting documents.
Minister,
have been submitted.
We will keep your internal auditor like that. Your finance director is rather making things worse.
Thank you very much.
Well, he was a former head of finance, so he's currently with what's your institution now? Agric. So he's now with Ministry of Agric.
You see, Minister, my suggestion, strong suggestion, is this. When we started and I said 107 million was rejected, the internal auditor, his answer was, oh, it's primarily exchange rate.
My name is Honorable Geoffrey Kinney, MP from Kwantasa, Finoti region, and a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman and everyone. My name is Frederick Yao Ahenkwa, Member of Parliament for German North, Nebron region, a member of the committee.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Misbahu Mahama Adams, MP for Myong constituency in the Northern region, and a friend to the committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexander Roosevelt Otoje, MP for Central Tong in the Volta region, and a member of the committee.
Benjamin Techi and Tiedu, Clerk to the Public Accounts Committee. Thank you.
Cletus Seydou Dapla, MP for Jirapa, member of the committee.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Frank Yeboah. I'm the MP for Achuma North in the Ashanti region, and I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Godfred Seydou Jesau. I'm MP for Wa East. I'm a member of the committee. Thank you.
My name is Abna Osayasari, Member of Parliament for Itiwa East and the chairperson of the committee.
Good morning. My name is Samuel Atamils, MP for Commander Edina Iguafo Abrem. I'm the ranking member of the committee, but presiding today. Don't call me Madam Chair, because I'm a man.
My name is Kwame Jijoli Gakpe, Member of Parliament for Keta and the Deputy Ranking Member for the committee.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. I'm Alhaj Muhammad Bawa Brahima, MP in Jurasne Chedumasi, a member of this committee.
Auditors, please.
Good morning, Chairman. My name is Ajin Evans Kobina, Regional Auditor, Central Region.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. My name is Michael Addo, Assistant Auditor General, Audit Service.
All right. What we'll do is that I'll call the first 9 assemblies. You will come in, we'll administer the oath. Then I'll call you one by one for us to go through. Let's do that so that we can finish on time. So the first 9 that came in, we have Gomoa Central. Come and we'll administer the oath. Asin South District, Gomoa East, Asin Fosu Municipal, Ekumfi District, Chifo Etimokwa, Chifo Heman Lower Dentra, and Aguna West District. And there's a common fund administrator here.
Microphones.
Common fund. And please join them and then let them administer the oath. And if Zoom line is here, you may join them and then administer the oath.
Do in the name of Almighty God swear that the evidence that shall be before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Okay, can we get Gomoa Central to sit, please?
I, Annabella Santoabua,
Do in the name of Almighty God swear
do in the name of the Almighty God swear
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue
touching the matter in issue
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
All right. Would you introduce yourself to the committee, please?
Thank you, sir. My name is Adewe. Good morning, Honorable Chair and other panel members. My name is Hakman Kobina Edu, the DC for Gomoa Central.
Okay.
Please, Honorable Chair, my name is Ruby Sichope Besaga, the District Coordinating Director for Gomoa Central District Assembly.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Simo Yao Ajinyon, the District Finance Officer.
Thank you. My name is Isahaku Hamdu, District Internal Auditor.
Right. And Madam, if you could introduce yourself.
I am Annabelle Abua, DACF.
Okay. Just to let all of you know, you are live on Parliamentary TV. You are live on Facebook, and you are live on so many other social media handles. So just watch it. Madam, DACF, what position?
I'm the Principal Operations Manager.
Okay, all right. Now, Gomoa Central, let's start with your infractions. And the first one is on, when it comes to the accounts, paragraph 189. And Honorable Frank Yeboah will be taking care of that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Gomoa Central. You're welcome. You've been chasing.
Please, thank you.
You've been chasing the government for money, for funds. Meanwhile, your internally generated fund is sitting somewhere with other people to be collected, totaling 152,930. But you managed to collect just 36,000, leaving 116,298. Why should it be so? Thank you.
The said amount has been resolved.
I've heard that one, but the question is, why should you be chasing the government to give you funds? Meanwhile, in your own district, some people are owing you that you need to collect. Why you couldn't collect it for the whole year? Why?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the chunk of the money was from Ghana, Vodafone Ghana Limited. We were chasing them severally. They were. The chunk of the money comes from the Vodafone Ghana Limited. We were chasing them severally, but they were not paying. Later on, we got our prosecutor to file some summons, and they paid. And the other one to have to deal with some of our ratepayers. They are these petty traders, and when you go to them, they give complaint every now and then. And later on, we're able to retrieve all those amounts involved from them, and they were able to pay all. And the auditors came to verify it. Thank you.
We'll go for the verification. So how is it like? What happened in 2025? Did you manage to, or have you improved in the collection?
Yes, we've improved upon the collection very well. And I think 2025, we're able to even exceed our target by, about 10%.
Oh, thank you. Auditors, they are claiming that they've collected 116,298. Can you confirm, please?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that the entire amount has now been collected.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm done. That'll be it. Thank you.
Sir, Gomwa Central, please, do you know the law on the collection of monies, that funds on behalf of the state? Do you know the law on how long you are supposed to hold that money for?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think when the money is collected, within 24 hours, we are supposed to pay into the account.
So when the auditors came, they cited this infraction. You went through your 30 days and then the exit conference and everything. You still hadn't gotten the money at that time?
Yes, Madam Chair. For example, Vodafone Ghana, in fact, we were on them several times. They were not paying for about 3 consecutive years. They were not paying. So the money accumulated to some huge sum of money.
So once you know the law, can we please stick to the law and abide by the law, especially when it has to do with corporate organizations? They should do better.
Yes, Madam
You
Chair.
understand? So insist on applying the law and not
Madam.
break it for you to be cited, for you to come all the way to this place to answer something that could have been done immediately, even whilst the auditors were there.
Yes, Madam. Thank you very much. Okay.
Gomwa Central, understand that with the infractions, you have the most. And most of it is on accounting. And if I were you, you are the head of accounting, right?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, it means you have a lot of work to do. Collection, the first one was collection. The next infraction is on lorry parks and sand winning. Amount unaccounted for was 13,386, and this was from 5 collectors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think they've been able to account for it. And
So it's not about they've now collected it. You sat down for 5 collectors to keep 13,386.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Honorable Chair, I think the amount were actually collected at the time of the audit. But when the auditors finished, I don't know what actually happened. So I showed to them.
Sir.
And, yes, sir.
Sir, your statement, let's go through an exercise.
Yes, please.
How long did the auditors spend at your place?
For about 3 weeks.
About what?
3 weeks.
3 weeks?
Yes, please.
And before they left, they sat down with you?
Yes, please.
And then when they went about 2 weeks later, you got a management letter, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
If you add the 2 weeks to the 3 weeks, how many weeks now?
Yeah, about 5 weeks.
5 weeks. And in the management letter, how many weeks did they give you for you to collect this amount of money so that it doesn't get into the report? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Honorable Chair.
When they wrote the Mr. Chair and Honorable Chair, they are the same.
Thank you.
They gave you the management letter. And you were supposed to report in how many days?
Within 30 days.
Within 30 days.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
And that if you didn't report, if you didn't get the money within the 30 days, what would happen?
It would have been, we have asked the police to be involved to make sure we get this.
Sir,
but
you are live on national television.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
You just took an oath.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
To do what?
To speak the truth.
You said you collected it during the audit.
Yes.
Are you trying to tell me that after the management letter, you collected the money within 30 days?
Honorable Chair, what actually happened that within...
Did you collect the money within 30 days?
Yeah, part of the money were being collected before the audit. But, so we gathered the receipts that the collectors brought. So we will compile it and then we'll show it to the auditors. And the date of the correction were stated on the control receipt book that we showed to the auditors. So part of it was collected even before the audit.
Sir,
yes.
Didn't you go through with the exit conference with the auditors about the money?
Yes, Honorable Chair. So we went through with them, and then finally we came to an agreement and they verified.
Auditors, could you confirm if this man collected the money within 30 days?
Honorable Chair, this infraction was actually brought to the attention in the course of the audit. The revenue could not be accounted for at the time. It was after the report that they were able to provide the necessary documents to account for that revenue. If he is indicating that the money was collected before even the audit or even at the time of the audit, the issue is that they could not provide evidence of that during the audit. We could not account for it. And so the issue was raised in our report. And subsequent to the audit report, they brought the documents to account for the revenue.
The accounting officer, right?
Yes.
Your proper title?
District Finance Officer.
District Finance Officer. Your name again?
Simon Yao Ajinyo.
Did you hear what the auditor said?
Yes, please.
That you didn't collect it within the 30 days. Did you hear that?
Yes, Honorable Chair, I heard it.
So you telling us, this committee, that you collected in 30 days, is that true or false?
Honorable Chair, within the 30 days, we collected it and then we...
That would have become like revenue to the LOC, but this payment was not done, though it was generated and submitted by the CDM that this is the team for Ghana and these are the officials, and it is upon that submission that that bill was generated.
Okay.
In a way, that one also is understood as something that should not be treated as a liability. We don't have to treat it as a liability.
So I am glad that this 107 million was rejected. And I don't know. Ghanaians, I hope you are watching. That's Ministry of Sports. And this is what happened in 2024. Sending payments to Ministry of Finance without any supporting documents. I wouldn't even bring that one in because there was a transition. We done? Okay. Minister, all that I will ask you is watch your accounting department and have another person watching them. You are discharged, sir.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Chair and the committee, for indulging us. I want to thank you so much for the opportunity and for the education, and especially for the opportunity I had to state that the athletes who came and broke their voting polls, Ghana didn't give them those voting polls. They came with their own voting polls. And
Minister, this is not the platform to explain yourself.
I'm thanking you for giving me the opportunity.
So you go straight away to that
to tell them.
This is not the platform for that.
Thank you.
Organize your usual press conference and then tell the people of Ghana, but not here.
All right, let's go Minister of Communications.
Prime Minister, thanks for coming with the full team.
Hey, be nice to her. Why? What's your problem? Be nice to her.
You say I should be nice to her.
Yes. You, every woman is your girlfriend.
There's a Bible there, and then the old thing over there.
So please restart.
All right. I, Samuel Nati George.
I, Sylvia Amoro.
Do in the name of Almighty God swear.
That
the evidence I shall give before this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Honorable Minister, you and your delegation, introduce yourself to the committee. Pull it down. No, pull it down.
My name is Sylvia Amoro. I am the Director of Finance of the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Alexander Yao Afo, Chief Director, Ministry of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Samuel Nate George, Member of Parliament for Ningo Pram Pram and Minister of Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations, and a former member of the Public Accounts Committee. A member in good standing, 8 years solid member of the committee.
That's right.
As we speak, you are not a member. We are not accepting you as a former member either.
Okay. Honorable Abno Siasar will handle Minister of Communications.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Did you say Honorable Abina is going to handle our question?
Yes, please.
The way she has charged and hinted that is even disowning me as a member of the committee, then you are leading me into her hands. Chairman, this one, you are feeding your brother to the lioness.
Thank you. Minister, I'm sure you've seen the reports, and you know my worry is the huge amount that you have to justify before payment. A total of 1.79 billion was submitted, and the ministry was able to validate just 821 million. The auditors are asking that you validate 708 million of the amount you submitted. I am worried that you send amounts to the tune of 1.7 billion, and it's just 800 of that you are able to validate. Please help us here.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I am more worried than you are, because this is public funds, and if the Honorable Finance Minister had not instituted this audit, and it was just a matter of paying requests that were sitting, we may have gone down a certain route. Of the 1.7 1,792,950,003 Ghana cedis that was submitted. We were able to validate 821,718,350 Ghana cedis. 263,078,152 was rejected.
Minister, I'll come to the rejection, but okay. My worry now is the huge amount of 708 million that you need to verify, justify.
I'm just coming to that.
That's
the
708. I'll come to the rejection later.
The 708,153,501 Ghana cedis happens to be just one project. Yes, one. It's just one project.
One.
Yes, and that's why.
Yes.
Chair, I said I am deeply worried.
I am too. I am too.
It has to do with the intention of the ministry dating back to about 2020, 2021 to construct a cybersecurity building and procure cybersecurity software. Chair, the reason I'm worried, or I said I'm worried, is when I took over the ministry, it was one of the first things I tried to look into. Because from my office, when I look out the window, I see the intended site for that building. Now, we had a claim that was made of 708 million Ghana cedi. However, already the government of Ghana has paid 14,336,738 US dollars. 14,336,738 million US dollars 50 cents. All the ministry has to show for that, Madam Chair, is the foundation of a building. That is all the ministry has to show for that amount of money that has been paid.
So the 708 million Ghana cedis, what was it for?
Additional requests the ministry had made to finance to pay.
But this is a capital project.
Yes, please.
And for capital projects, you only pay what or the investment you have made into it.
IPCs
such
need
that
to be
if
generated.
it's a project, you pay, you raise a certificate to the tune of that the quantum of the work done before you are paid. So how come we are asking government to cough 708 million Ghana cedis for a capital project that hasn't been completed to the tune of 708 million Ghana cedis?
So further breakdown, the project was comprised of software and the building. Now for the software, we had paid 10,930,069 million US dollars 20 cents, 10.93 million US dollars to an Israeli company called Rayzone Limited. And then 3,406,669 million US dollars for the construction to Mendana and Susa. 3,406,669 million 30 cents US dollars had been paid to Mrs. Mendana and Susa for the civil works construction. So it means that the foundation we see there, we had paid 3.4 million US dollars just for the foundation. And then there had been additional requests to the finance ministry that came to about another 383 million Ghana cedi, 383,966 and 90 million Ghana cedis, again on the building. Now, for the software, the ministry has not received any work or anything for the $10.9 million that had been paid, and there was an additional request of 324 million Ghana cedis still on the software. Because, Madam Chair, what I'm explaining to you here is the taxpayer has paid $14.3 million. 10.9 for the development of the cybersecurity software, 3.4 million for the construction of the building itself. That's been paid. So that's not part of this audit. Yes. Now, this audit is because there were additional requests from my predecessor at the ministry to finance for an additional 324 million Ghana cedis to be paid on the software, and then 383 million Ghana cedis to be paid on the building. That is the outstanding 708 million that you see the audit flagging that we need to justify.
Minister, I want to get something clear.
Sure.
The software of 10.93 million.
Yes.
We don't have any evidence of the company providing it to the ministry, even though 10.93 million had been paid to the company.
I met with the company. I summoned the company from Israel when I became minister.
Okay.
And demanded to see work that had been done. They said they had done a baseline study and that they were waiting for additional payment before they go into the development phase.
Minister, do you have a copy of their contracts? And what does the contract say in respect of payments to this? And Minister, those who facilitated the payments to that tune, what did they see to warrant that amount of payment? What invoices, what actuals did they receive or were they given to enable them push 10.93 million to the company?
Madam Chair,
this evidence should be at the ministry clearly if these amounts have been paid.
Madam Chair, getting the documentation has been like treading a needle. My chief director who sits here was director of finance at the time. A lot of the documentation ended up only at the minister's office, didn't even go down to the chief director's office. The Cybersecurity Authority has absolutely no documentation whatsoever. We've managed to pool a number of documents which we can make available to this committee. But, Madam Chair, to answer the specific question of what was seen before the 10.9 was paid, I would have said you and I were not there. I wasn't there, but you were there. You were the finance ministry. But it may not have come to you directly. But this was paid.
Did the audit say that this payment came from the finance ministry?
Yes, it was paid from finance.
No, in this, did they say the payment came from the finance ministry?
This audit did not deal with the 10.9 that has been paid already.
So, but Minister, I mean, let's be devoid of politics and everything. This is a very serious issue.
Sure.
And I want to get to the bottom of it.
Sure.
I was at the Ministry of Finance. This pertains to Ministry of what? Communication. So let's speak to that, devoid of politics, devoid of all the things that we want the TikTokers to carry around. But this is a very serious issue. 10.93 million for no work done, no evidence, as you are saying. It's serious. So, Minister, let's get to the bottom of this.
Madam Chair.
And then the 708 million.
I am getting to the bottom of it. And this is not, I told you, this is one of the things that has left me very worried, and I've referred it to the Attorney General.
I was worried myself when I saw 708 million meant for validation out of 1.7 million that came to
Madam
Ministry
Chair,
of Finance.
You know that there is, because of your previous role, you know that there is no minister who can make payments on behalf of the government of Ghana without it coming through the Ministry of Finance. As Minister for Communication today, any payment I need to make, I send it to Finance. Finance validates it, approves it, and sends it to the Controller General, who makes the payment on behalf of the ministry against my ministry's votes. And so that's why I'm saying that this 10.9 could not have been paid from any other source except through the Ministry of Finance, which was done.
No, that is what everybody comes to say here. But I'm saying that definitely it's initiated from the Ministry of Communications. And that is why I am asking, there should be some level of evidence for Ministry of Communications to initiate these amounts from their ministry to the Ministry of Finance.
Madam Chair.
You know, we work with the GIFMIS. And with these things, you need to attach documents. Finance Director, do you just get up and bring letters to Ministry of Finance to pay? Definitely, you would come with supporting documents. You heard the Ministry of Sports just leave here, and they had to confess that for one reason or the other, they were waiting for evidence that did not come, and then straight away they sent it to Ministry of Finance, and the auditors flagged it. So I'm asking, there was no evidence of work done, there was nothing, and then this was pushed through for Ministry of Finance to pay. Then we all have a big problem in this country. We all have a big problem in this country. If this is how the payments were effected, we all have a big problem in this country. Finance Director, tell me something.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair and Chairman, for the opportunity. As you rightly said, finance will not pay anything without it passing through the user ministry. And so a letter comes to the ministry, and then we would process it through the gift mix. And so that is exactly what it is. So as at
so on what basis was this process through the gift mix? It is worrying. It is very worrying that there's no evidence of work done, and the minister is saying 10.93 million was paid for the software and civil works to the tune of $3.4 million, and now the auditors are saying that you have come up with a request of 708 million. I was of the view that usually with capital expenditure, you pay for work done. So for the ministry to push through 708 million Ghana cedis when work hadn't been done, I also have a problem with that one. And maybe that is why the auditors flagged it and said they needed justification before we pushed this through.
Madam Chair, so that
yes, Minister.
we put this in clear perspective, there are two separate issues that are before the committee here. The 780 million Ghana cedis, which has been flagged, sorry, 708 million Ghana cedis, which has been flagged by the auditors, which are requests for payments that were made from the Ministry of Communication in 2022 to the Ministry of Finance, were not paid in 2022, were not paid in 2023, were not paid in 2024. And when Honorable Atuforsen took over in 2025 and caused the special audit to be done, flagged it again and said, we are not seeing the required documentation to support that payment. That is one issue. The other issue is what has already been paid, which was paid in 2021. Part of those payments were done as under the consideration of advanced mobilization. But we all know that advanced mobilization should not exceed 15% of the contract volume. And so when you have, Madam Chair, if you please let me, if you have a contract where the whole contract sum, both building and software, is about $50 million. About 50 million, was in the region of about 50 million for the entire project. And already you are having 14.350 for the two, yes. For the two projects. For the two, for okay. Both software and hardware.
Yes.
I'll get you the full exact amount. But for example, I have a letter here which was dated 11th of February, sorry, 11th of August 2022 from the Ministry of Communication, 11th August 2022 from the Ministry of Communication to the Honorable Minister for Finance. Heading, payment request, technical operationalization. Sorry, there's somebody who thinks they own my phone. They keep calling repeatedly.
Minister, I mean, I understand that. So 1 minute, let me just.
Okay.
Now you are saying that the software of 10.93 million and then the civil works, it was because advanced mobilization was paid. But even that one, it was breached. So, I mean, yeah,
that's why I'm reading this letter, because that payment...
Because 15% should be about 7.5 million and not the 14 million that has been paid.
Madam Chair,
so even that's one,
yes,
there's been a breach.
And that's why I'm saying that payment was done, and there was even a follow-up letter. The follow-up letter is what I'm referencing, 11th of August 2022. The letter is headlined, Payment Request, Technical Operationalization of the Cybersecurity Authority. The Ministry of Communication and Digitalization forwards herewith a letter received from the Cybersecurity Authority with accompanying invoices from Ray Zone Group Limited and Mendana and Souza, the contractors for the technical operationalization of the Cybersecurity Authority. The breakdown of payments made so far is as follows. Then for Ray Zone, milestone, advance payment, amount requested, 13,590,000. So 13.59 million US dollars. Amount paid, that's the 10.93 that we've paid. Amount outstanding, 4.837. Then for the next milestone, PDR, 9.06 million US dollars, which had not been paid. So this request, sorry? No, software alone.
All this software.
All of software. So there was a request on the 11th of August 2022 for 13.897 million US dollars to be paid on the software. Now on the civil works, advance payment was 4.023 million, 4,023,000 on the civil works. Amount paid was 3.406 million. So there was an outstanding.
Minister, the 708 million.
Yes.
Does it come from the 50 million US dollars?
Yes.
It comes from the 50 million
Yes.
US dollars.
That was supposed so that was supposed to be the outstanding payments left on this project.
So okay, in dollar terms, it is 50 minus the 14 million.
It should be.
So that's 36 million outstanding. And then when you translate 36 million into dollars into cedis, what do you get at that rate? Is that the 708? I just want to establish the 708 million first. Yes.
Madam Chair, I would get us to, we have a soft copy of a docket on all the documentation that we've been able to retrieve from the confidential registry at the Minister's Secretariat. It doesn't give you all the documentation because when you follow the sequence, you realize that there are gaps here and there. But at least it gives you a sense of where we are sitting, because I have here another document which was supposed to be, for example, we have the specific warrant that made those payments. But the question that, and why I said I am worried, is that if we've paid $3.4 million US dollars on civil works, and the entire project civil works was supposed to be in the region of, it was, the whole civil works was actually less than 14 million.
So, the civil works is less than the actual cost of the software.
Yes, please. The civil works was a small component
because you said
of the amount.
The total is 50 million US dollars.
Yes. So the software, and like I said, we will get you the full contract sums, but clearly for $3.4 million, the Ministry of Communication should have more than a foundation, and there should be no request for additional payments until we had gotten the value of what we had paid. As well, when it comes to the software, for 10.9 million US dollars, we should not have only had a baseline study, because when I met with the contractor, Ray Zone, from Israel, when I asked what they have for the ministry with the monies we have paid, they said to me that they have conducted a baseline study. I demanded that that baseline study should be submitted to me for my study. They said they had outstanding payments which needed to be made before they could even release the baseline study. And that is the outstanding payments which you see reflected.
Minister,
yes.
With this, clearly we'll have to refer this matter to the Attorney General for us to look at the milestones in there. Whether what warranted the payment of 10.93 million. Maybe there's, I don't know if
Madam Chair, I have written to the Attorney General because
yes.
As far as I'm concerned,
yes.
This is a matter that must be investigated for us to ascertain and possibly even recover monies that are due to the state for work that money that was paid for work that has not been done.
Maybe they defined the baseline in the contracts, but then what does the baseline include? Does it involve Ghana giving away 10.93 million for what work done?
And Madam Chair, you would agree with me that even if the contract warranted us paying in total 14 million, which is what they are claiming for the baseline study, that in itself, the fact that that was signed in a contract does not make it legal. Because our legal regime says you cannot pay more than 15% to anybody for mobilization.
Advance mobilization.
So, yes. And this is classified as advance payment in the letter I have read.
The advance payments per the contract should be 7.5 million.
Absolutely.
Clearly. I mean,
absolutely. And that should be for both the civil works and the software.
Yes.
But here you are seeing software alone taking in excess of the 15%. And that's why I'm saying that even as a minister, I err and sign a contract that breaches the PFM, the Ministry of Finance ought not to have honored that request on the mere fact that advance payment should not exceed 15% of the value. And so I'll be grateful if this committee also calls upon the Attorney General to expedite and constitute a thorough investigation, because I believe that, and I made a point clear to them, this contract was signed sometime in 2021. The technology they were offering the government of Ghana is obsolete today when it comes to cybersecurity. And when I asked for a review, they said it will come with additional cost. And so I have indicated that as a ministry, we are not willing to proceed with this.
Then the 708 million will not stand in the books.
Absolutely not.
Would have to reject it outright.
Outright. Because we don't intend to justify it because there is no justification for it.
You will have to reject it.
Yes.
Auditors, you have to include it in the 263 million rejected amount, because clearly from what the minister is telling us, there is no way they can justify the 708 million Ghana cedis in there. Moreover, it's a capital expenditure. And with capital expenditure, you only pay what has been executed. And pay the certificates. So if clearly, one, there's no certificate to that tune, two, they can't justify, there's nothing to show for the payment, this cannot stand in the books. And I mean, in as much as Ministry of Finance presented this, Ministry of Communication should not also have presented the amount in the first place.
I agree, 100%, Madam Chair. Because
this should not have even gone to Ministry of Finance in the first place, because there's no justification for it. Nothing to show, no work done. But the issue at stake is beyond this. It is very serious. And we as citizens and we as members of this committee will also have to probe further to establish what exactly is the situation. Because even if it's advanced mobilization payment, it's 15%, and 15% of 50 million cannot be $14 million. And so we will have to look into this and take it from here and see how best we can resolve this situation. If we will have to call on the contractors, based on the outcome of the investigations, for us to be reimbursed with some monies, so be it. But then we will have to go through this situation, go through this information that you have given to us thoroughly, and we on our own as a committee cannot do that. But we will have to refer it to the Attorney General to take it up from here and see how best we can resolve this situation as soon as possible. $14 million is no chicken change. Yes, it is huge.
And Madam Chair, I'm grateful if this committee would do that referral, because from the documents we see, you realize that the companies applied for 30% as advanced mobilization, and that's what the ministry sent to finance. And like you rightly pointed out, the fact that a contractor has requested for 30%, the minister responsible for communication ought to know what the PFM dictates and not even bring that request to finance. And when it gets to finance, finance ought to have rejected it as well. And so it appears that there were lapses at multiple layers, but I think that for work that has been done that we have seen, and the amount of money we have paid, the Ghanaian government is owed a refund of some level. It will be important that the Attorney General starts the processes for an audit to be done of the work that is claimed to have been done. Let us do an assessment of it, value that, and see if the work that has been done matches the 14 points
Certainly.
that has been paid. Fine.
Certainly.
If not, the contractors, Rayzone Limited, Rayzone Company Limited, and Mendana and Souza must be made to refund money back to the exchequer.
So we will refer it to the Attorney General and all the relevant agencies that the Attorney General will need to support his office come up with the relevant reports to enable us to take it up from there. And so that is what we will do. And then there was also an amount rejected of 200 and you want to, yeah, someone wants to.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. Madam Chair, Minister, I think the last portion of your answer is a bit striking, and I believe that is where we probably may have to take it from, rather than being tentative with some of the conclusive comments I would want to make. Because now we would want to say that we would have to do a proper assessment of work done. And I'm doing that, just opposing that with the letter that you read, which the letter indicated some milestones. And the milestones came with some valuations to the milestones and some payment made against that. One was about a 13 million for one milestone and 10 million was paid. And one was about 9 million and some amount was paid. And for the civil works, the milestone required 4.03 million and 3.4 was made. So it tells you that there were some indications that required certain payments. And per the letter, maybe there's another letter. I'm trying to make a point based on the letter you read and the milestones. And I'm just opposing that with the report in front of us. The auditors, per the amount of monies that were given to them, validated some. And said for others where they could not validate, there ought to be some documentations, and they made recommendations as to weak documentations and lack of proper records and development of contract and a payment monitoring system. Because for commitments, 461 million, and they validated 129. It means there were some documentations given to them, and they found it necessary in some of them to make that. And for the other one was 1.2 billion, in which they made a validation of about 600 million. So based on that, there were some documentations upon which they needed further. Because if you look at the report, there were portions that they outrightly rejected. And there were portions that they said that it needs to be verified for payments to be made. So I believe that in order for us to make conclusive, we must therefore be assessing the work, the contract, and whatever. Advanced mobilization and whatever requests, those are differential matters, because I believe that those ones would also have been raised by the auditors. But we must be looking at the milestones per the letter from the cyber security that was read. At least we have to get a copy of that to know which milestones they were talking about and why those demands were made and certain payments made against those demands. And I believe
if I can come in, the auditors have not validated any payment on the cybersecurity building, please. The $14.3 million that was paid was not up for audit.
No, the reason why I'm saying,
if you can let
with
me.
respect, the money is not a stand-alone money. The 708 is not a stand-alone money. Based on the report that we have, it is portions of commitments in one angle and claims in another angle. The commitment were 461 million. And the amount validated in the commitments was 129 million. And in the claims was 1.2 million. And the amount validated in the claims was 614 million.
Chair, you are confusing the issues.
No.
The amount, Chair, no. You see, you should allow us to.
Have you seen the copy of the?
Chair,
that is why I'm
Chair,
saying that we must also take our time.
Report. No, there is nowhere in the report you are reading where it says that the 129 million that was validated referenced the cybersecurity building.
But
the ministry had,
but
please,
you see, in
no,
this
Chair,
report,
the ministry had other.
With respect, you see, that is what I'm reading from the report.
No, Chair, but I'm asking you. Let's not mislead ourselves and confuse ourselves.
No, wait.
If you would let
that is why we would want clarity on it. That is why I'm saying I am reading from the report.
And what you are reading wrong. So allow me to correct you.
No. If you say that one, I would disagree. Wait.
Do you see in the report that the validated commitments refer to the cybersecurity building?
But there is nothing that the event
and that is why I am saying to you that we did the validation.
So don't
you
say
didn't do
I am reading wrong. I am only telling you that based on the report here.
If they validated Digital Youth Village, which is a completely different project, and that has been validated, how do you want to equate that to saying that they validated
is not an equation. We are talking about
cybersecurity?
We are talking about monies that they put into this. And that is why I said there are portions of all the monies that they've put in here that they've totally rejected.
Everything that is in our audit relevant to cybersecurity building has been rejected. Don't befuddle the issues.
No, it has not been rejected.
It has.
It is based on validation. Because we said the 708 is related to the cybersecurity. And that one has not been rejected. They said that amount to be justified before payment. That is not rejection. But when you come, they have amount rejected, 263. So let us take our time.
The amount that is rejected is because the ministry has confirmed to the auditors that there is no payment to be made whatsoever.
Yes. So they are different.
So you cannot compare apples and oranges and seek
but
to
you
equate.
said the 708.
Honorable, if you ask a question and you won't allow us to answer,
I have given you the opportunity.
You would engage in a monologue. Allow us to answer.
You said the 708 is in respect of one project.
Honorable, ask your question and I'll answer. I won't engage in a banter with you.
You said the 708 is in respect of one particular project. And that has not been rejected. They said there ought to be validation before payment. And that is why I'm saying that we must be not so much conclusive about that. Where the rejections have been made, it has been stated clearly. And per the letter you read that there were milestones and the rest. And I'm saying that for us to be able to do that, let us all take our time and do those compositions of the milestones and wherever we've got into before those conclusions can be made. Because you also even said that we needed to therefore call them and therefore they should produce that one and even do evaluation. They said they will not do and that we are going to cancel that one. But I'm saying that we are only looking at what has been written here and the two figures. That is all that I'm saying.
Okay.
So it is not that anybody is reading wrong. And that one, I respectfully would want you to know that I'm not reading wrong. I'm only reading the document in front of me.
Okay, honorable member.
Chair, if I could clarify, because you see, again, I maintain that the honorable member has misread the entire presentation.
No, I have not. No, you see, let us not go there.
If people appearing before your committee are not allowed to respond, but you've gone on a monologue.
You don't respond by saying I've misread it.
Okay.
The document in front of me in page 162 states three categorizations: commitment, claims, and arrears. No, that is not the angle we must go. And under commitment 461, parts of it has been justified. The others are waiting for justification. That is what is in it. The second one is claims. Part of it have been justified. Others have been rejected. Others are waiting for validation. And for even arrears, 77 million, all the 77 million except 10,000 has been rejected. So you can't say that I'm reading that wrong.
Okay.
That is the document we have in front of us.
Honorable member, let's hear what he's saying, and then we'll conclude. Because when it comes to rejections, auditors will do that.
I'm yet to even go to the rejections. So,
yes. Chairman, I am grateful.
Thank you.
We presented, in fact, we appeared before the auditors because the auditors had a number of requests that were before them that they needed to validate. Now, they were all not about one project. You had the Digital Youth Village, you had rural telephony, you had the regional innovation centers, you had Microsoft licenses. A number of issues were presented that came to the umbrella figure of 1,792,000,000. What I said here was everything relative to the cybersecurity building totaled 708 million.
Okay.
And on that building, nothing was validated. And the auditors, we said to the auditors, we don't have documents to support the claims that have been presented. And that's why it is tagged amounts to be justified before payment.
Yeah.
It does not mean that some portions of the payment were validated based on milestones. And that's why I said that impression being created is erroneous and we need to clarify it. So on the 708 million, it is everything related to the cybersecurity building. When it comes to things like the digital youth village
and the software,
yes, so the cybersecurity building is seen as one, both software and building. It's seen as one contract, and I think the civil is like a sub of the main contract. So when it comes to things like digital youth village, we presented all the IPCs, the work was inspected, validated, and that's how come it was cleared. And that's how come you have those ones validated for payment.
okay.
When it comes to rejected, and because Honorable Abena has not come into the rejected, I don't want to go into the details because I'm sure she may have questions to ask. But there were things that were raised for payments that we said to the auditors, on this one, there is no need to even debate anything. It ought not to be paid.
Okay.
So those ones were outrightly rejected because we said there is no need to even consider anything on this. This should not be paid. So those were outrightly rejected. Then for the ones that we had questions as a ministry on the validity of the request, the auditor said, provide documentation. We said, we don't have documentation. And that's the 708, and that's what we are saying should be investigated. Okay. Now, on the payment of 14.3 million, which is where I said we need to do an investigation. Yes. And that investigation will audit the amount of work that has been done. Chair, we as a ministry, before writing to the Attorney General, caused our own audit to be done of the work that is done. And that's why I referenced and said, for a foundation, you can't tell me that the foundation costs $3.4 million. Yeah. And so there ought to be some monies that will be refunded. And again, let us be clear, the last point I make, that all those payments came with a narration. The narrations were advance payments. And so there is no justification whatsoever you may want to give, whether based on how the contract was structured or the milestones in the contract. The milestones in a contract cannot supersede our Public Financial Management Act. The law says don't pay more than 15% to anybody. You can't bring an advance mobilization payment to finance for 30%. That in itself is wrong. And that's what I'm saying, and that is what was done. The documents we have here, all the advance mobilizations were for 30%. And so I'm saying that per the law, the contractors need to refund the 15%. In excess that was given to them, then they justify the reason why for the next milestone they must be paid those monies.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying. Let's not befuddle the issues, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Honorable Minister, we've already said that we'll refer this one to the Attorney General. But finance guy, you were there at the time. You are the finance guy, right?
Collected some. And
you collected fully?
No, we collected some. And the remaining ones were also collected.
So by telling us that you collected the money within 30 days, was that true or false?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. What I was trying to refer to is that part of it were collected during the audit.
I'm not worried about what you are trying to. Did you collect the full amount within 30 days?
No, please, Honorable Chair.
So what you said earlier that you collected the money, you collected some of it even before the auditors came. That was not true. Isn't that the case?
Honorable Chair, I'm sorry. Thank you, sir.
You have to withdraw and apologize.
I withdraw and I apologize accordingly.
We are not playing over here. You can't come and sit here and think you can tell us stories and get away with. That should be a lesson to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Because you could be cited with perjury. And do you know the consequences of Parliament charging with perjury? Look at all these infractions. All Gomwa Central. It looks like you really don't care about it. All right. Your ministry is listening to you. And you came from the Control and Accountant General's office, right?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Good. And he is also listening to you. Now, the next infraction is on paragraph 234.
So the finance aspect was handled by the finance unit of the ministry.
So you are now the chief director?
Yes, please.
At that time, you were director of finance?
No, director, general administration and finance.
Ah, general administration, okay.
At the time, we had one director for both general administration and finance. Now we have two different directors, but at that time he was director finance and general administration.
Okay, all right. We've already...
That's it. You were handling both finance and general admin. So yes. You can't tell me that these letters are sent without you seeing, because you are the boss of those two units.
Madam, those days you dare not. It moved from the minister's directorate straight to the chief director.
Okay, so I think, Madam, we've already...
There were issues about the rejected. If we could just clear those
yes,
for you.
Yes, I'll come to the rejected.
Okay.
Honorable Minister, again, out of the 1.792 million, 2 billion, 263 million was also rejected outright. Can you give me an idea of what is entailed in the 263 million amount and why the auditors rejected that amount outright?
Madam Chair, we realized that a number of them were duplications. So take, for example, the Digital Youth Village. The consultancy services for the Digital Youth Village came to 1,440,000. It had been paid already under claims and then had been duplicated. It had been paid under commitments. It was in the claims and then in the BTA as well. It had been paid already in one, or it had been validated in one, so you couldn't have the same payment in claims and BTA, so one had to be taken out. The same thing happened with the consultancy services for the regional innovation centers, which was just 170,965. Again,
the things you are mentioning are small.
Well, I'm coming.
So you just mentioned the big ones because this is 263 million.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I have my list. Mommy, if I change the formula, you'll be confused. Then the third one was the Microsoft license for Smart Workplace. That was 170,587,922. Now, the ministry contracts Microsoft on behalf of the country and buys a nationwide license for all of our institutions. The amount again is 170,587,922 Ghana cedi. And so when we do that, we contract on behalf of the state. However, that payment doesn't come out of our votes. It comes from Ministry of Finance. So it had been placed on our votes, but finance had paid already. So it had to be rejected off our books as well. Then in 2023, the ministry also bought set-top boxes. They bought about 350 set-top boxes, and there was some duties that had to be paid, demurrage and duties that had to be paid to the tune of 82,363,954 Ghana cedi. Madam Chair, I went to Cabinet and made a submission to Cabinet to have portions of the proceeds from the sale of 4G spectrum that we did in August last year to be allocated to offset that through the NCA. So that payment was made on the books of the NCA. And so we had to reject it off here so that we don't end up doing a double payment. So if you look at just those, and then there's exchange rate differences. The exchange rate differences relating to the cybersecurity building came to 8,504,584 Ghana cedi. So between the Microsoft license, the external payments, and so that covers the full scope of the rejections.
Okay. So thank you very much, Minister. I think per the reports from the auditors, we've had some answers that will need the help of the Attorney General to help us, one, validate those answers and also put things in the right perspective. And so we'll be happy to, as part of our recommendations, write to the Auditor General and bring this before the Auditor General. Minister, one other thing, which is not in the report, but we feel once you are here, we should ask you, is the poor quality of our networks. Minister, these days, it's very, very difficult to even make normal calls for 1-2 minutes consistently. So once you are here and we've had the opportunity to meet with you, I think we should bring this before you and then ask that you speak to the telcos, because it is getting bad, especially the biggest of them all, which you know. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you so much, and I share in the concern. In fact, the regulator carried out some work last year on the conditions, quality of service, and we engaged the telcos. This year in Q1, we issued a new policy directive on the standards that we use, the KPIs that we use to measure quality of service. And that was a policy initiative aimed at pushing the networks to invest in their network. Because, Madam Chair, the truth of the matter is we're all beginning to see the decline, because over the last decade, we have not seen a commensurate investment in the networks to match the switch in our phone culture. Over the last decade, a lot more people have moved from YAM phones to smartphones. A lot more people are now using data. Any country that wants to have resilient data must have fiber as its backbone, fiber to homes. So I'll use Parliament as an example. Parliament sits in the Osu catchment area. There are cell sites that service that entire area. Now imagine if we had reliable high-speed fiber, dedicated fiber to Parliament, the Parliament campus. It then means that at every point in time in Parliament, you have at least 500, between 500 and 1,000 active phones in the chamber, from MPs to parliamentary staff to visitors. Now, if all of those people use the network in the area, what it does is it clogs the network, and then even people in the surrounding areas will see a decline in their quality of service. But if Parliament had dedicated fiber and everyone in Parliament was connected to the Wi-Fi, it means that you have freed up spectrum capabilities in the Osu enclave. They will have a good quality of service. And that's why we are saying that every major building must now have fiber, so that when people are there, they move off the mobile service, because actually it is a mobile service. So it's supposed to be for people in motion. Those who are in a particular location should be connected to Wi-Fi. Now, in doing that, what we've done is we have changed the KPIs, like I said. At first, the companies, the MNOs will pass with a 3% call fail rate. We've dropped it to 1%. Now, what that has done is it has spared them to now invest in their networks. So, and I can share with you, for the purpose of this committee and because we are live on TV, what the antecedent has been. And I'll use MTN. They're the biggest network. In 2016, to deal with increasing growth in the market, MTN rolled out 134 new sites. And when we say sites, those are like what gives the connectivity, 134. In 2017, it went up to 352. In 2018, 300. In 2019, 352. In 2020, 200. 2021, 120. 2022, 343. 2023, 350. 2024, 30. 2025, which was last year, they did only 50 sites. With our directive this year, they are doing 800 new sites.
So with all this that is going on, you ask MTN, the infrastructure that they claim they are building, the monies that they get from users, is it commensurate with the infrastructure that they are building? Absolutely no.
Madam Chair.
Minister, absolutely no.
Madam Chair.
I understand that, but you see, for them to sit and enjoy the increase in users and then wait and wait and wait over a period of time before the minister says, add on this, add on that. All these monies that they were enjoying,
Madam Chair.
couldn't they have on their own increased these user sites that you are talking about? This is not good enough, Minister. We expect something to be done, and we expect it to be done sooner than, they are talking about, because now it is really, really bad.
Madam
In
Chair.
my constituency, Minister, it's like you just cannot make an MTN call.
Madam Chair, we are dealing with a decade of rot and lack of action, and it will not be fixed. Madam Chair, if you will, it
Minister,
won't be fixed
just listen
in
to me.
6 months. I've
a
heard you.
decade of whatever it is, were they not being paid for the increase in users?
They were, but
They
there
were.
was someone who was also being paid to make policy decisions.
They
It's
were.
a policy decision I have taken.
But as a private company on your own,
They are driven
you
by
look
profit.
at the quantum of monies that are coming in, and you don't even think that let me also improve my services to be, so that the users, the huge influx of users that are coming in, can at least enjoy not anything exceptional, but basic services.
Madam Chair, I do not stand here to defend any of the telcos. However, the role in which I sit here to serve the Ghanaian people. Whoever sits as MD of MTN is thinking of his shareholding and his profit margins. And as every private business, not just MTN, every private business will look at what they need to do to maximize profit within the legal regime.
But you maximize
For me,
profit,
what I have,
Minister,
and Madam Chair, the
maximize
point
profits.
I am making is
That is commensurate with service.
and that is why you have a regulator. Regulators have a role to protect the customer by taking policy decision. You had a decade where there was poor leadership. Over the decade, the average number of cell sites per year was 223 sites.
Minister,
And I'm saying to
but
you
we
that
will not
in this
sit
year
here
alone,
and put blame on
Madam
policy
Chair,
makers or whoever it is. They themselves, as a company, also ought to do. Yes, I'm saying it is neither here nor there, Minister. But all we are asking now is whatever has happened has happened.
Madam Chair, when
but
you ask
moving
the
forward,
question,
Minister, please, moving forward, we want something done. We want some actions taken, and the actions should be taken quicker than
Chair,
what they have told you.
Madam Chair,
Minister, that's
no.
all we are saying.
Madam Chair, but you need to
Respectfully.
listen to
No,
me.
I
Engineering
understand
is
what you
not
are saying.
sentiment.
Minister,
Engineering
it is
is not
about
sentiment.
sentiment. It is
I
about
have given
see,
a policy
in business. You look at
All
the
right.
monies that are coming to you, and you ought to direct the services. The services that you are also giving. So that's all I'm saying, Minister. This is not monologue. No,
you've made
Ghanaians
your point. Can you listen
are
to
sick
me?
and tired of the poor quality services that we are experiencing, and that's all we are saying, Minister. That is all we are saying. Maybe you think it is sentiment. It is not sentiment. It is the people of Ghana, the people in Etiwa East who are complaining. We cannot even make calls, and it's serious. So that's all I'm saying, Minister. All I'm saying is that whatever it is that you have put in place, let them expedite action, because they are making so much in profits. When you look at their financial statements, you look at the profits coming from the Ghana company alone. It is so much money compared to what is coming from the other countries. And so we expect some level of services that will help all of us. And that is all I'm saying, Minister. Thank you very much.
Now, Chair.
Yes.
The point I'm simply making is that I won't sit here to justify anybody, but private businesses are about making profits, and those profits they paid to you over 8 years at the Finance Ministry as corporate taxes. Policy decision and policy leadership ought to make sure that we took steps to protect the customer. And I'm saying that we, under this reset agenda and under a responsible government, have done so.
Minister,
800,
we beg you.
no, Honorable,
Minister,
I'm also a member of Parliament. Don't do this.
Minister,
you don't have,
we
you
beg
don't,
you.
please, I am on the floor,
Minister,
Honorable.
I understand.
Let me make my point. No, you won't heckle me. Don't play sentiment.
You, but we beg
Chairman,
you.
until and unless policy
and
decision
please,
is making,
Honorable,
Honorable, you need to rein in the Honorable member. She's being unruly.
No,
you are being unruly, please. This is unbecoming of a member of Parliament. Please, stop doing this.
Listen, you don't have the floor.
No, I have the floor. No, so you have asked me a question. Minister, I have the floor. You will let me answer the question.
Minister.
No, you will let me answer the question. No, you won't do that, Abina. You won't do that today. Let me finish.
Minister, respectfully.
Let me finish.
This is our committee.
No,
you don't tell us what you want to do.
But you've not brought me here to talk down on me as well.
Nobody is doing that to you.
I listen to you.
Minister,
go on. You will listen to me as well.
Respectfully.
We have asked
can you
them
turn
to
off your
roll
mic?
out. We have
Minister,
asked them.
Respectfully, can you turn off your mic?
The chair gave me the floor, please.
Minister.
Minister. Honorable, don't do this.
This is our committee. Minister, respectfully, I understand.
So if it's your committee, then don't invite us. But if you invite us, you ask us a question.
Minister,
so if you ask us a question, you listen to us as well.
Minister,
it's not a monologue.
Respectfully.
So respectfully, let me land.
We will let you land. Just a minute. Sites. Minister, respectfully, we will let you land.
It's the same
Minister,
thing
we are not coming to repeat anything. Respectfully, we will let you land. Please. Minister, we understand you are in an important position. We understand the sensitive role that you play. When you come here and we address issues, it is not that we want to talk anybody down. Never. You and I, we go beyond this. We go beyond this. It is not that we want to talk anybody down. But Minister, the situation is serious. And that is all the sentiments I'm trying to carry across.
And that's the point I'm making. That serious situations require serious actions. We didn't see that for 10 years. And I'm saying to you that we've given a policy direction in January. On the back of our policy direction, MTN is rolling out 800 new sites. Telecel is rolling out 350 new sites. Between those two companies, you see 1,150 new sites. However, that's why I said to you that this is engineering and not sentiment. When you ask an MNO to roll out a new site, there are steps that have to be taken. First and foremost, you need to do the acquisition of the site. Then you need to then make the requisition for the radio equipment and the cell sites. Those are not things that are, for want of a better phrase, in a supermarket that you just go and buy. You place an order with an OEM. The regulator, the NCA, is going through this process. Most of the MNOs are receiving their BTA devices between July and August. So yes, we have made the request. We have asked them to take the steps. They have taken the steps, but it takes time for the equipment to arrive in the country. And when the equipment arrives and they roll out the improvement, you would see the improvement in the network. But we cannot sit here. After 10 years of failing to take action, someone is taking action, and then you say that you want to see it as quickly as possible.
How many of the sites are they building this year?
This year, MTN is doing 800 new sites. Okay, so Telecel is doing 350 new sites. Okay. So we're looking at 1,150 new sites this year. And I'm saying to you that over the last 10 years, from 2016,
yes,
the average has been 223 sites per year. And so if this year we are doing 1,150, we are doing a 500% increase to try and cover. And that's why I'm saying that, yes, we all go through the challenge. But I'm saying to you that you cannot will some of these things into being with a snap of a finger. It takes time. No. And so I'm saying that we gave that order in the first quarter of this year. Minister, it will take about 3 to 6 months. I am confident that by the end of Q3 going into Q4, we would see a remarkable the chief director always signed most of those letters, but now I sign, but it's prepared by them, brought to me, and I sign. So it's not the normal practice that things will leave the minister's office straight to another ministry without going through the requisite administrative process.
So the shadow officers at the finance ministry, why they can't scrutinize this and then do the needful also?
Chair, unfortunately, I don't work at the finance ministry.
Okay, so on this note, you have seen what is happening in your ministry. You need to put measures in place, and I hope this your 1 million coder project also chop no come inside. That's my advice to you.
Oh, Chair, the 1 million coders program is the flagship program of the president. There is no way there'll be chop. I've seen some things flying on social media, but Chair, those are requests that we have made. And what they are flying around and saying are scandals on 1 million coders are a request for commitment authorization that was signed by the chief director in January this year. So when Parliament approved our budget, for all the line items that we have for this year, 1 million coders, our procurement plan, basically our procurement plan for the year, we did a full list of about almost 60 things, girls in ICT, and did one umbrella letter to the Ministry of Finance saying, this is our spending plan for the year. We are asking for commitment authorizations. That doesn't mean that the money has been released to us in full. And Chair, I'll give you just a typical example, because I've seen all the commentary that's going on. They say we are paying 2 million Ghana cedi as sensitization on SIM registration and CEIR. As we roll out a SIM registration process, Chair, it's important that we educate the public on what the process is going to be, true or false. For the whole country, the media budget for the whole country running a media campaign is 2 million Ghana cedis. How much does it cost to just run adverts for 3 months on Asasi, or to run it on Joy?
Find out and let us know.
Madam Chair, you run national programs, so you will know.
If didn't know, find out and let us know.
And so if we are spending 2 million
minister,
for the whole
you can
period,
leave. You can leave. I'll take leave of us now.
Oh, now you are sacking me.
Yes, I'm sacking you.
You won't let me speak. After that, you sack me.
No. You can go now.
Okay. We are done now.
Chair, we want to thank you. Thank you so much for entertaining us and granting us audience. And we are grateful to you. We are hopeful that we can work with you and the AG's office to do a scrutiny of what is outstanding and what has to be done for our people. But I can assure the people of Etiwa East and the people of Ghana on the whole, that hopefully by end of Q3 going into Q4, we will see an improved network. But I just hope that the minister doesn't take out her frustrations on MTN or Telecel on me. I am her friend. I'm her brother.
And Honorable Abner Siasa will take it.
Sir, the auditors are saying that you failed to pay salaries of commission collectors. Is that why they also held on to the money that they had collected?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We owe them some commission, but later on we've tried to pay to the commission collectors.
So we are told they collected 339,000 Ghana cedis.
No, ours about 60-something thousand.
Yours is about?
Yes.
67?
Yes.
No. I'm talking about the amounts accounted.
Okay, the total collection. Okay.
Do you have the report in front of you?
No, I don't have it. I was referring to the commission. Is the commission amount?
You don't have the report in front of you. So what are you? Have you been speaking to all this?
No, I have the report.
Okay, so
Yes.
go to paragraph 235 and read for me.
Let me see that sheet. This one. Yes. Yes, that one. Yes, Madam Chair.
Please read paragraph 235 of the report for me.
234. That one is not there. No.
Sir, do you have the reports? DFO, if you don't have the reports, I'll give you one. Do you have the reports?
Madam, what I have is not the extract of
it. It is not what you have. This is the Auditor General's report.
No, I don't have that
and you
one.
have been cited in that report.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
And I'm asking you, do you have the reports?
No, Madam, please, I don't have that one table here.
Okay, so please, one has been given to you. Read to paragraph 235. Paragraph 235 is on page 54, please.
Madam, please, I have it here.
Please read it for me.
Contrary to the above provision, we noted that the Commission...
Can you please speak into the mic?
Contrary to the above provision, we noted that 3 Commission revenue collectors collected and accounted for 339,252.61 Ghana cedi, but management of Gomwa Center District Assembly failed to pay the agreed 20% commission of 67,850.28 Ghana cedi to them.
So, what 60,000 are you referring to when the report says 339,000?
But I'm referring to the 20% commission of 67,000.
I am talking about the fact that 339,000 was collected, and you said
Yes.
60,000.
So, Madam, that's correct. 339,000 is correct amount, please.
Okay. So, next time, please listen before you answer.
Yes, madam.
Because you denied the 339,000. That's why I asked that you look into the reports and speak to the reports.
Thank you,
And the
madam.
commission is 67,850.
Yes, madam.
And not the 60,000 you mentioned. So we are asking, have you paid it to the collectors?
Yes, madam. We've paid to them.
Auditors, can you please confirm?
Honorable Chair, we do not have evidence to support that assertion. Indeed, the last time we did the follow-up, and evidence to that effect was not provided. So we don't know when they got it, if they have it.
Sir,
Yes,
in
madam.
your previous audits that you were cited for, you confirmed to us that you had discharged your obligations. How did you discharge it? You sent evidence to the auditors to confirm. So why have you not sent the same evidence to the auditors on this particular infraction? And yet you are saying that you have gone ahead to pay the collectors.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Please, at the time of the verification, but then we've not paid. Later on, before we paid. So
No,
when
you said you have paid, and it's the same for the other one. So at the time of the verification, you didn't have everything. When you got it, you went to show it to them as evidence, and that infraction was cleared.
Yes,
and I'm asking you, why haven't you shown this also, the clearance, for them to validate? And yet you are saying that you have cleared this infraction on your own.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, when we paid this one, I called our district auditor to inform him about it. So,
When did you pay?
We paid 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
This
we paid.
report was presented to Parliament somewhere in July 2025. And you paid 2 weeks ago. Yet you come and sit here as if it is the auditors who have failed to validate you.
No.
You are refusing to tell us that you paid just 2 weeks ago. Can you show evidence to the auditors and then they can?
Yes, madam.
If you have it, I want you to hand it over to them now. For this particular infraction, you are now showing it to the auditors. The auditors haven't spoken to Agnes Aqua, Isaac Amu, and Henry Ochre to ascertain as to whether clearly they have received the monies that belong to them. So this infraction will still stand until they go to the field and confirm from these people that truly they have received their 20% commission. Until then, this infraction still stands.
Yes, madam.
And you don't create the impression that you have done the needful and that is the auditors who are failing to do their work. Something that was sent to you when? July 2025. You pay in 2 weeks. 2 weeks from now was when? Somewhere 3rd week in April. And then you come and sit here and said you have discharged your obligations without validation from the auditors. Please, let's be serious here.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
DFO, you were there at the time of the audit, 2024, weren't you?
Mr. Chair, please, I was there.
You were there?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You see, we have gone around the whole country. Your answers are disturbing. Let me read you the report, this 2024 report. The finance officer explained that the anomaly was caused by delay in a formal request by the collectors for the payment of commission. These are people working for you. They are collecting commissions for you. You are supposed to pay them 20%. And this is the reason that they have to make a formal request. And you only paid them just 2 weeks ago. Just 2 weeks ago. You are the DC, right?
Yes, sir, madam.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Listen and listen closely, because there's a lot going on in your assembly that you will never know about. You will never know about. The finance officer paid them just 2 weeks ago, and these are people supposed to be collecting commission for you. And Gomoa Central, you have the most infractions, and most of them are from the finance office. Mrs. Menkashri, let's move on. The next infraction is on paragraph 239, and Honorable Edam Agbana will take care of that.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, paragraph 239. The Assembly has been cited for Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, 239. The Assembly failed to pay the Tier 1 and Tier 2 contributions for an employer, for 10 employers, amounting to over 6,000 Ghana cedis. If the Honorable DC can explain why the Assembly did not comply with the regulations.
Yes, Honorable Member. Yes, in fact, when I took over, some of these things came to me, and later we made sure that such amount was also paid.
Mr. Chair, if the auditors can confirm whether these payments have been made now.
Yes, Honorable Chair, the amount has been paid to both Senate and then the hedge fund. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Who is supposed to be in charge of paying the tier 1 and tier 2? Use a microphone, please. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, the DFO.
The DFO?
Yes.
Were you there at the time of the audit?
No.
My advice to you is when such a question was put to you, you weren't there. The DFO sitting over here was there. You pass it on to him. Let him answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
His office is probably bigger than yours.
Thank you, sir.
Pay attention. There's a lot going on at the finance office that you don't know about.
Thank you, sir.
The next infraction is on paragraph 243, and Honorable Cletus will take care of that.
Thank you, Chair. Let me, before I ask my question, may I know the IGF situation of your assembly? Last year, how much did you collect as IGF against the budget?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Last year we collected around 1,400,000.
How much?
1,400,000, 1.4.
But what was your target?
Our target was 1 million, around 1,300,000 and I don't have it off.
So you exceeded your target.
We exceeded it marginally.
Sir, please, can you get closer to your mic so we hear you?
We exceeded it marginally.
That's good. Fantastic job done. So how come that you fail to pay IGF staff if you budgeted, or if you exceeded your target? How come that you are cited for not paying IGF staff? How do you want them to take care of their families?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we were not able to pay them monthly at the end of every month. So, because our revenue, we said that it doesn't come in, but we have to at least collect for a number of months before we'll be able to get that much and pay them. So at the end of every month, it's not sufficient fund to pay them. But this time we are trying our best to make sure that every month we'll pay them so that they do have something at the end of the month.
Is it that it's not because it's not your priority?
It's our
but
priority.
These are people who they have families to take care of. And even if you look at how much you pay them, it's woefully inadequate. But that is not what we want to say here. But for you to be able to exceed your target, at least you shouldn't be cited for this infraction. Lastly, have you paid them?
Yes.
Have they been paid now, up to date?
Yes, please, Honorable.
They've been paid?
Yes, please.
Can they order that or otherwise?
Yes, Honorable Chair, with regards to this infraction, the salaries have now been paid to the staff. As to whether subsequent to that they have been paying them, we are yet to carry out that audit to come up with that infraction. Thank you.
Okay. Former DC one.
We are also a former DC. Efo, I want to find out your IGF staff. How much do you pay them a month?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the highest take a little over 800 Ghana cedi.
And the lowest?
The lowest around 500 something, 80 also. I can't quickly confirm, but I have to check and see.
So you can find out that these monies that you pay them, they are just like, I don't know how to describe them, but you also know that considering the cost of living now, these are not in monies that at least will be able to fend they and their families for even a month, even a week. and then you are refusing to pay them. So do you think that if they go to do collection, they go to collect money, revenue collection, you think they will do proper work and they will account all to you, they will bring all the money to you? They will not do it because the small that you are supposed to even give them, you are not giving it to them. So what will motivate them to be able to generate enough for you?
Honorable Chair, I think these people are the laborers, cleaners, and they are not the... okay, excellent, thank you. No, because...
No, my brother, they are human beings.
Yeah, yes, please.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, basically what my colleague wants to say is that even if they are laborers, they need to be motivated to work. You need to pay them their emolument so that they can, put in their best. That's basically what he's saying.
Yes, please. And
District Chief Executive, make this your priority. These are low-income earners that we need to prioritize. So I just want to put it before you that take it as a priority. Don't let them be there for so long without being paid. It doesn't augur well for those at the top. These people sacrifice a lot. They are the reason why our offices are clean. They are the reason why our environment is clean. They do all the things that we will not have time to do. So prioritize their emolument. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, you are the coordinating director, right?
Yes, please.
How long have you been there?
Since September last year, 2025. Please.
Since September last year?
Yes, please.
Madam, you need to open your windows to your office. There's a lot going on at the accounting office. You and the DC. This happened in 2024. Look, 3 security men, they weren't paid for 3 months. How are they supposed to survive? Cleaners, 4. You have a laborer, an office clerk, Sarah Akun. She worked for 3 months without getting paid. Business development officer wasn't paid for 3 months. And you were there. And DC, you have come to inherit this. Let me move on.
Mr. Chair, as soon as I took over, we cleared all the arrears at the time. And from there, somewhere, I think July, August, we paid all the arrears that we met.
Sir, if you've ever been a farmer and there is a weed growing in your farm and you cut the top, don't think you've done anything because the roots are still there. They can grow up another time. And this time when they are growing up, the tree will grow up thicker than it was before. I will have more free advice, in fact.
Thank you, sir.
Let's go to DACF accounts. Gomoa Central, your infraction is on paragraph 220, and Honorable Jessel will handle that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gomoa Central, this has to do with overutilization of the DACF on expenditure items. You had a total allocation of about 2.4 million. 10% of it was the upper limit to which you could utilize it on this specific item, which is the administrative expenses. You actually exceeded that and utilized 491,000 Ghana cedis on administrative expenditure. That's overshooting by 101%. On the face of it, it sounds totally financially irresponsible. What happened?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. During that year, our IGF from the beginning was not that much. So we spent a lot from common fund to take care of some recurrent expenditure. And that's why it went far beyond the 10%.
Mr. Chair, that cannot be an acceptable excuse. The common fund amount allocations were sent to you with accompanying guidelines. And in the guidelines, you are not expected to use over 10%. Indeed, it's clear, you used in excess of 101%. That's not even any small marginal variance that could be accommodated with this kind of explanation. And so, can you come again with a better explanation and what you have since done to correct this?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think our auditors advise us to strictly adhere to the guidance. So the following year, we try to do our best to make sure we stay within the...
The following year, you did or you tried to. What did you try to do? And when you tried, what did you really achieve? Can you tell us, please?
Now we adhere to the guidelines and spend within the percentage.
So in this specific one, the auditors recommended that you refund. Have you since done that?
No, please.
Mr. Chair, they have failed to, well, they flouted the guidelines. They failed to comply with the auditor's recommendation, and so I recommend them to you for further action and directive, please. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gomoa Central, your IGF in 2023 was 1.2 million. Your IGF in 2024 was 1.1 million. Here you are, you had about 13 workers that you should use your IGF to pay. You did not pay them. And here you are overspending on your DACF. I've said it and I won't say it again, that we have a serious problem in your finance office. This is what you are going to do. Any IGF that you are going to earn this year, you have to pay 20% of it into
Mr. Chair, sorry to bat you, just before you conclude on your directive, just to avert your mind that this assembly appears to have an overcapacity. And they have IGF target of 1.3. They've been able to meet that, in fact, exceed that marginally. I expect that the new DCE would have put in place additional measures to be able to rake in additional IGF. So this infraction of just 491 is meager for them. And I think that the 20% directive is too lenient to them. And that's not acceptable. Respectfully submitted, sir.
What he is trying to tell me is I'm getting, what do you call it, lenient in my older days. It's going to be 30% of your IGF. Pay it into your DACF account this year. That is what you are going to do.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. You don't have any choice on this one. You've sat down as a DCE for your account department to be running the assembly. There are so many infractions in your accounting department. I don't think as you sit here, you have even paid attention to the problems in your accounting office.
Sir, I've done that. I've done that. And we are trying to resolve most of these issues.
So, sir, since you came in, open your eyes in the accounting department.
Thank you, sir.
There's a lot going on over there.
Thank you, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
the next infraction is on paragraph 227. And Honorable Abeno Sir will handle that one.
Honorable DC.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please. The auditors have cited you for misapplication of funds. That you made some payment to organize some budget committee. Have you seen the reports? You know, I want you to know exactly what I'm asking you so that we are all on the same page. DFO, respectfully, DC, if I can direct it to the DFO, because the DFO was there when this account,
Thank you, Madam
the
Chair.
audit was done, please. DFO.
Yes, Honorable Chair.
What does Section 30 of the PFM say?
Madam President, the paragraph.
I'm saying, what does Section 30 of the PFM say?
Madam President, I cannot easily.
You have a copy of the PFM?
Pardon, I have, but I don't have it here.
You have it? You don't have?
I don't have it here.
I'll give you one. I want you to read for all of us. DFO, pay attention. A member of Parliament has brought his copy to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Budget implementation by principal spending officers. 30(1). A principal spending officer shall plan and manage the activities of a covered entity in accordance with the policy statements and financial estimate of that covered entity. 2, a covered entity shall not obtain a credit facility from any person if that covered entity, A, has not obtained...
I think what I wanted you to read, you have read already. Said you should plan and manage the activities of the covered entity in accordance with the policy statements and financial statements of that covered entity. And so when you were cited for this infraction, what explanation did you give to the auditors? And moving forward, what have you done to forestall such misapplication of funds? The amount here is almost negligible, but it is not the amount that I'm looking at. It's the practice of misapplying funds against the law.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We accepted their recommendation in good faith and assured that going forward will not borrow from any other fund to incur some of this expenditure. And
so have you reimbursed the
Yes,
fund?
Madam Chair.
Have you given evidence to the auditors?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Auditors, can you please confirm?
Yes, Honorable Chair, they have done the reimbursement. Thank you.
Honorable DC, with all due
Yes, Madam
respect,
Chair.
please, when you look at today's report from the Central Region, apart from one or two, every section of the main infraction headline, you have Goma Central being cited for one infraction or the other. It is not the best.
Yes, Madam Chair.
It is not the best.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Please take hold of your assembly and make sure it reflects what the laws of our country when it comes to public financial management is adhered to. Make sure you adhere to the public financial management of our country, because you may think that it is some of the amounts are negligible, but the practice,
yes,
and before you realize something that you practice consistently would, result in huge sums at the end of the day if it's consistent. And clearly, almost every infraction here, you have Goma Central being cited.
Yes.
So you have to watch it.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I promise that coming years, it will not be so.
Goma Central, there is completion of 1 number 6 classroom block at Goma Lomé. This one was 60% complete. What is the status of it now?
Mr. Chair, I think by now it's over 95%. It's only at painting level, and then they will hand over to us.
You are not sure because you said by now.
I'm very sure. I went there myself about 3 weeks ago.
So who made the assessment that it's 95% complete?
I went with my engineer. It's at the paint. It's left with only painting. So yes, it's left with only painting.
Only painting.
Yes.
This school building, does it have electricity?
Actually, when there is meter, but we have to do the connection. So but before they will hand over to us, I'm sure we'll have that as well.
Sir, electricity is part of the building.
Yes. That's what I said.
Auditors, could you confirm the level at which the completion is?
Honorable Chair, we cannot confirm the percentage of completion, but during our inspection, we realized that some work was being done on the project. Thank you.
So, sir, when will this building be completed? Use a microphone.
We are looking at the next 30 days. Within 30 days, it should be completed.
Don't ask for 30 days when you know that you cannot finish in 30 days.
Okay. So, Mr. Chair.
Because I will take you to the cleanest on national TV.
We should be giving up to June ending. We are in May, so by June ending, we should be.
By when?
Be ready. June ending. By June ending, we should be ready.
By June ending.
Yes.
The funding is there.
Yes, we should be. Because we have paid him. It's left with only the retention now.
So electricity will be there.
Yes.
Don't make any promises you can't fulfill.
Yeah.
All right. The next infraction is on paragraph 288. Yeah, do it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this infraction here relates to the Assembly's inability to ensure that VAT invoices were attached to payment, and so they made payments for goods and services on 5 PVs amounting to 98,392 without the appropriate document or the VAT invoice. I want to ask the finance officer if you are aware that section 41 of the VAT Act places that obligation on you as a finance officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, please.
So why did you fail to perform your obligation as the finance officer?
Mr. Chair, please, we have paid.
No, it's not just about we have paid. You were the one in charge at the time.
Yes, please.
And you were aware at the time that this was expected of you by law. So why did you blatantly disregard the law, went ahead to make payments without the VAT invoice?
Mr. Chair, please, subsequently we obtained the VAT invoice from the suppliers and then they pay for it.
Mr. Chair, I think that all the infractions from the Assembly relates to his office, and I'm getting worried because it's not about rectifying it after audits identify. It's about the fact that this was expected of you, so you don't even have to be here speaking to it. So why did you ignore the law and you decided to do things your own way, only for you to now tell us you have rectified it after the audit? Why?
Finance officer.
Yes, sir.
You see, the perception I get is you really don't care about time, about law. You do things at your own pace whenever you want to. You don't care. There is a law that tells you how much of that you are supposed to get. There is a law that tells you when you are supposed to pay. Hey, you won't look, infractions over here, apart from one school building that is delayed, everything is your office. Everything is your office. Either you don't know your job or you really don't care about it. And then you come and sit here and you give us excuses. That is it. Pay that and you won't pay. Oh, now we have paid. Are we going to pay by your timetable or the government's timetable or the law that is written? I'm sorry? Did you pay any penalty with it? With the late payment on the VAT?
Mr. Chair, please, no.
Okay. In case they come up with any penalty, you will pay out of your own pocket. Out of your own pocket. DC, Mr.
Mr.
The next infraction is on paragraph 292, and Honorable Ms. Bao will take care of it, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gomorrah Central. This infraction is on failure to withhold and remit taxes withheld. In the course of the year, the Assembly paid for services provided and supplies amounting to 450,000 Ghana cedi. A total of 17,967 was withheld, but the Assembly failed to pay this withheld tax to the GRA, clearly in contravention of Section 116(117). Could you kindly explain to the committee why this was not done?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, please, we've paid all the tasks involved.
Hello, I didn't hear you.
All the tasks involved have been paid.
When did you pay this?
Unless I refer to the dates on the dates, I cannot easily recollect the...
Because the law, that's the income tax law, gives you 15 days. This payment shall be done within 15 days after payment to the supplier. Was this done within that specified time or after the audit?
Mr. Chair, I think we'll pay... The outstanding ones were all paid after the audit. We did all those payments.
This question is specific. It says payment, that's in respect of 4 PVs, amounting to 450,000. I'm sure you have this. So let's pick to context. Let's pick with regards to these 4 PVs. The auditors are saying that as at the time of the exit conference, 4 PVs amounting to 450,000 with a tax liability of 17,000, which you rightly withheld, was not paid to the GRA within the 14 days specified by the Act. Could you, speak to this issue? Were this paid? If it was paid, let us know when you paid that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it was paid by the date that we pay. I cannot easily recollect it unless I know the actual dates that we paid.
Please, auditors, could you kindly confirm whether this amount we're talking about has been paid?
Honorable Chair, the total amount of 17,967 cedis has been subsequently remitted to the GRA. Yeah, so that has been done. With regards to I want to come back to the VAT. With regards to the VAT, what happened was that they had made payments to a supplier inclusive of the VAT, which means that they are paid for the VAT, but they failed to obtain the VAT invoice. So that was the infraction, and we asked them to go for the invoices, because when you don't do that, there is a tendency that that tax will not be accounted to the government. So they have subsequently provided the VAT invoices, and the withheld taxes have also been remitted to the GRA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Auditor. But I come back to the finance officer that he should please pay attention to the laws. We are working with regulations. Pay attention to the timelines. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Gomoa Central, you are discharged. I'm sorry, hold on.
DFO, so how long have you been with the local government? Controller staff. Oh, so how long have you been with Gomoa Central?
Since 2023.
So you've been there for more than 2 years. Do you need refresher course?
Thank you.
Sincerely, do you think that you need a refresher course?
No, for the refresher course, year in and year out, we do have the refresher course.
Are you getting any benefit from the refresher course you've been attending?
Yes.
Because from the answers you've been giving, nobody here is impressed. Somebody asked you what was the budget for IGF for 2025. You said 1.3 something. And how much did you collect, or how much did you achieve? And you said 1.4. If we give such answers, they may be true, fine, but we sitting here will not be comfortable accepting as the truth. You budgeted for 1.4, you go 1.39 something. How can this be possible? You are talking about real case scenario, not what you want to tell us. So, and somebody asks you why you haven't paid, or the salary you're giving to the contract or IGF staff, and he said they are laborers and security and the rest of it. They are all human beings. So, please, you've been watching nationwide. So my advice is that wherever you find yourself and you're speaking, you should bring in your professionalism. I guess you are an accountant or something. You belong to a professional body. Exhibit that professionalism when you're speaking, so that at least your professional body will be proud of you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You are discharged. The next district is Asin South. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Jonathan Brickrine, DC, Asin South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Ishmael Anaman, Coordinating Director, Asin South.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Kwabena Apieje, District Finance Officer.
Thank you very much. Your first infraction is on paragraph 193, and Honorable Frank Ahinkwa will take care of it. Frederick, what did I call you? Frank, sorry, Frederick.
Thank you, Chairman. I must disclose something before I ask my question. The finance officer is my schoolmate.
It's your schoolmate?
Yes, we're in the same room, the same hall.
Then you are excused.
So it's a harmless one, so he will answer. I don't think it will be any difficulty. Asin South. The report indicates that you paid 2 revenue collectors between January to December to a tune of 99,414 cedis, as against 17,535,000 as revenue collected. So there is a shortfall of 81,000 plus. In your view, is this value for money?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As stated in the report, the salaries of 2 revenue collectors were compared with their performance, as in revenue that they collect. But what happened is that we are treating the revenue collectors, we have shared them according to our area councils. So they were working closely with the area council. So they take value books and other things in the name of the area councils. So their performance are recorded through together with the area councils. So we were not actually getting the performance of these 2 revenue collectors. So the auditors recommended that because they are permanent collectors on the government payroll, they should be reassigned so that we can know their true performance. So the comparison within what they collected and their salary brought about the shortfall in revenue mobilization. So per the recommendation of the auditors, they recommended that they should be reassigned and new targets should be set for them. So as it stands now, they were reassigned and then new targets set for them so that we will not meet this infraction again. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Okay. So when the next report comes, you believe there will be an improvement? We are not going to see this repeating itself again?
Yes, exactly, Honorable Chair.
Okay.
The work of the auditors, if they hadn't come in, 2 people that you are paying close to 100,000 Ghana cedis, they bring in 17,000. And it doesn't prick you to say that these are salaried workers and they bring in just 17,000. So if the auditors hadn't come in, you would have left them there just the way. 2025, what did they collect in revenue?
Yes, so comparing 2024 with 2025, even though there's a shortfall, but they perform better than the 2024. So with 2024, there are 2 collectors. One collected close to 72,380. The other one also collected 60-something thousand. Because now we have given them a new target. First, the area councils were manning the whole of a certain area council. For instance, we have Nyankumasi Area Council. The Nyankumasi Area Council, their reports together, all revenue people report together as one to the area council. Because what we do is that we seed a percentage of the revenue we collect to the area council for development activities. So whatever they collect, we seed 50% to the area council. So now, because they were working together closely with the area council and reporting to the area council, so that the area council will also get their 50% seeded revenue for their development. That is why it looks like we were not actually checking their performance. By now, we have taken our 2 major markets from the area councils, and they are manning them so that we know their true performance. Thank you, Honorable.
The revenue for the area councils have gone down.
It has not actually gone down.
It hasn't.
Yes.
And now two people who collect 17,000. Now one person is collecting close to 72,000. And the other one is collecting 60
something thousand.
Hey. Just think about it. 2024, they collected 17,000. 2025, the two of them combined have collected over 130,000. Asin South. Let's go to the next infraction. It's on paragraph 201. And Honorable Gape will take care of that one, please.
Chair, thank you very much. Asim Saf, you are welcome. Your infractions borders on an unaccounted amount. Your assembly have a total number of PV 9, and you pay one person. You pay commission, TNT services, and other expenses, totaling an amount of 16,841. You only accounted for 12,657, remaining 4,184. Why didn't you account for the 4,000?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This infraction is also coming from an area council. When we see the 50% to the area council, they spend the 50% within their area council. That is using some to pay commission collectors and other meetings that they engage. So the auditors also did audit with the area council. And as at that time, at the time of the audit, there was a shortfall in accounting for receipts and other things. But subsequently, we contacted the area council secretary, and he has attached all necessary receipts that were supposed to be attached. Thank you.
If you give money to people, do you do a follow-up?
Yes, when the assembly cede the 50% to the area council for their development activity, we also follow up with our internal audit, also supervising what they use the money to do, because it's state funds, and definitely you have to account for whatever money government had issued to you. So we do the follow-ups, and some of the responses that we had then when we did with the internal audit was that at the time of the audit, some of them has come for their commissions, but then at the time the guy was issuing out, there were no statement of claim for them to sign as at that time. So the guy will come later and come and sign and attach the necessary receipts. So the follow-ups are done during our internal auditors doing their quarter reviews and quarter audits. So we do follow-ups to this. Thank you, sir.
Were you part of the exit meeting?
Okay. Sir, are you saying they collect their monies and later come to sign?
That is not the appropriate way, but...
No, you just said that.
Yes, yes.
Why?
Because it is the...
they collect the money, they go and then come back and sign another time. It's a bad practice.
It's a bad practice, yes.
You have to halt it as soon as possible.
Exactly.
How do you collect money, go, and then later, at your own will, come back and sign that, yes, I collected this amount of money? Unless you are not an accounting professional.
So, Honorable, this is what happened. The area council secretary come to...
Once you part with money, you don't need to even explain.
Yes. So
once you part with money, the person has to acknowledge that I have taken this amount of money from you. Once you part with money, if it's your personal funds, it's fine. But if it's public funds, once you decide to, what if the person comes tomorrow and disputes the amount you have given the person? Please. Public funds.
Well noted. Well noted.
Honorable Chair, is highly considered. Thank you very much.
So, God forbid if the person passed on, what happened? It's a public fund, so it's not. You see, the district assembly, one thing I've also realized that the IGF, you people think that it's your money, so you can spend it anyhow. It's still government money. Any money that you are collecting in the name of the Republic is government money, irrespective of the source. Whether IGF or your property rate or anything, it's government money. and it must apply the laws. Auditors, can you confirm whether they have submitted?
Yes, Honorable Chair, they have not accounted for the amount.
All right, now let's go to the next infraction. It's one business operating permit of 6,190. Has this amount been collected?
Honorable, it has been collected.
When was it collected?
I cannot precisely give the date, but what happened was that at the time of auditing, the officer in question has been posted out of the district. So we tried to pursue him to come and then account for the money. But he was not coming, he was resisting. So quickly we informed the
Why was he resisting?
Because he was far from the assembly, from the district. So he was not coming. We even reported it to his boss, and it looked like he was not paying heed to it. So quickly we reported to Yoko, and Yoko came in, and they retrieved the money, paid into the government account, consolidated account, and the receipt was given to us. Thank you, Honorable.
So Yoko had to come in before he paid the amount?
Yes, Honorable. The person,
is this person still working for District Assembly anyway?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Where is he working?
I think Ejumako.
Ejumako?
Yes, Honorable
Ejumako Chair. Is here. If you know you are the one we are talking about, please come up. Mention the name of that person.
Kakarin Lawrence.
Is Kakarin Lawrence here? Please come up.
He's an administrator.
He's an administrator. He's here. Come and sit here.
He's not here.
Oh, but why did you get up? I was looking for Lawrence Kakari. He's not here today. I'm sorry. Is the DC or the coordinator here for Ejumako? I know Ejumako is here. Okay, you've heard the story. Let him know. If Yoko had to come in for him to refund the money, he refunded the money, right?
Yes,
please. If you are working with somebody, that when he was giving money, Yoko had to come in to refund, you know whom you are working with. Maybe that's all I will say. I will not say anything bad about anybody who is not here to defend himself or herself. But when Yoko comes in, it's a very serious case. What is he at your place? Assistant Director. Yo.
Honorable Chair, I think what I've noticed is that some of them come and they mention we have referred it to Yoko, So maybe moving forward, we should also write to Yoko to bring a rep here and be checking to give us updates whether truly they have received submissions from these assemblies, because in Kumasi, one of the headmasters mentioned that they had referred a letter to Yoko on someone who took salaries that he hadn't worked for. Well, the person has gotten in touch and saying that what the headmaster said is not true. So moving forward, I think we should write to Yoko. They should come with their rep here so that anybody who comes to mention, likely for us, Ascent South, they have done that and they have received to correlate what the assemblies or the schools come to say. Because I have noticed that some of these I have sent it to Yoko. There's no evidence to that effect, but they do that just to get away that, oh, it is with Yoko, so let's leave it at that. Thank you.
Honorable, in our case, we have the document from Yoko to that.
I mentioned that for Ascent Central, they have evidence, so okay. That is fine.
Thank you, I'm most grateful.
All right. Ascent South, you have an issue on paragraph 270 on DACF.
The status of your abandoned projects. Can you share with us whether progress has been made?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Out of these 3 projects mentioned in the auditor's document report, actually one of them has been completed and is in use. That is the
Which one? Because there are 3, so please
the magistrate bungalow. Okay. It has been completed and is in use. And then the remaining 2, we captured them in the legacy project. So it has all reached the various stages of completion. All of them have been roofed. Thank you.
All of them have been roofed?
Exactly.
And so,
Madam Chair,
can you say that they are 100% complete or
no,
not?
They are not 100% complete.
Okay, so can you give us the status of implementation and when you hope to fully complete the 2?
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. 1, the chip compound is at painting level, and then the 3-unit classroom block, roofing level. So maybe in...
Did you say the other one is at roofing level? He just said that all of them have been roofed.
Yes. The chip compound, painting, doors fixed, everything is okay. We are just waiting for the contractor to hand over to us.
I'm talking about the second one. That's
then the classroom, we have a picture over here. It has been roofed, doors being fixed. We have a pictorial picture over here.
So then it's not at roofing level. It's gone past roofing level.
Yes.
Because that was what he said, and you were trying to contradict that by saying that it's at roofing level. But if you have completed the roofing, then we've made progress.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
So, respectfully, when do you hope to fully complete and hand over to the community?
By June ending, handing over will be done.
I must commend you for taking that up and quickly resolving to complete, because these are projects that we have sunk in public funds, and the more we delay, the more it's costly to government. So I'm happy that you have prioritized these 2, and these 3 you have completed 1, and the other 2 will be completed in June. So
thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah. Now the chips compound that you said, it only needs painting, right?
It has been painted.
It has been painted.
Yes, please.
Let me ask you a question on it, sir. Does it have electricity?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We are here to connect.
You see, that's a problem. They will come and sit here and tell you that the buildings are done. It won't have electricity. It won't have water. It's just mortar and roof on it. It's a useless building. No electricity for Chips compound. Does it have water?
No, but sir, how do we construct these things where people will live there and you don't have electricity, you don't have...
Honorable Chair, it is actually part of...
I thought as a nation we have gone past this.
Yes, it is actually part of the contract. So definitely there will be electricity before we handed over the project to the community for its use.
So the first one that you completed,
yes,
have you done...
There is light, there is water.
Okay.
Then let me ask the question in another way. Has a building been wired for electricity?
As we are speaking, I cannot confidently confirm, but the
So how can you have electricity when the building hasn't been wired?
No, you see, when you are putting on a building, my lord, you know...
I'm not the lord here.
Honorable Chair, you know in the bills there is electricity component in. So definitely we cannot overlook at it for the contractor to just be paid and then go off without connecting the electricity into the system.
Sir, I have been on this committee for over 10 years. Over 10 years. Do you know how many of these reports I have read? And most of these people, the abandoned buildings, they will come back next year and then, why haven't you used the building? We don't have electricity, we don't have water. That is the issue. That's why I'm asking you these things. It's my 3rd term on this committee.
Honorable, the phase of the
Impinfu
public
womo.
account nowadays has changed, so we are all aware.
Okay, you next year when you come back, you give us a different story.
He said June ending.
June ending. We are in May right now. And June ending, it will be ready. Auditors, please note it. June ending, this building will be ready. It will have water, it will have electricity, and the landscaping will be done. If not, any other cost that will come out of it will be from your pocket. Look, this is a committee that has the powers of a high court. This is not a comedy central when you come and sit here and tell us whatever. We have put in a lot of resources. All these abandoned buildings, if we hadn't started, Ghana will not be poor.
Director General, to through Director General to Ministry of Communication, so it could help us demand payment, which we've been writing to all the time. However, we got to know that from the agreement, the initial $12,000 that was supposed to be paid was an upfront payment, which was subject to review every 5 years. So we realized that it seems the auditors didn't get it clear. That is why they raised it as a monthly pay. So when Yoko came in, they have taken up the matter, and we will be investigating and then come out with a report.
You are going to now investigate and come out with a report.
Yoko is investigating the...
Oh, everything you rush to Yoko. Everything you rush to Yoko. Is this a Yoko matter?
No.
You cannot find an agreement that you signed with a vendor. Then you write to Yoko.
No.
Who is Mr. Cyprian Kwesivi Oti?
That's the headmaster who was at post before the agreement was signed. Please, I'm not saying that we went to Yoko. What I'm trying to say was that before the issue was raised, myself as headmaster and the auditors couldn't trace the agreement.
You know why I asked you who Mr. Cyprian Kwesivi Oti was? He was the acting headmaster who signed the contract. I have the agreement in front of me.
Then, that was 2008.
2008?
Yes.
So are you aware it was renewed in 2023?
I'm aware.
You are aware?
Yes.
So where is Yoko coming in this one?
What I'm trying to say is that the agreement, as interpreted by the auditors, is not so.
So why did you not explain to the auditors at that time?
We got to know that.
Since then, since you found the new agreement, you found the agreement, the old agreement, why didn't you take it to the auditors for them to clear you of this infraction that is $12,000? Because the $12,000 was for 5 years rent. Is that not the case?
That is it.
So when the agreement was given to you, did you bother to go to the auditors to tell them that this is the original agreement that you were looking for, that I couldn't find when you came to auditors? Did you give it to the auditors?
Yes, I did.
So auditors, do you have a copy of the 2008 agreement that was signed between Vodafone and this Likpe Senior High School? The school, yes.
Honorable Chair, I have not been updated with that contract.
Really?
But if he insists, I can liaise with the team. I don't have it now because the team did not provide such a contract to me. So if they have it, we can look at it, or I can liaise with the team to find out.
Thank you very much. Headmaster, please, when did you provide the details to the auditors? Remember, you have taken the oath.
Yes,
so, yes.
I did that last year, November.
You did that last year. Which of the auditors did you give it to?
The regional external auditor.
By name?
Mr. Usu.
So auditors, before they leave, please find out if there's a regional auditor by name Mr. Usu, and then confirm if they received the... So I have the contract here. It says 5 years of rent to the guarantor, that's you. And then in 2023, they renewed the contract. Do you have the 2023 agreement?
Yes, I have it.
You have, is it with you?
It's here.
Okay, so would like you to give a copy to the auditors.
All right.
And we want him to confirm so that this infraction can be taken off the books. And you know something? It is unfair. It is unfair for you to allow the auditors to represent Vodafone this way, when it was because you could not find the agreement, and it's not because Vodafone was at fault or Telecel was at fault. It's so unfair.
Chair, I have to go to Vodafone for the agreement. I couldn't trace it in the school records when I took over.
When the auditors come, headmaster,
yes,
they spend some time with you,
yeah,
about a week or two, and then they show you, or they put the queries before you, and then you are supposed to address those queries. And they give you close to a month. So for all the 30 days that they usually give an auditee, you couldn't go to Vodafone to get a copy of the agreement.
Chair, I was with Vodafone office several times. Anytime I went, they would tell me
Did you go to the head office, or
I went
you
there,
went to the head office?
I went to the head office.
Mm-hmm.
Several, not even once. And anytime I went, they said I cannot see him, I should leave the letter. Anytime I went, I cannot see him, I should leave the letter. I was following up till I was asked to deal with the whole branch of Telecel. So I started going there. After some time, before a gentleman called, after narrating my story, he sent me a soft copy of the agreement, which I printed. That was where I got hold of it. That was around last year, September. Then in November, I went to the regional auditor and submitted a copy.
Auditors, can you confirm if your regional auditor has a copy? And then we can.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I just liaised with him. Yes, last year they gave a contract to him, and that was the new contract from 2025. But then the outstanding bill, which we have indicated in our report, still stands. But there is a new contract they have entered into with the company, the said company.
Mr. Headmaster, please, some of these things, if you want to take action, you can take action. If you don't want, you just sit and lament. From November 2023 to November 2026, have you received any monies from them?
Yes.
So the monies you receive from them, does it include the outstanding payments?
The agreement was initially signed in 2008.
Yes.
So by 2023, the agreement expired. So through my follow-ups, they came in that they owed, that was last year, June, they owed 2 years arrears. So when we renewed the contract, they paid the 2 years arrears with this year at a rate of 1,000 cedis per month. That was a new agreement to my school account.
So, no, I asked you a question. So have they paid the outstanding arrears for which you were cited for in this report?
This is what I'm saying, that, Chairman.
If they have paid, you will know.
They didn't pay.
Because you have collected the money.
And they don't owe to. I'm saying that what the auditors cited was a misunderstanding of the document. The 12,000 was an upfront payment.
5 years payment.
Yes.
Yes. So be specific. It was for 5 years, and they paid you the $12,000.
No.
Sorry,
I wasn't there then.
When I say you, I mean the school, not you personally.
Right. Yeah.
The headmaster who signed it claimed they paid the $12,000, which was for 5 good years. Unless you haven't seen the old report.
That is
and say, unless you are not prepared, you can go and come back another time.
I'm prepared.
Take the old report, look at agreements, look at it, and then come back later. We are going around in circles. This is just a one-off thing that we can go ahead, talk about it, and then we will discharge you. The auditors are saying that, fine, you said they made a mistake. They quoted the $12,000 as the annual rent. But since you found the agreement, it's in the agreement that the $12,000 was for the first 5 years. And then the agreement also stated that they were going to give you a monthly payment of 500 Ghana cedis. Was that not the case?
No.
Then you haven't seen the agreement, sir.
I'm not getting the question clear.
So where is the 2008 agreement that you claim they gave to you? Where is it?
It's here.
Headmaster, do you think one of your staff members could also support in providing accurate information? Do you want to defer to one of your staff, or you will be fine?
I'll be fine.
Okay.
So please help me here. Go ahead.
Honorable Chair, actually, as at April 2024, Telecel paid 27,000. But actually, we are not privy to those monies that they've paid previously. Actually, I went to bank to take statement to go through from 2008, but I can't reconcile.
Sir, that's why I asked, do you have the agreement?
Yes.
Mr. Cyprian Kwesivi Oti signed the agreement. And in that agreement, they said they are paying on payment of a 5-year rent advance of $12,000.
Yes, please.
And I'm asking you, did you receive the $12,000 upfront?
No, please. We only received 27,000 Ghana cedis. And
but have you translated it into, in 2008, what was the dollar rate? The dollar rate was 1:1, and so it was 12,000 Ghana cedis for $12,000. Yes. And that was for 5 years. If the contract is for 15 years, you understand? Yes. If the contract is for 15 years, and you got $12,000 for 5 years, and you are claiming the total was 27,000, can't you use that to determine how much you have received so far? Maybe you are not prepared. Chairman, let's let them sit,
Please, we are
go
prepared.
over it. Let's call the other schools. When we are done with them, we'll come back to you.
Whilst you are sitting, look, whilst you are sitting,
Yeah.
is it a mask that they have at your school?
Yes.
Yes, it's a must.
Do you have a title to the school land?
No.
You see, very soon, the people who gave you that land will come and claim part of this amount. You don't have a title. You can waste all your time, go to Vodafone to collect the money, but you will not follow up to get a title to the school land. Another school.
Chairman, whilst they leave,
Yeah.
Headmaster, who signed the new who did the renewal of the agreement? Yourself.
Myself and the standing board of
Yourself.
the school.
On what basis, if they hadn't paid for all the previous years,
Why
and they
did you
had
sign?
no knowledge of the contract, did you renew the contract with Vodafone?
Thank you, Chair. What I'm trying to explain.
No, you see, please, with all respect, you had no idea of the previous contract. You did not have a copy of it. You went there severally. They did not give to you only up until last year.
Yes.
But you know, the new contract was renewed when?
Last year, June.
Last year, June.
Yes.
2025, June.
Yes.
So on what basis? That you did not have a copy of the old contract. They could not establish their obligations to you, but you ended up renewing a contract with that same organization.
This is what I'm saying, that in April
You see,
2024,
Chairman, your directive still stands. So by the time
they
you go
paid
and come, I'm sure they
an
will have
amount of
idea.
27,000.
Sir, you have come here to tell us a story, and you really don't care what we are asking. All that you are saying is the auditors got their numbers wrong, and you have a story to tell us, we are not interested in your story. We are asking the questions, and you have to answer our questions, not your script that you want to tell us. We know you are the headmaster and you know it all. At the school, you are the big boss. You know it all. Nobody else in the school knows better than you. So go and sit on the side. Let me take other schools. And you and your team can go and then think about it.
Chairman.
Yes, sir.
There are times somebody's detention will include a person's dress. And by this detention will be included. I want to plead that the explanation chairperson gave is a hint. And I've been struggling to let my brother pay attention. The key characteristic of a good teacher is to leave time between stimulus and response.
That's right.
And that's a key thing that we use. So particularly so when you are listening to somebody in authority over you, you pay particular attention and then respond accordingly. I think that
he's a headmaster. He's the Oga of the school.
In all humility, he is headmaster now. I was headmaster before, and it is a privilege that I'm serving in this position.
Yes, sir.
I think what we normally do is that once you get a lead, you want to take guidance from the chair. And there are honorable members on this bench that can even help us to take away the possible payments, because chairperson provided the lead. That remember that 2008 is $1 to a cedi. And so you don't imagine that it will be so much money today, because you are looking at a contract. So you would have ceded to guidance of the Honorable Committee. So I think that he may sit here another day and we may not end up curing. So we want to see to your guidance, please. He may sit here and come back, and he would have rehearsed more stories. And yes.
And also the funds that they have received, they can use that to do, register their land. Yes, they can use that to register their land.
No, he's not thinking about that, Master. You haven't been a headmaster before. Oh. Yes.
So, Headmaster would want you to go and reconcile the numbers based on the agreements, the former agreements, and then the current agreements. And by that, show the auditors what has been paid, what has been cleared, and what you have received for the new contract starting from 2023 to 2038. I believe we are all on the same page. They've paid you some monies. Go and reconcile those monies with the old contracts, and then look at the new contracts as stated that they've also paid you made an upfront payment of 5 years. So look at it and reconcile and write to the auditors, showing them, answering the infractions that you have been cited for with documentation, and then we can clear this.
Thank you.
I hope we are
yes,
clear.
Noted.
And whilst you are there thinking about it, you signed a new contract. Did you find out if they had, if they had made up their last obligations, if they've paid it all up? No, I don't need an answer. Go and think about it. You are discharged. Now let me
Honorable
speak.
Chair, if you can give some timeline, because the reason why I'm coming in is that this issue was raised with them. I was just communicating with the lead, and they never raised this issue about we getting our numbers wrong and all that. So if he has any evidence to challenge what we have, I think we should give them some time to come clean on this. Thank you.
I give you 30 days to resolve this. And if you don't resolve it, we are bringing you to Accra. We've asked some questions over here. Those are the answers we want. Go and resolve this within 30 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me call St. Mary's Seminary. Lolobi. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Reverend Father Felix Akpa, Headmaster St. Mary's Seminary, Lolobi.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Roberta Agbuche, St. Mary's Senior High School Accountant.
Chair, is the types that chairperson normally wants to interact with?
What, the Catholic priest?
Reverend Fathers.
A reverend. Hey. Presby, I mean, so Reverend, your school, you received stock from buffer stock without any values written on them. What has happened to it now?
Thank you. This has been a problem since I was made a headmaster. The buffer stock brings food to us just with invoice. Even sometimes not even the suppliers, but the driver. And then we just sign and send back. Anytime we ask our coordinators, they always inform us that they will inform the headquarters and they will get back to us. And we've been asking for this for several times and they never give us any response to it. So that is the reason.
Okay. So how could you find out the value of the stock that they've brought to you?
Please, we don't have any means unless they tell us. And even that's why I'm saying that even the suppliers, we don't know them to ask.
Is it what is happening now?
Please, in almost all the schools.
No. Is it what is happening now?
Yes, please.
You still get invoices without prices on it?
Yes, please.
That is still going on?
Yes, please.
GS, what's going on?
The last time we explained that the buffer stock things, that's a contract between them and the suppliers. And my understanding from the committee was that this issue will be referred to, taken up to buffer stock so that they try to change that. They should have copies given to the schools, except that somebody said you can check on their system online to see their rates. But for the schools, the committee said it will take it up to draw their attention to.
That will be one of the issues that GS, you'll be working on it, and later on we'll call buffer stock. This is not right.
Yes,
you can't supply stuff to the school without letting them know how much flour, for example, costs, or rice. And they need to have prices. Okay. Reverend Father, is that the only infraction you have?
Yes, please.
Okay. You are discharged.
Thank you.
Let's call Ahamanso Senior High. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, and to all of you. I am Hassana Yahya, headmistress of Ahamasu Islamic Senior High School.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I am Tenge Tio Safaji, the school accountant.
Sir, maybe you came in late. I'm the one chairing, but you're calling me Madam Chairperson. Oh.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
It's okay. Mr. or Madam doesn't matter. Just chairperson will be fine. Madam, you too, you got stuff from buffer stock and no values.
Yes, please. Please, the schools, our school food items are being supplied by the National Buffer Stock Company. They only accompany the foods with the way bill, without the values. So when the auditors cited it, we quickly wrote to them, thinking they would respond. They never responded to us. So we've sent our response to the Auditor General, the audit team, and definitely they forwarded it.
Okay. It means we'll add your issue to that one that we just discussed. Is that the only infraction you have?
Yes, please.
Okay, madam, go and sin no more.
Thank you.
It looks like we are done with the secondary schools. So we'll call the colleges of education. No, they were the ones that came. Let's call a few colleges over here. We'll call Presbyterian College of at Abetifi, Mount Mary, Chebi. No, it's Abetifi. Mount Mary College of Education, Dambai College of Education. You guys will all come in and swear in. St. Francis College of Education, Akachi College of Education, Peki College of Education. Colleges of Education in Accra College of Education, Adan College of Education, Fosu College of Education, Commander College of Education, Ola College of Education, Holy Child College of Education, Al-Farik College of Education, Western North, Bia Lamplighter College of Education, all College of Education. Let's see, Presbyterian Women's College, Ebri, Presbyterian College, Ikropon, Methodist College, Akim Odan, and then SDA, Asokore. Any College of Education they haven't called it? Which one? Hey, Atebubu.
All colleges of education.
And Al Farouk. Any other ones I haven't called? Join them.
All colleges of education.
And then EP College of Education. Yes. St. Teresa's College of Education. And Western North, we have Enche College of Education. Is Enche here? Oh my. It will take a plane back. All right. Now, Presbyterian College, Abetifi Chebi, please have a seat. Yeah, no, come. Is it Chebi or Abetifi? Abetifi. Where is Chebi? Oh, sorry. Let Chebi sit down, please. And when Chebi is done, we will do Abetifi. Please. Forgive me, I'm a phantom. I thought Chebi and Abetifi are the same. But, Fachemi, why? Yo. Now, they are seated already, so introduce yourselves.
My name is Reverend Dr. Charles Fosu Ayakwa, Principal, Kibi Presby College of Education.
My name is Charles Ohine Boating, the Finance Officer of the college.
Chebi, let's look at your account. Yours is just the account. And looking, I'm sorry, it's paragraph 801. Yes. Now, looking at your finance income, you went from 320,000 to 13,000. Why?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, in 2023, we were having 320,880.55 Ghana cedis as our finance income. So in 2024, we redeemed the investment and we reinvest around
Sir,
July.
Let me tell you, in 2023,
yes,
it was 320,000.
Yes, sir.
In 2024, it was 13,000.
Yes, sir.
Why the difference? Why such a big difference?
The difference is that in 2024, that investment matured. So we reinvest in 2024, and the return that we had as at the time of December 2024 was 13,144 cedis, 91 pesos. So in 2023, that was the return that we had. So we use it. And then
Your non-tax revenue,
yes, sir,
went from 7 million to 11 million.
Yes, sir.
Is that what you are talking about?
Initially, you asked me about the finance income, why it dwindled from 320,000 to 13,000.
Yes.
And I was saying that in 2024, we use our investment, that's the returns from 2024 operational activities.
Okay.
So the remaining investment that we made, the return that we had at the end of 2024 is the 13,144.
Okay, what about your non-tax revenue?
The non-tax revenue, Chair, increased a bit, even though our population has dwindled. We have other sources of income that we use to augment that particular revenue. We had intermittent rental of our facilities,
And so you said it went up a little bit. We are talking about almost 4 million Ghana cedis.
Yes.
And that is a little bit. So your rental income was 4 million.
Not.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, apart from the rentals, we
Yes.
also had sandwich programs from the University of Youth.
Okay,
Cape
now
Coast.
we are talking.
We had 3 different cohorts.
All right.
The master's program, the Ghana Care program, and the regular sandwich program. So that is where we had most of our revenue from. Thank you very much.
Now, what you see, you had all these programs, but yes, still, when it comes to goods and services, it went 2023 was 6 million, and then 2024 it was just 3.1 million. What happened?
Can you respond?
Thank you, Chair. In 2023, we embarked on some infrastructure maintenances for our school. There were a lot of repairs of our infrastructures. And then in 2023, because in 2024, sorry, our revenue, our expenditure in terms of goods and services, I believe that's where you wanted me to explain. 2024 expenditure. It came down because of our limited space in terms of the budget. So we couldn't expand it so much. So that actually caused that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to that, we embarked on infrastructural development, so 2023, and we had to pay in 2024. So in 2024, our expenditure pattern increased as compared to 2023. I think that accounted for the significant difference.
Now, I spoke about goods and services, and you use that one for infrastructure. Okay.
We are saying that in 2023, we had a budget space in 2023. But 2024, our budget space was small, so we wanted to spend.
Why? Why was it small?
In fact, that was how they gave it to us. There was a ceiling that you should be spent within that limit.
About 2023, there was no limit.
Yes.
So you spent 6 million.
Yes, because that was the time that you were having a lot of infrastructure development. That's maintenance for our facilities. But in 2023, we were having a budget more than that, but it was seeded that you should spend within that budget. That's why 2023 figure is a bit higher than the 2024 figure.
Sir, who gave you that ceiling for goods and services on 2024?
Thank you, Chair. It's the GTEC.
GTEC?
Yes, sir.
Told you that you can't spend more than 3 million.
Yes, sir.
Sir, you said there was a cap on your goods and services, but then I see you consuming fixed assets, and then you also have some specialized expenses. That makes up for the difference of the 3 million we did not see, the extra 3 million we did not see in 2024. Because when you add your goods and services and your specialized expenses and consumption of fixed assets, it comes to the 6 million. So who placed that ceiling on you? And was the ceiling placed on just your goods and services? Because I see you spending on fixed assets as well as specialized expenses. What is your specialized expenses? So you ended up spending the money. The money did not go anywhere. It's right here.
Thank you, Chair. The consumption of fixed assets here was the time that you were the first timers of IPSAS. So they asked us to value all our assets, And so that consumption of fixed asset here is the existing asset at the time when we value them, the amount that he had was that.
Okay, so what goes into your specialized expenses?
Thank you, Chair. These are the allowances that we pay to the council and some of the vigilation allowances. So it's more or less monies that are coming from UCC, our affiliate supervisors, for paying the vigilators their allowances. So
But
these
why
are
don't you add it to your compensation of employees and allowances? When I saw your compensation jump from 7.8 million to 10.9 million, I was wondering what it was. And since you said you were doing sandwich programs, I thought the expenses occurred from or emanated from the sandwich programs that the teaching staff, the extra teaching staff that you were taking. But I see you having another different line for specialized expenses. What caused the almost 40% increment in your compensation?
Thank you, Chair. Please, that was the time that the College of Education were agitating for their books and research allowances and other stuff. So government made attempt of paying some to them. So that actually triggered for the increment of the compensation, sir.
Let's move on. So I was going to ask about your surplus. That went from 2.9 to 4.1. And that was because of the consumption of fixed assets, right? So it was a one-time thing. So 2025, you won't have any consumption of fixed assets. So your surplus or your deficit your surplus will be very low. Now your current assets. What caused your current assets to jump by 3.1 million?
Thank you, Chair. In that period, that is from September when the school was reopened, there were strike. So the lecturers were on strike. So the students were not paying the fees. It's one. And then the first year student who came and paid the fees, and because of the strike, we decided to invest the money in fixed deposits so that you will not spend the money until they come, because we didn't know how long it would take for the lecturers to resume on duty. So that actually increased our current liability, current assets, sorry. So that was the reason. We invested in short-term investment and then our cash balances and other things. So that actually increased it that way.
You see your current ratio has gone down. It went from 1.8 to 1 to 1.4 to 1. And you definitely need to keep an eye on this one, sir. Chebi, you are discharged.
Thank you, sir.
Now, Abetifi. Yes. Introduce yourself to the committee, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Phyllis Ajemenyankun, the principal of Abetifi Presbyterian College of Education.
Yes, please.
I am Ernest Ejibwedi, the finance officer.
All right. Honorable Dr. Jessa will take care of that one.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, this infraction has to do with they adopting the IPSAS, and that allowed them to be able to get the real values of their assets and liabilities. And but then as a consequence, they recorded a deficit. Total income was about 17.6 million, but total expenditure shot up to 20.5 million. This gave us a deficit of about 2.8 million. Madam Principal, can you explain what happened?
Thank you, Chair. Please, my finance officer will attend to it.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, as we rightly said, is as a result of the depreciation for the year, because we adopted the IPSAS, and therefore we have to value the assets. So at the end of the year, the depreciation for the year amounted to 4 million and above, and that led to that deficit.
That cannot be. The deficit you had was just 2.8 million, but
Yes.
the depreciation of your assets was around 4.6 million.
Yes, yes, sir.
So is there any other reason?
Exactly. That means that the depreciation here is an expenditure, and therefore, had it not the depreciation, we would have recorded a surplus of almost 8 million.
All right. When was this college established?
About 17.
Please, in 1962.
Okay. So, Madam, Honorable Chair, I see that we don't have their 2023 accounts to compare with, and I was just wondering why the single year 2024. Would the auditors advise on what happened? They don't appear to have a base account to compare with. I thought it was established in 2024, actually.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was their first time of adopting the IPSAS. They were now preparing their financial statement based on the IPSAS standards. And the IPSAS standards allow, in situations where you don't have much information to present only 1 year, then going forward, you can then prepare the comparative years so that you can do proper analysis. So that is why they have only 1 year. In instances where we have information, we'll translate the previous years' balances to translated based on the IPSAS standards, so that you can use them to do the comparison. But where you don't have adequate information, the standards allow you to present just for 1 year, and then going forward, you can do the comparatives. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your global figure of 7.4 that you expended on goods and service is of interest. What will constitute some of your consumption items under goods and services?
Please come again.
If you look at the amount expended on goods and services, we have a record of 7.4 million. I'm just curious, what would have constituted the items that you consumed under goods and services to this tune?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, looking at this figure, it is clear that the feeding component was added to the IGF component of the goods and services. And that is why we have the 7.4 million. So you could see that the non-tax revenue that we generated is about 5.4 million. So that means that we can't spend beyond the revenue that we generated internally. So it was a grant that we had from the government to feed the student that was added to the IGF component. That is why we have the 7.4 million.
So the grants is just feeding grants?
It's a feeding grant, yes.
Okay. Let's look at your financial position. Yes, please.
All the grants you receive from government, is it purposely for feeding?
Basically now, yes.
All the
Yes.
grants you receive? Okay.
All right. So, Madam, instead of Well, in spite of what we saw in the financial statement, the position looks good. At least the 2024 restated moved them from a current ratio position of 1.7:1 to a current one of 15.3:1. How did you achieve that? Maybe you have some good stories for us to share with your other colleges, especially Professor Latinga's college.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It wasn't any magic, just that the academic year started in October, and there was strike, so we were not spending. So it's as a result of cash at bank. That is also part of the asset. That increase, the current ratio.
So, yeah. So Madam Chair thinks this is just one-off. Can you promise us that next year it will be the same or even better?
I can't promise that.
Oh, really? I'm sure you know by now because the auditors will have met you by now. Or last year.
Yeah.
Is it bad?
As a matter, it's not bad. We are still having a positive current ratio.
Okay.
Just to let you know, that audit has already been done.
Yes.
So you can't influence next year's budget. All right.
Okay, so your total liabilities has recorded a decrease. So again, you didn't spend, so you were able to satisfy your obligations, right?
Exactly.
Okay, all right. So, Honorable Chair, I think that should be all from me on this account. Thank you very much.
Okay, Presby College of Education. Albert Tiffin, you are discharged.
Thank you very much.
Let's call our table. Please introduce yourself to the committee, please.
Good afternoon. Please, I am Samuel Adebwatin, the principal of Atebubu College of Education.
Please, my name is Emmanuel Jan, the finance officer at Atebubu College of Education.
799. Okay, so we are looking at your financials. Right, from Bono East. Okay. Why didn't you attend when we came to Kumasi?
Honorable, I'm sorry, at the time the call was made, I was indisposed. And unfortunately, attempts to communicate to the committee could not reach the committee in due time.
Okay.
And I'm really sorry for that.
That's okay. If we're indisposed, that's fine. That's why you've come here. All right. Now let's look at your financial position out here. Grants went up, and then compensation also went up. Use of goods and services, you went up by 1.1 million. What happened out there?
Please, my finance officer will speak to you. Thank you.
Finance officer.
Thank you. Grants for the colleges of education at Atebubu is usually the feeding grant that we receive. And at that time too, we're capturing the grant as part of our IGA. So that is basically what happened.
And that's what you put in the use of goods and services?
Yes, it's part of our goods and services.
Okay. Now you see that for 2024, you had a deficit out there.
Yes, please. What happened was that for the deficit required, because we're having some surpluses for 2023, and academic year also started from 2023, we traveled to 2024. So our revenue, we didn't correct all of them in 2024. So we spent from our reserve that we're having for 2023. And some of our receivables also traveled to 2025, which...
What year did you start using the IPSAS?
It was introduced in 2023, 2024. So
Okay, because I see the consumption of fixed assets almost about the same from 2023 to 2024. Okay. Now you see that 2023, your current ratio was 336.4 to 1. And then 2024, it went from 0.6 to 1. Why that?
Yes. I may say it's because of the ISAS, but we were not capturing all our assets in that particular year. So it have effect on the 2024 accounts.
You see, your current liability in 2023 was only 3,489. And current liability, current assets divided by your current liability will give you your current ratio.
Yes.
And then when it came to 2024, your current liability was 883,000 as opposed to 500 and something.
Yes, in 2024, our current liability were basically some supplies that we own, our payables.
Yeah.
Yes, we were owing some electricity bills and some of our contractors that we were supposed to pay, which increased our liability for 2024.
So does it mean that in 2025, we are going to see a stabilized current ratio?
Yes, please.
All right. You are discharged. Let's go.
Thank you very much.
Let's call Mount Mary College of Education. Nay, hold on. Hold on before I call the wrong one. Yes, Mount Mary College of Education. Thank you. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members. My name is Professor Kennedy Alatenga, Principal of Mount Mary College of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Aziki Fadonko, Finance Officer.
All right, Honorable Enim, NS will take care of that one. It's on paragraph 732.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So Mount Mary College of Education, we are looking at your financials, and we are considering your financial performance as against your financial position. So for the year 2023 to 2024, your overall position was an improvement over 2023 with 8.7% increase in your surplus. I just want to understand a few things within your financial performance. So for government subvention, it went up by 14.6%. Was this as a result of an increase in enrollment, or it was as a result of cost of living? Please speak to the mic.
Sorry. For the IGF, it's affect the increase in enrollment, but the government...
I am not talking about IGF. I asked a specific question on government subvention.
No, the subvention is increase in salary mainly.
Okay, that's well understood. Then for grants, I see over here that there was nothing for 2023, but for 2024, there was 150,000. Why was there any Why was there a zero amount for 2023, but for 2024 you had 150,000?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These are grants for goods and services, for use of goods and services. For 2023, there wasn't any release. But 2024, they paid electricity bills direct, so it was captured.
Then for your IGF, which you had wanted to explain earlier, it went up by about 19.2%. What did you do different in 2024?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the IGF, yes, there was some slight increase in fee. For the enrollment, there is always what do you call it, a limitation on how much we can enroll. So that one, we cannot talk much about it, except to plead that we have the capacity to take more if you allow us.
Okay, so we hope that 2025, there will be an improvement over 2024.
Yes, please.
So let's go into your expenditures. For your compensation is well understood. Let's get into book and research allowance. It went up from 724,000 to 913,000, which accounted for 26.1%. What accounted for the jump of 26%?
Sorry, normally when we are preparing for the book and research, they will give us exchange rates in dollars. So that's what we will prepare. So that I think the 2023, the rate they gave us was around, is it either 10 or 12? Yes, and then the 2024, the rate was higher, because that time the exchange rate was higher.
Okay, we move to your financial position. Your assets, I see here a huge jump for your non-current assets from 3.7 million to 31 million, which accounted for a 737% change. What accounted for the huge jump? Was there any revaluation, or what accounted for that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it was mainly the valuation of legacy assets. With the adoption of the AFSA, we had to value the legacy assets, and that account for the huge increase.
When did your institution adopt the IPSAS?
2003. By that time, we were not able to...
Please, we are talking about figures. Is it 2023 or 2003?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, 2023.
Okay, so for 2023, when you adopted IPSAS, there was no revaluation?
Yes, please. What we were able to capture was what the assets that we had values, that we had purchased, and then we can easily have the invoices to support them. But in 2024, the Ministry of Finance developed a valuation model. So they provided us with the templates, and then we did the evaluation by using the template provided.
Okay, what is your depreciation policy?
Mr. Chair, it's part of the notes to the financial statement. So for land, for instance, it's nil, but building is 2%.
The reason I asked was the fact that when you go back to your financial performance, although you had a huge revaluation figure, your depreciation over here was a bit low compared to what you had in the revalued figure for non-current asset. That's why I wanted to understand what depreciation policy you are applying here. So we go into your current assets. Your current asset reduced by about 20%. What accounted for that reduction?
Mr. Chair, there were receivables that, for instance, some staff were having debt and they settled.
What constitutes the bulk of your current assets?
The major one is normally the student indebtedness.
And how do you classify that in accounting terms?
They are receivable. Yes, they are receivables.
Tell you to say.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. Okay, so your current asset went down by 20%. And your explanation was that, what again? Can you explain why it went down by 20%?
Staff advances, we were able to recover most of them.
So we move on to your current liabilities. Your current liabilities dropped by 47%. This is a positive one though, but can you explain or give us how you were able to do it?
Normally, I think at the end of the year, we were lucky, school reopened, but there was a strike. So some of the students were able to pay the fee, so we tried to settle some of our supplies.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Over here, your ratio improved slightly from 0.5 to 0.8, although you had a reduction in your current assets. So I can see some cash management practices in here, but then you need to do more to be able to bring up your ratio to at least a minimum 1 to 0, so that at least we know you would have no going concern issues. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair. The advice is well taken.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you are discharged. Is Al Farouk here? Please introduce yourself to the committee.
I am Wahab Swaliu, the principal of Al Farouk College of Education.
All right.
I'm Mohamed Zakaria, finance officer, Al Farouk College of Education.
Okay.
Armiya Isaac, deputy finance officer, Al Farouk College of Education.
All right. Honorable Akwesi Kunedu will go through your report.
Chairman, thank you. Al Farouk, what are the constituent components of your IGF?
Thank you very much. It's basically, okay. It comprises of the non-tax revenue, which is basically school fees. And we also have other miscellaneous collections, such as graduations and other things to attach. Market tolls and the rest. Thank you very much.
Market tools.
Sorry, not market tools, I put it in place, but sometimes more that we generate for keeping the place tidy.
Which place? Do you operate a market in the school?
No place. The common place that we sell for the students.
Oh, okay.
SRC came up with something, and then we used that one to clean, just for the operational cost of it, to pay the Zoom Lion. Thank you very much.
Okay, and your government grants, you have a grant that actually did not increase. Is that used in paying the compensation of workers that you have in the school? Because that actually did not increase from 8.3, still ended up at 8.4. That is just not even up to 1%. That is part of your income, is written as grant. Do you have a copy of your financials? Yes. Okay, so kindly have a look at that and let's see. The figure is 8.4 for 2024. So probably you can.
Thank you very much. It's the feeding grant, and our student population was basically almost the same. That was why it did not increase. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
It was the same. That's why it did not increase. Because that is why I initially asked about the IGF. And he said that was due to an increment in the number of students. And that generated a bit of higher IGF. But in the grant portion, he said the number is static, or the amount is static because the student number actually did not increase. But in 2024, in 2023, you had no depreciation or consumption of fixed assets. But in 2024, you had a huge figure of about 461,000. What is accounting for that?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 2024 was when we actually implemented the IPSAS, and so we moved on with full accrual, and that was why there was depreciation. But in 2023, it was only land, which is not depreciable. Thank you very much.
Okay, but your current ratio is getting worse. Because if you don't take care, it will get to a time that you'll not be able to pay your suppliers, and that would also affect your ability to meet your feeding of the students. So I'm sure you should be working on those ones. However, you are keeping a lot of current assets. Is it in cash because you have huge, or is it that your debtors' values are also increasing? Are you owing more people? Because it's increased from 1.5 to 1.9. Is it that you are holding on to more cash or bank balances, or you are owing too much to some debtors or suppliers?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In terms of the current assets, we have an increase in stock, which basically was as a result of uniform, basically a school cloth that we printed. And it came at the end of the year, and when the school was in recess, so we could not distribute it. As we sell, we'll be able to generate more. Secondly, in terms of the ratio being depreciating, yes, please, but it's because of the liabilities. But we could not do reconciliation with the university early, which entered into the previous year, the subsequent year. Thank you very much.
Yes, then try and do that so that at least you'll be able to.
It has been sorted. We have since paid. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Oh, okay, that is good. Chairman, I think Al Farouk is good to go. I mean, their calculations are on top.
All right, Al Farouk, you are discharged.
We are grateful, Honorable Chair.
All right, Bia Lamplighter College, are you here? Okay. Introduce yourself to the committee. Could you please introduce yourself to the
Honorable Chair, please. I am Dr. Samuel Ajimai, the principal of BLM College of Education. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I'm Maxwell Intijebi, the head of finance. Thank you.
Please, I'm Abura James Kwame, the internal auditor.
All right. Honorable NSNM will handle your issues on paragraph 1073.
1073. Thank you, Chair. Bia Limelight, we are looking at your financials. We'll start with your financial performance, then we'll move to your financial position. So for 2023 and 2024, I see here a very significant jump from a deficit position of 411,000 to a surplus position of 919,000, which is very significant. But then we'll get into it to understand how you were able to do this. So for government grants, it went up by 8.7. Was there increase in enrollment, or what accounted for the jump in?
Honorable Chair, the jump in the government grant was as a result of salaries and allowances paid for new new recruited staff. For new recruited staff, yeah. Thank you.
That is well understood. I see over here, what do you usually use your government grant for at the institution?
The government grant actually comprises of the salaries.
I asked a specific question. What is it used for?
Yeah, I wanted to know the composition because it's not, yeah. Part is used for salaries.
It's the same
and
thing.
Allowances.
The composition and what is used for is the same
yeah.
thing.
So
go ahead.
part is used for payment of the salaries and then allowances of the staff. And then part is the feeding grant that we government gave to the colleges.
Okay, I want to understand something here. In your expenditures, where does the feeding fees into? Which of the lines here?
The feeding enters into the use of goods and services.
Okay, that is well understood. Your IGF went up by 9.7%. What did you do different in 2024?
Honorable Chair, the main IGF is the school fees that the students pay. And in the year under review, the enrollment actually went up. Again, we also have a printing press on campus, which also generates some little income for us. So I think this is what actually contributed to the slight jump. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we move into your expenditures for compensation of employees. It went up by about 37.3%. I would want you to explain why it went up by 37.3%, because I'm seeing over here that between 2023 and 2024, the increase in the government grant wasn't as significant as the increase in your compensation of employees. So what could have accounted for that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That is why initially I wanted to let the committee know the components in the government grant.
You already did that, right?
Yes, yes. So if you look at the compensation of employees, it's solely the salaries and the allowances. It's solely that.
Okay, I understand it's solely that, but for 2023, you paid a total of 6.3 million. And 2024, you paid a total of 8.7 million. And that accounted for the 37.3. So I'm asking, was this as a result of turnover issues or what?
Honorable Chair, is as a result of the payment of the new recruited staff and then the salary adjustment of promoted staffs.
I believe that you applied the policies correctly over there with all the adjustments that were made.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. So for your use of goods and services, here there is a reduction of 54.8%. What did you do wrong in 2023?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. We actually did not do anything wrong in 2023, but in 2024, in fact, the colleges of education experienced a lot of strikes. If we are to put the pieces of the strikes together, it was even more than a semester. Now,
Before you get into it, what are your components of goods and services? Because you had earlier stated that the feeding all fees in here, and I know feeding is a constant, but here there is a huge jump, reduction from 5 million to 2.4. So you have more to explain here.
Yeah. The components of use of goods and services, in fact, the expenses and the goods and services, there are many. We have the maintenance of official vehicles, fuel and lubricants, we have printed materials and stationery, and then the feeding cost that I just mentioned is also there. Now, the reason why this decrease came is that at that moment that there was a strike, the students were not on campus, and a lot of cost, we were able to avoid a lot of cost. And then a lot of costs, we were also able to cut a lot of cost. That is why.
So, if not for the strikes, your institution would have reported a huge deficit, if not for the strikes. No, let me just land, because for 2023, you made a deficit of 411,000. And here you have improved yourself to 919. And that is accounted for in the use of goods and services. So if not for the strikes, this performance wouldn't have been achieved. Is that the case?
Honorable Chair.
Yes or no?
Yes, and then partly no. The reason being that, yes, in the sense that it actually contributed, but no in the sense that management also take a decision to cut some costs, of which if even they were not there, at least those cuts could have been managed. Thank you.
What were those costs that management cut in?
Those costs that we avoided is the feeding cost. That's one.
But that was as a result of the strike.
Yes.
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 Sir, tell us if you have no other explanation for that. Yes, because you are now going back to the same factors as the strike. Because if you are talking about feeding, if not for the strike, the students would have been there and you wouldn't have reduced the feeding cost. Yes, so what it means here is that you need to do more, because if in the future there are no strikes, it means that your institution will record losses, and that is what we want to avoid. So adopt proper management practices, not what you are talking about. You are only praying that there will be more strikes, then you can report. That is the fact, and it's here on the face of the financial position. For 2023, you recorded use of goods and services 5.5. And because of strikes in 2024, you recorded 2.4. That's almost about 3 million. And you're only recording a surplus of 919,000. Deduct that from 3 million. You would have recorded a loss of over 2 million.
Please, well noted. You adhere to your advice and do work as
so go back to the basics. Yes. And adopt proper management practices.
Thank you so much.
That will cut down on all these on unusual things that you do as an institution.
Well noted.
Okay, thank you. Let's go into your financial position. For your financial position, your non-current assets went up by 85.5%, from 33 million to 62 million. What accounted for that?
Honorable Chair, the non-current asset addition was not as a result of new acquisition. It was as a result of existing assets, which we were not able to capture it in 2023 when we started using the IPSAS, and then they were captured in 2024.
So when did you adopt IPSAS?
2023, please.
In 2023, there was no revaluation?
There was a revaluation. That is why I'm saying these assets were not captured.
So adoption was 2023, and you revalued in 2023. 2024, you had revaluation again, or what was the case?
These assets were there, but when we were capturing all the assets in 2023, those assets were not captured as a result of oversight. So in 2024, we captured those assets.
So you left out some of the assets in 2023. Is that the case?
Yes, please. Some assets were left, but it wasn't intentional.
So could that be termed as creative accounting or what?
It wasn't intentional. It was an oversight.
Okay. So Chair says that there was some creativity there but
You
it
see,
was not intentional.
I didn't say it in the microphone.
Okay, so you have explained yourself. So the adoption of IPSAS brought in more in your non-current assets. So we go to your current assets. Your current asset went up from 1.2 to 4,105,000. That constituted like 231%. Why are you keeping so much current assets? Tell us.
Yeah, Honorable Chair, the current asset was as a result of the receivables, that's students' receivables.
Student receivables, sir, go back to your 2023. Your liabilities for 2023 was 82,000. Your current liability assets for 2023 was 1.2.
Yes, please.
So, okay, so what constitutes the bulk of your current assets?
It's the student receivables and cash.
And for 2023, how much were owed in receivables?
Please come again, please.
So we are saying here that your current assets went up by 4.1, okay? And you are giving us the explanation that there was more in receivables, right?
Yes, please.
Okay, for 2024.
Please.
And I asked what constitutes the bulk of your current assets.
Yes, please.
And you are saying it is what?
Receivables.
It is receivables.
Yes, please.
So in subsequent years, we should be getting, turning the receivables into cash.
Yes,
Is that the
please.
case?
Yes,
okay.
please.
Okay, because the problem we have in here is that if it is in receivables, that is well understood. But if it's not, then it means you need to do more. You know treasury management? Can you brief us on what treasury management is?
Said, I didn't hear you well. Please.
Okay. Because you are telling us that the 231% jump in current assets is as a result of receivables. How much of this 4.1 is receivables? Tell us.
Honorable Chair, I don't have the actual figures at hand.
Were you the one that prepared this account?
I did, please.
And you came here without your figures?
Do
you have a copy of the draft that was submitted to the auditors?
Please, it's not here with me.
Okay. So do you know what we call notes to account?
Yes, please, I do.
So your notes to account should have all the breakdown for your current assets. And you prepare the account. And you cannot tell us how much of it is in receivables.
Oh, Honorable Chair, I can tell because I don't, that's why I'm saying I actually don't have the
So that means that you did not prepare the account.
I prepared it myself, please.
Okay. But this was done just 2 years ago or a year ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago.
You should have your figures. And, okay, so we'll permit you for today. But next time, please come prepared with all your supporting documents, because you should have these notes so that once you are asked questions, you are able to refer to them and you are able to give the correct answers. But you don't come here and give blanket answers. Okay.
Noted.
Your current liabilities also went up from 82,000 to 131,000. That's about 60%. Can you explain why?
Honorable Chair, in fact, at that time, in looking at the quantum that the students were owing us, we needed to maintain some level of cash for operational activities. So it's as a result of managing our working capital. That's why because if you look at the ratio, we could have settled that how do you call the
So you see, your refusal to give me the receivable figure is not giving me the opportunity to ask you questions here, because if I knew your cash position and I knew your receivable position, I'll be able to ask follow-up questions on this. You are talking about quantum, 131,000 and 82,000. What is the quantum here? You get my point. So please, next time, come prepared with all your notes so that we are able to flow with you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable
Your current
Chair.
ratio improved from 15.1 to 31.3.
Yes,
and that's a huge improvement. But then next time, if you are able to see the breakdown, we'll be able to advise you on what Treasury practices to adapt so that you can turn around your institution, because this is a loss-making institution. If not for the strikes in 2024, you wouldn't be recording a surplus. It would have been a deficit of over 2 million. So please do well and improve your practices over there within your finance setup. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Current ratio is that high because of current assets. That is jumped from 1.2
yes, please.
to 4.1.
Yes, please.
So it's not about, there's no magic out there that because of prudent. But Prof, how come you didn't show up in Kumasi? Use the microphone, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, we are very sorry for any inconvenience caused. We thought that only those who had infractions were to appear. So kindly forgive us, please.
But somebody called you, didn't they write to you?
Yeah, I received the invitation letter. That's why I've appeared today.
No, but when we came to Kumasi, you had the invitation letter. You didn't have any invitation letter that you should come to Kumasi?
No, please.
Okay. Yes, sir.
I think Prof did mention something that they assume that only institutions with infractions. But what we are seeing here in their financials is more than those creating infractions, because you have loss from one year to the other. You have jammed some expense lines, and you don't see this as a serious thing for you to appear and to be advised.
Honorable Chair, please, we are very sorry. It will not happen again. Very sorry. And Prof, Honorable Chair, please, I'm not a professor, I'm a doctor. Yeah.
Sorry, I gave you a title you haven't earned yet. Doctor, you are discharged.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
Now let's call for Fusu College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I am Anthony Baberi, Principal of the College.
Honorable Chair, my name is Kwabena Ampabin Cheme, Finance Officer.
All right, your infraction is on paragraph 688, and Honorable Abna Oseasar will handle that one.
Fosu College, yes. I see that you are bringing down your losses from 3.6 to 1.8. What happened in the first instance that you made a loss of 3.6 million Ghana cedis?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. Actually, the loss was attributable to consumption of fixed assets due to the adoption of international public sector accounting standards. So if you look at the figures critically, but for the consumption of fixed assets would have recorded a deficit of about 300,000 Ghana cedis.
Every deficit is a deficit.
Yes.
So I'm asking you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, so there was a bit of expenditure on IGF compensation. Because we did not have clearance to recruit, we had to get some casual staff to help. So that increased our compensation a bit. And that resulted in the deficit for the year.
But I don't know if your grant is also what government gives to you for feeding.
Okay, so the grant here, in our case, is
Yes.
both feeding and compensation.
Your grant is both feeding and compensation.
Yes, if you look at the revenue, we have lumped the
I
grant.
know you had 10 million.
Yes.
That's what I'm asking you, because I see grants as revenue and then grants as expenditure. So
Yes,
that's what I'm
so
asking.
when you go to the expenditure, we have separated compensation from the feeding. So the compensation of employees is up there, 7.7 million.
But your grant here is both feeding and compensation, you are saying?
Yes.
Okay. And in 2024, there was a deficit of 1.8, even though it's reducing. What was the story for 2024?
2024, I think the expenditure on grants came down a bit. And if you look at the consumption of fixed assets,
Hey, sir, are we on the same page? You see, 2023, your grant was 9.2, and then your grant was 10.
yes.
And you are saying that what expenditure on grants came down.
Yes.
But you just told me that your grant includes salaries or compensation
Sure.
and feeding.
Yes.
And when you add both compensation and grants, it's close to 11 million. So what are you saying?
Yes, I'm saying that the grant, the expenditure on grant
Yes.
on that particular line went down a bit. And then the consumption of fixed asset is still there. If you take the trade,
It went down because your compensation took that difference.
the compensation also went up.
Yeah, I'm saying you are saying that your grants went down, but your
Yes.
grants went down and you did not make any savings because your compensation took the fall.
Yes, very well, that's true.
So you can't use that to explain. All I'm asking you is that we still see a loss of 1.8 million Ghana cedis. And what is the case this time?
Yes, and the explanation I was giving was that in 2024, there's still consumption of fixed assets of 3.3 million.
Okay.
And if that is taken into account, we would have recorded.
Why? Okay, I see 3.3 million.
Yes.
Why is that the case? Because I thought you were hit in 2023 with the 3.3. And what happened that necessitated another hit of 3.3 million as consumption of fixed assets in 2024?
Yes.
Because
our
you know
non-current
all
assets.
the schools that you see, when you see them take a hit in the previous year, in subsequent years you see a fall consistently. You see a fall in their, if there's consumption of fixed assets, at least you see some fall. So why do I see a raise in yours?
The consumption of fixed assets is dependent on your non-current assets. And we have a huge non-current asset base of 102 million Ghana cedis. So it actually didn't reduce much. I mean,
What exactly do you have in that bracket, the non-current assets? What exactly do you have in there?
so our land, all our buildings and infrastructure assets.
Your land?
And then vehicles.
So have you registered your land?
We are in the process of registering. We had a
How
little
long has the
challenge.
school been in existence?
Since 1965.
So how long? 10 years, 20 years, 30 years?
That is 61 years.
61 years, and you are now in the process of registering your land.
Honorable Chair, you agree with me that
I will not agree with you on anything. Just go ahead and speak and say what you want to say.
yes, the government compulsorily acquired those lands for the establishment of the college. And before the promulgation of the Lands Act of 2020, government lands were not subject to conveyance or registration, to the best of my knowledge. So when the Land Act 2020 came into force, we decided to take steps to do the registration.
So how long has the act been amended? 2020?
2020, yes.
And we are in
26.
So how many years?
Yes. Processes at Lands Commission usually
How
take
many
a long
years
time.
now, sir?
6.
6 years.
Yes.
So you are saying that the processes at the Lands Commission takes forever. When did you start the registration, please?
Please, we started in 2022.
2022?
Yes.
And where are you now?
We had a challenge with one of the signatories to the Lands Commission, a chief who is demised, and until a new one is sworn in and actually the signatories are changed, we will not be able to surpass that hurdle. But we are still working on that.
So since 2022, they haven't been able to install a new chief?
Well, I think a new one has come. What I was saying was that the records at Lands Commission has to be amended to take away the old chief who has a signatory.
So how long has this been?
To the best of my knowledge, he has been demised for almost 10 years.
Sir, so you see you are contradicting yourself. You said you started the registration in 2022.
Yes.
And this chief has been, has left us, right?
Yes.
And it's been 10 years since he left us.
To the best of my knowledge,
So
yes.
to the best of your knowledge, you began in 2022. When you started, the chief was already not on this earth.
Yeah, so that's why I'm saying that we got to that snag when we were informed by Lands Commission that the signatory that they have, the person is demised and it has not been changed.
We
so
like
we cannot,
giving long excuses, but if it's
ways
and means to try and access money from government, wherever and whatever you have to do, you do it to get your funding from government. But when it comes to things like this, we tend to explain it away with a lot of excuses. Are you also a reverend minister?
No, please.
Okay.
But Honorable Chair, you agree with me that...
I will not agree with you on anything when it comes to registration of land.
Yes, processes at Land Commission are quiet.
You are not the only school.
Yes.
Respectfully, you are not the only school.
Yes, I agree.
So we are asking you, next year, God willing, we want you to come and tell us that this is it. You have finished. Because you can't document and add that value to your non-current assets when you don't even have title to that land. You have a huge non-current assets of 102 million. Meanwhile, the land does not even belong to you. It's not registered in the name of the school.
Yes, Honorable, the land component is 9 million Ghana cedis.
And what, give me the others in the non-current assets.
Yes, buildings of 75 million, and then the rest are infrastructure assets, such as electricity installations and road networks.
And road networks.
Yes.
And that comes to the 102 million.
Yes.
So the land is just 9 million, and that is why you haven't bothered to.
Not at all. That's not what I implied.
So, God willing, next year, Fosu College.
We are very hopeful, Honorable.
We want you to come and tell us that beyond the chief who died 10 years ago, beyond the signatories that you are looking for, you have fixed this thing.
Very well, Honorable. We will do what is humanly possible.
It is not what is humanly possible. Like I said, if it's funds that you have to access, you will do everything possible to make sure government gives you the funds. So in that same vein, let's use that same approach to do this, at least for the school.
That's well taken. Thank you.
Do you have a site plan for the school? Head of the school, do you have a site plan?
We have a map for the school.
You have a map of the school?
Yes, please.
You see, Fosu School, Fosu College of Education, the frontage is so beautiful. There is a park over there that people use for funerals.
Yes.
It would be great for somebody to build some estates over there. Wait till a powerful guy from Fosu comes there and he starts building an estate. You don't have that, not even a site plan. So we are creating all kinds of problems. I know the back of the school. somebody will start building from there. And then what would you do? Sir, one more I.
Chairman, respect. You said you have what? A map for the school. Respectfully, describe to us what the map is.
For the cadastral plan, we will need the entire Fosu Township, the plan for the entire Fosu Township, which shows the demarcations for the school. But we have engaged a surveyor to do that. The Fosu municipality doesn't have the special plan for the entire Fosu Township. So that is why we don't have the site plan.
But that whole spatial plan is what you call a map?
No.
So what is the map for the school?
The map is the boundary of our land, which we have established through survey.
And that's what you say is the map?
Yes, that's the map.
So it's not even a site plan, but that is not called a map. That cannot be a map.
No, the site plan will show the boundaries,
yes,
and then our neighbors.
Yes.
But the map we have doesn't show our neighbors because the Fosu Township doesn't have a site plan, which will show our neighbors and then to make out the site plan.
What you are trying to call a map, I know what you are trying to call a map, but it's not called a map. When you are looking at the plan that you do have, that is the composite plan that you do have, that you probably cannot call a map. And we are asking you specifically in reference to your school, that you have a site plan or a cadastral map plan.
We don't have that, please.
Yes, so it obviously tells you that you don't even have a demarcation as to what the size of the school actually means. Because you see, when the surveyors come now, and they are doing the sizing of the whole plot or whatever you do have, they are going to include what is existing now on the demarcation that you give to them,
yes,
as existing structures. And be you me, once it's taken to the town and country plan and the rest, those indications of where new existing structures have been demarcated in will probably be taken out, or unless you go for demolition. And now you don't have documentation, so you don't have a map. You try and facilitate that. Get a cadastral plan over it. That can be done without having that composite plan. To do the cadastral plan, that can be done. Because the surveyors will come, they will come and survey, they will come and put their equipment on it and make sure that they demarcate that one out and superimpose that on a plan. Because whatever you do, they have a plan. And those plans will give you the latitude and longitudinal scales of the whole area. You do not probably need those ones. They can place it on a proper documentation for you. So kindly do that. So on that basis, what document did you take to the Lands Commission that you realized that the chief had died?
Is the boundary map that I'm talking about. We engage a surveyor to do a boundary map for us.
But you know, a chief will not sign a boundary map and the Lands Commission will not register such a document.
Yes, it's part of the reason why we are not able to register
so
it.
So why did you even send it? Because once, if not for the chief who had died 10 years ago, by virtue of what accountant said, then probably it would have been registered with the map.
Yes.
The Lands Commission would have registered the land with the map.
Honorable Chair, in our attempt to register, we went to the Land Commission to seek advice. And that is where they told us that we will need the cadastral plan for the entire Fosu Township. And they will need the signature of a chief who is gazetted. But the one who died many years ago, they haven't replaced him. They haven't gazetted a new one. So these are among the obstacles why we cannot have it registered now. But we are making all efforts to
kindly make all the efforts, because as the school grows and the community grows, you probably would need infrastructure. And by the time you need all of those infrastructure, you don't have land. And land is the basic developmental asset you do have. So kindly do that and don't rely on the map. Kindly find proper surveyors to do a cadastral plan for you. In modern days, that is what we do, please.
Well taken, sir. Thank you.
All right, the next infraction is on paragraph. Oh, sorry.
Sir, your current ratio, you see it. It's not the best. You cannot pay your short-term liabilities. You know that.
Yes, Honorable
It's
Chair.
less than 1:1.
Yes. we are improving upon it.
How are you improving upon that?
Well, if you look at 2023, it was 0.4:1, and now we are at 0.8.
I know, but the ideal situation is what? 1:1.
Yes.
So how are you doing it?
We are improving revenue generation by introducing some measures to improve IGF collection.
Measures like what, please?
Like a farm that we have, we are trying to improve on the plantations and introduce
How
new
many acres of
measures.
land do you have for farming?
We have about up to 10 acres for farming.
And you can do more?
Yes.
Because I saw that you increased your IGF by just 500,000 from 2023.
That's true.
And that is not good enough. So you can do more.
Yes, we are
and
doing our
improve
best.
on your current ratio.
Very well.
But the land issue, you need to solve it.
Yes,
Thank you.
we are working assiduously on that.
You increase your non-current assets from, okay, your non-current asset, you said something about 102,000. 102 million. Okay. Now, the next infraction is on paragraph 697. Honorable Cletus will handle that one. Then we'll find out about your non-current assets.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, this infraction has to do with abandoned projects. You have 2 abandoned projects, 1,500 capacity auditorium and a 3-story building, a story building to house female residents, isn't it? We noticed that the auditorium is 80% completed, and the female residence is also about 50% complete. But the story building, the female residence, was awarded in 2016 at the cost of 1 million. And because of cost overrun is now almost 6 million, because 5.8 million. Is Get Fund here? Get Fund. Yeah, please come around, because you will help us answer this question. Mr. Chairman, Get Fund will have something to do with this. Yes, so if you can let them come and take the seat. Please sit down. Basically, okay.
He cannot answer till we administer the oath.
I, Cornelius Achitafenoko, do in the name of all Almighty swear that the evidence I shall give for this committee touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Yes, Chairman, I think we can go on.
Let them. Has the oath been administered?
Yes.
Please introduce yourself to the committee. Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Dr. Cornelius Achu Lafiamako, Acting Head, Project Monitoring and Evaluation of the GET Fund. Thank you.
Honorable Chair, I'm Victor Tehe,
Deputy Director in charge of project monitoring and evaluation. Thank you.
All right, now they'll be able to answer your question.
All right, thank you so much. Principal, I asked for Get Fund to come in because I know they will help answer this question. So I just want to know what effort you've made as the head of the school to ensure these projects are completed or to get the contractors back to site.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Following the audit recommendations, we wrote to Get Fund requesting them to assist the contractors finish their work. So the auditorium project has since been completed and handed over to the college last year in September and is fully in use now. For the female hostel project, as we speak, the contractor is on site. The pace of work is slow, but it's making steady progress.
And I will invite Get Fund to come in. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Yeah, it's true. Per our record, we have 3 projects. Let's say 3, but 1 is already completed. We have 2 outstanding. That will be the 300 capacity hostel block, and also that of the auditorium, and yeah, another classroom. All those ones, we have provided funding. Early this year, a request was made through GTEC to us. So most of the tertiary projects, we have provided funding for them to be completed. So all these projects, we have provided funding. For the capacity of the contractor, that one is not within our domain to determine. Thank you.
Yeah, but Mr. Achu, you notice that Get Fund also need to do as good or do the Ghanaian people some good, because you awarded a contract in 2016 at the cost of 1 million. And because it delayed, the project, the cost was revised to 5.8 million. That we cannot continue in this manner. I think that we need to be guided and be prudent in utilizing state resources. If you award a project in 2016.
No, Honorable, it was 2020.
No, one was 2020 and one was
Yes,
2016.
that was the 2021 date of commencement is 2020, and it was at 1.1 million. Then they revised it in 2021 to 5.8.
Okay, 2020. So I'm just talking about cost overrun. When projects are delayed, then when cost is revised, it affects, the public purse. That's all that I want to say. If you can throw some light into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. One of the issues we have with the universities and the colleges of education is that we normally provide them with a certain amount every year in our formula for staff development and for infrastructure. But over the years, we realized that because of the numbers, the amount being provided was not enough. And that money, they're supposed to use that money to do infrastructure projects on the various campuses. But we realized that over time, that money was not getting enough. The projects were getting delayed. So that's the reason why we've came on board as a fund to intervene by giving them the support, which we started in 2020. That's why we give them the first approval. But because of the outturn of prices, that we need to do the revision for the contractor to also get to a certain parity of price for them to go back to site and work. Other than that, they will never go to the site, because whatever they put in, they will not get the returns back. Nobody will go into business doing such a thing. Thank you.
So far, can you furnish us with how much money you've given to the contractor? Do you have an idea?
Honorable Chair, where I sit, Ronald, payment data is with the finance and accounts. I don't have that to be able to give you right now. Thank you.
I also advise that anytime money payment is made to the contractors, the school authority must be copied so that they can also at least follow up and take on the contractors to come and do the job. Because most of the times we do this thing without recourse to the school authority, so they are helpless. They just watch the contractor as and when he comes, fine. If he doesn't come, unless they come back to you. So, but if you can always notify them by way of just copying them, so that they will know that you have been paid so amount of money. So you are supposed to be on site. I think it will help the school's authority too. Thank you.
Well noted. But I know for a fact that the College of Education, especially the tertiary institution, the finance department do come to get fund a lot to chase these certificates. But if it is not done, well noted, we'll take note and do.
Thank you very much. Fusu College of Education, you are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Let's call Commander College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Reverend Kwesi Wilson, Principal,
Honorable Chair,
Commander College of Education.
I'm Charles Marfo, Finance Officer, Commander College of Education. Charles Marfo.
The chairman is rescued. No, I won't ask them any question. Honorable Frankie Abua will handle the first one.
Thank you, Chair. Reverend and your colleague from Commander, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
I'm just going to, my task is simple. I'm just going to take you through your financial performance and your financial position. So let's start with the good news. You managed to change a surplus of 170,000 in 2023 to 2.7 million in 2024, which is very good. Well done. That is 1,520% increase in your surplus, which is very good. Now, I just want to understand something. What do you use the government subvention for?
The government subventions are for two things. One is for the compensation, the payment of salaries, and one is for student allowance, which you use for feeding of students. That's feeding grants.
Because I'm seeing that in 2024, it decreased by 2.3%. Meanwhile, the compensation also increased.
Yes, student population went down. In 2023, we were about 1,800, and because of the target they give us, 2024, we came to 1,500.
Well, the student population went down?
Went down.
Okay, that's fine. You managed to increase your IGF by 14.6%. What did you do right?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Apart from academic reserve fee, which is one of the major sources of our IGF, the school also have other IGF activities. For example, we have a farm, a big farm, about 50-acre coconut farm. We are into rare animals, cow, pig.
That's fine.
We have those things.
That's fine. That's okay. You recorded an increase of a decrease of 1.9% in other revenue. That is from 133,000 to 131,000. What's the component of that other revenue?
That other revenue is staff development, which we normally apply to get fund, and then they pay to the staff. But in 2023, they were more than that of the 2024, so we received less than the previous year.
It's okay. Let's go to expenditure. Goods and services decreased by 27 or 28% from 7.9 million to 5.7 million. What happened?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. That one too, as a result of reduction in students. And in the year 2024 too, the strike, which asked students to go home to, you didn't spend enough on the goods and services.
Okay, so what constitute other charges and fees? It was increased by 30%. Sorry, decreased by 30% from 867,000 to 603. What's the component?
The other charges are the medical examinations they offer to the students. We also have some development which we pay to that of the teachers themselves.
I'm seeing 5.6 increase in consumption of fixed assets. But I'll leave it there and move straight to your financial position because it connects to the non-current asset.
Sure.
The non-current asset increased by 18.4%. And the reason you gave was as a result of acquisition of property, plants, and equipment. So the difference between these years was 1.1 million. But if we go up there to the financial performance, consumption of fixed assets increased by just 30,000. So why must you acquire asset worth 1.1 million and the consumption or the depreciation is just 30,000? You have the, give me a copy of the account.
Yes, please.
Can you check, can you go to consumption of fixed assets, please?
I'm there.
Yes. What's the difference? What did you see there? 2023, it was 549,000, as against 580,000 in 2024. Difference of 30,000.
Honorable Chair, under accumulated depreciation.
Yeah, consumption, yes. What do you call it? Consumption of fixed asset, which is the same as depreciation, yes.
In the income expenditure, 2023 was 549.
49, yes.
And
then in 2024 is 580.
Great.
The difference is just 30,000. And I'm saying that if you go up there, if we go to financial position, non-current asset increased by 101.1 million Ghana. And you stated that this was due to acquisition of property, plants, and equipment, which might be depreciated.
Yes.
So if we spend 1.1 on non-current assets, why must you record a depreciation increase of just 30,000?
Honorable Chair, it is a result of the year of acquisition. We acquired it within the 2024, somewhere September.
So the month of acquisition, not the year.
It's month of the acquisition, sorry. So we did not incur much on the depreciation of that.
So which month did you acquire it?
September, October, during the admission period.
So which equipment did you acquire?
We acquired most to the kitchen. We were having so many items there to acquire.
Okay. Okay. Let me take you to your current ratio. That one improved from 0.9 to 1 to 2.7 to 1. So it means that basically you'll be able to meet your short-term financial liability. So that's fine. Just keep it up. Keep an eye on it. So you're not performing badly. Mr. Chair, I think I'm okay. They are doing okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next infraction is on paragraph 711, and Honorable Kinney will handle that one.
Thank you, Chair. Commander, College of Education. This infraction has to do with students' indebtedness. Between 2018 and 2024, 495 students owe various sums of money amounting to 810,826.52. This has affected your operations administratively and then academically. You were asked to recover such an amount and then provide evidence. What is the status on that?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The student indebtedness is mainly on students who are yet to graduate as well as those who have graduated. In fact, we did the examination and realized that if we're taking a decision that before they graduate, those who are yet to graduate, they have to pay the full amount before they allow them to graduate. We also examined that we have a chunk of certificates for those who are owing, yet to come and settle their indebtedness before. So we have collected, we have about 503 to collect, 503 to collect.
I can't get that side right. So far, how much have you collected and how much is left?
Over 300, over 300.
You've collected over 300?
Yes.
And what modalities are you putting in place to take the remaining?
Honorable Chair, thank you. That's why I explained that we have conducted an audit and realized that they have their certificate with the school. Recently, when government opened the recruitment process, some were rushing to come for the certificate for us to get them. So that is what, for now, we can do to say they come for their certificate and then we take our money. Thanks, Chair.
I'm done.
Thank you very much. Commander College of Education, you are discharged.
Thank you, Chair.
Now, let's call Holy Child College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, I'm Francis Hall Adams, Principal.
I'm George Mbaweni, Finance Officer.
Honorable Bauer will go through your stuff with you.
Holy Child, Holy Child, the year and the review, you had a deficit of 95.3%. What accounted for this?
Hello, can you come again? 95 point.
Percent. You had a deficit of 1 million. It wasn't 1,453,887.60 Ghana pesos. That was the deficit. And then the previous year, you had, which is 2023, your deficit was 744,491. So if you tabulate it, it amounts to 95.3% increase in deficit.
Thank you very much. The deficit in 2024 was due to this adoptions of ESAPs. You realize that consumption of fixed assets amount to 1.8 million. And so if you knock it against the deficit, we still have a surplus. So our cash flow statement recorded a positive balance. And so it's as a result of the adoptions of ESAPs. Thank you.
I also saw that your grants also went down. What constitutes your grants?
The grant constitute compensations, that's salaries, then feeding grant, and book and research, and staff development.
Now, can you explain why it went down? Is it that the number of your employees went down?
Not exactly. I think the staff development went down.
I could see that your compensation went up. Goods and services also went up. And then, so the what accounted mainly? You say what accounted to the dipping of the grants?
I said staff development. Every year, we get a grant from Get Fund, and that's staff development. That one went down.
Okay. Now I could see that your current ratio improved as compared to the previous year. What accounted for that?
Yes, because we are guided by the academic calendar. You know, academic calendar ends in August, 31st August. And so the students also pays once in a year. And as a result, we are always being prudent in dividing the amount of, our financial year ends 31st December. So I, as a finance officer, I always want to ensure that the half year left, that is January to, the half year left, that is from September to 31st December, we still have something to run the college. Otherwise, if we spend within the first semester, we'll be in trouble. And that is why we have the ratio increase. And that is this ratio, when you look at it, is positive cash balance is about 829,000.
Honorable Chair, I also saw that their liabilities also decreased, which means that if you look at their financial performance and the financial position, it's looking good. What I would say is that you should improve on it and not to renege, so that at least you always be able to meet your liabilities as and when they fall due. Mr. Chairman, that will be all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Holy Child, you are discharged. Now let's call Ola College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable, please, my name is Dr. Regina Ochedankwa, Principal, Ola College of Education.
Honorable Chair, please, my name is Abraham Kwame, is the head of finance. Thank you.
Now, let me ask you, Ola, which Ola?
Cape Coast.
Oh.
Ola College of Education, Cape Coast.
Didn't we meet you in Western Region?
Oh, that one is Kenyasi. I think that one is a secondary school.
Ah, okay. Wow. Central Region. Now, let's look at your financials over here. Hey, compensation, it went from 8.9 to 11.6. What happened?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So the compensation relates to increases in salaries and then recruitment and other allowances that increased between 2023 and 2024.
Now, your grants went down by 4 million. Why?
Yes, Honorable Chair, our grants which relate to feeding and then other grants from research that we had in 2023, unfortunately, went down in 2024. So that accounted for that.
Why did it go down?
Well, we had some grants. For example, the grants from outside. Some of our lecturers did some research, and then they got some grants from outside the country in 2023. We didn't get that in 2024. So that some of those items accounted for the reduction.
Your goods and services was slashed almost into two. What did you do different?
Thank you, Chair. So we did some extensive maintenance works in 2023, which we didn't do in 2024.
Okay.
So some of those things accounted for the reduction in 2024.
You see that you had a deficit of 2 million. Hey. Let's look at your financial position. Current assets went up by about 854,000. And what is that?
Honorable Chair, the current asset that went up is basically the cash balances at the end of the year. We had a higher cash balance in 2024 as compared to 2023.
Yeah. Apart from the current ratio, is 0.5 to 1. In 2024 and 2025, 0.3 to 1. You know 0.5 is not good enough.
Yes, please, Honorable Chair. I assure you we did quite better in 2025, so you'll be...
Sir, I don't believe in promises.
It's already in our financial statement. I'm sure you would have it very soon. Thank you.
Okay. Let me go to management issues. And Honorable Dr. Jassa will handle that one.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This has to do with student indebtedness. And as you know, the PFM regulations, LI 2378, specifically Regulation 32, provides that you, Madam, the Principal Spending Officer, will take appropriate and efficient steps to collect monies that are due the entity. The auditors found that you failed in this responsibility to collect outstanding fees totaling 490,000 owed by 472 students that completed their studies between 2018 to 2023. It's been itemized in 2018 about 39 and so on. But at the same time, you are operating within a policy framework that says that if the students pay 50% of their fees, then you cannot sack them, and you cannot, and that of course would have inhibited your ability to collect. What other arrangements have you made to be able to satisfy this enjoyment by the provision of the regulation on you?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. So far, I would like to touch on what we have done so far. We have been able to collect about 225,000 cedis. So we have a balance of around 265,000 cedis. So like you rightly said, we have now a policy in place. We have actually even reviewed our policy so that we can put financial hold on student transcript, certificate, and even semester result, because we realize that these things are worrying us, and so we need to put in place policies that would enable us to collect our fees. So this is what we have done. However, the balance that we have now, majority of them relate to students who have completed. We have their certificates with us, and so we are hopeful that anytime they come for their certificates, they would have to settle their balances. Thank you.
So, two things. How did you collect this 225,000?
This relates to, actually, the auditors captured that all of them have completed, but that was not the case. The class or the cohort of 2021 to 2023 were all in school at the time that the audit was done. So we have been able to collect those ones. However, the balances are on those who have already completed, whose certificates are with us, and anytime they come for their certificates, they had to pay the rest.
So these collected balances, have you been able to update the auditors with this?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Auditors, could you confirm if your records show they have collected 225,000 Ghana cedis?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that a total of 225,063 cedis, 0.97 pesos has been recovered, leaving a balance of 265,018 cedis, 0.03 pesos. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now then, the students are paid allowances monthly, is that correct?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay. So you'll be able to collect fees going forward?
Yes, please. But we don't touch those monies for their fees. In fact, what's happening now is that the first day they resume, the first day they come to campus, we make sure that with the help of my staff, we sit down, we give you a sheet. You have to pay a percentage of the money before you are allowed in. So this was something that we were doing, but council.
So that's the policy of 50%?
Yes.
Okay. So
And
at
then-
least 50%?
At least 50.
Okay.
And then the finance officer and his office will have to give you updates. I mean, the students updates as in with messages that you are left with this. In fact, they have to go to the finance officer, or the finance office, for them to, the student themselves states how they want to complete paying the rest. So that transaction is done, and then occasionally per the terms that you have given, the officers will be calling you to come and make payments. So that's how we've been working with so far.
And so far, you are satisfied with the efficiency of that approach?
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, back to those who have completed. You say that you are pinning them to when they come to collect their certificates and transcripts. Are they also available to them online?
No, please. At the moment, they are not available online.
So they have to come physically to the school?
Yes, Honorable.
Okay, all right. Are you tying it also to references from academic staff for such students?
Yes, Honorable. That's what we are doing currently, because we realize that these are the things that will help us to get hold of them. So we are doing that as well.
So when do you hope to collect the rest of the 260-something thousand?
Unfortunately, we can't give a timeline because those people have already completed, majority of them. And Honorable, some of them completed during the diploma era. You know, during the diploma era, they didn't need their certificate to be posted. So some of them, even from that era, so we can't really give timelines as to when we'll be able to collect them.
Finally, Mr. Chair, the auditors also recommend that you review your fee payment policy. Have you put in place any arrangements to satisfy that request or recommendation by the auditors?
Yes, Honorable.
What have you done?
We have done that. So our council in last month approved the new policy, and we made a copy available to our district auditor. I'm not sure if it has come to this level, but we did make available a copy to our district
Tell us
auditor.
about the content. What is it? What is the new policy like?
So this is a copy of it. It's the content So some of the content is what I spoke about, that we now have financial hold on transcript, references, certificate, and all that. And then we have, if you would permit me, so we have issues on student on sponsorship, we have fee refund, we have publication, we have payment. It touches on several aspects of fee payment within the college. And so our main problem was with the collection, and that is why this puts financial hold on some of the things that the student may need from the college from time to time.
All right, thank you. Chair, that'll be all from me.
All right, Ola College of Education, you are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable
Let's
Chair.
call Jasican College of Education. If you are not here, I will move on to another school. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Honorable Chair, I'm Samson Fusese, the Finance Officer.
I am Dr. Hansen Akutubako, the Acting Vice Principal.
Okay, your financials will be handled by Honorable Frank Yeboah.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jessica College of Education, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be considering your financial position and your financial performance. So let's start with the financial performance. And I want to start with the bad news first. Your deficit position in 2023 was 677,000, and this increased to 1.6 million in 2024, representing an increase of 137%. I don't want to ask you why, so let's go into the details. Your IGF increased by 58%. So what did you do? What did you do differently?
Yes, the IGF increment was basically as a result of increase in student enrollment.
Increase in
students enrollment. Yes.
Okay. Okay. Consumption of fixed assets increased by 10,181%. That is from 15,000 to 539.88. What happened?
Yes, so some new assets were added to the old one, furniture and some items for the student because of the increment. Yes, so some new furniture and other items were acquired in addition to the new one because of the increase in student enrollment.
Okay. All right. Okay, I've already spoken about your deficit position. 2023, there was a deficit. 2024, too, there was a deficit. So you need to check the way you do things. Let me go to goods and services. Yes, increment was just 0.9%, so it wouldn't have come from there. Compensation for employees, 16.1%, which is around the standard one. So let's move to your financial position. Non-current assets increased by 52%. And the explanation was that it was due to revaluation and acquisition of property, plant, and equipment. When did you adopt IPSAS?
2023.
2023.
Yes.
Okay. So, what caused the decrease, 46% decrease in your current assets?
Yes, so the major decrease was because of the new assets acquired. We don't have enough cash and cash balance at bank at the close of the year at the time.
Okay, so what's the component of the current asset, apart from the cash?
Some few students' debtors is also there because of the way the academic calendar runs.
Okay, let's look at your current liabilities. It decreased by 35%, which is good anyway. It moved from 1.163 to 747. But its impact, let's look at the current ratio. In 2023, even though it wasn't up to the standard, 0.9 to 1, but it had deteriorated to 0.8 to 1. And as you are aware, you'll find it difficult to meet your short-term financial liabilities. So what are you doing about it?
Yes, so I think basically because of the new assets, and now we are stable as compared to the previous year.
What was your current ratio in 2025, if you have it?
I think it should be around 2.01 to something.
Sorry?
It's around 2.01 to 1, I'm sure.
So what pragmatic measure have you put in place to change your deficit position of 1.6 in 2024 to possibly a surplus?
Yes, so that's what I said, that this year we didn't go much into the fixed assets.
So what was your position in 2025 account? What happened in 2025? Because the audit has been done already.
Yes.
So what happened?
Yes, that's what I'm saying, that in 2025 we are having some positive.
You're having a surplus?
Yes.
All right. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you.
All right, the next, the infraction is on paragraph 946, and Honorable Alexander Roosevelt Hotoje. Will be asking the questions.
Mr. Chairman, add Gabi. Add Gabi. Yeah, Jessica, the auditors noted that in 2011, Get Fund awarded a contract to Mr. John Mock Construction and Trading Limited for the construction of an auditorium complex at the Jessica College of Education at a total contract sum of $1,498,931.68, with an expected completion date of August 2012. They further noted that the contract price was revised to $3,309,875.97 in June 2016, and further revised to a sum of $7,069,210.14 in April 2024. However, as at the time of the audit in 2025, the project's level of completion was still 93%. First, speak to that, after which Get Fund will be expected to also talk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we speak currently, the contractor is on site, and I think he's almost done with the project. Our last graduation, we held it in that auditorium.
Definitely, Get Fund must say something.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Definitely, Get Fund will say something. Yes, it's one of the projects that we took over, and we made provisions for them to be completed. So the contractors were asked to go back to site. So we are all, it's good news to hear that the project is almost done. So we don't think we'll come to Public Account Committee next year on this very project. We thank God for that. I want to make one clarity here. Please, the fund itself, apart from things that pertain to our operations, we don't award contracts. What we do is that we provide funding either through GTEC to the various tertiary institutions for them to award, or we provide funding through the various coordinating councils for them to do the award. Then we will do the payment at our end. So we don't do the award. So please audit. When you are doing the report, we are financiers, but most of them I see in the report that they say get fund award. Just for corrections. Thank you.
But get fund from 1 million to 7 million is worrying. What do you think is the cause?
As mentioned early on, we normally provide the schools, tertiary institutions, an allocation every year. But we realize that the allocation that we are providing vis-a-vis price movement, they are not the same. That's why now the fund has taken over itself with the consultant on the project, that they should be able to give us the funding gap. And when you are bringing that to current, it's definitely not going to be the price of yesterday. So that is why the movement. And if you don't do that, the contractors won't go back to site. That is the reality of the situation. Because either to give them maybe about 800,000, 1 million for infrastructure projects, and the schools looking at their capacity, they want to do an auditorium that is going to give them about 2,000 seating capacity. That's about, when they know when they start, it's going to be about 7 million. But they want to start with the money that is available. So sometimes they finish with the foundation and the project is start for the next 3 years until they have another, they collected enough money from Get Fund in terms of allocation that has accumulated before they ask the contractor to come back to site and continue. Looking at that, it's not helping. So what we've done now is to tell them to hold on doing any new project until we finish with all the old ones that are ongoing before they can be able to start a new project. So that was what the immediate past administrator, that's the understanding he had with them, and the current administrator is also continuing the same. Until you are done with your old projects, we're not going to allow you to use your allocation to do any new project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Getfan, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Gabi, this is Jessican, right? You are discharged. Now let's call EP College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dr. Dixon Chair, the principal of the college.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'm Thomas Pata, the finance officer. Thank you.
All right, let's look at your financial performance. Non-tax revenue went up by about 2.3 million. And where is that from?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This is mainly attributed to student fees and charges.
Ah, okay. And if you look at your numbers, apart from maybe compensation that went up, that one, you don't have anything to do with it, do you?
Please control.
Okay. Because last year you had a deficit of 389,000, and because of increase in the non-tax revenue, you see they have a surplus of 1.9 million.
That's correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's look at your financial position here. Current assets jumped from 907,000 to 2.9. What a million? What happened?
Thank you. This is also mainly attributed to cash and cash equivalents increase,
okay,
as well as receivable from students. Thank you.
But you didn't have any consumption of assets on your your statement. What happened? Are you not doing IPSAS?
That is correct, Honorable Chair. We are doing, however, we fully adopted that in 2024. And at the time that the value of the assets came, that was December 2024.
Okay.
So we used the deemed costs to recognize the value without consumption, which should take place the subsequent year. Thank you.
So in 2025, that's when it will show up?
Please, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Your financial current ratio went from 1 to 1 to 2.9 to 1. That's good. Your current liability didn't change. EP College of Education. That'll be all for you. You are discharged.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.
Let's call Dambai College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you very much. Honorable Chair, please, I'm Benedicta Awusi Atiku, Dr. Mrs., the principal of the college. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm Samson Fusasen, the finance officer of the college. Thank you.
All right. Honorable Yao, NS Enim, we'll go through your financials with you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
You've been here already?
You've been here already?
Yes, I'm in charge of the two colleges.
Oh, you are in charge of the two colleges?
Yes.
How come?
You alone?
Let me talk.
We're looking for jobs and you are keeping two.
It's actually the substantive for Dambai College of Education.
Okay.
And giving that technical assistance to Jessica.
To
Because
Jessica.
they don't have a substantive, yes. So he's a substantive for Dambai College.
And who appoints the finance directors for the colleges of education?
It's the college council.
It's the college council?
Yes.
No, the college council, but under is it under GTEC? Is it under Controller and Accountant General?
Under GTEC.
Pardon? Under GTEC.
Under GTEC?
Yes.
Let's flag this to the GTEC. Yeah. It shouldn't be that you are the substantive somewhere and then you are acting in another role. No. Yeah. There are a number of people out there looking for jobs who are also equally qualified. And even for procedurally and for good governance, it is not the right thing to do, so that you can be fixed on one institution and concentrate and handle one institution. So we'll flag this and let GTEC know about it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What's your problem?
Okay.
Dambai College of Education.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
We are looking at your. We are sleeping. We are looking at your financials. We'll start with your financial performance.
Okay.
Your non-tax revenue went up by 29%. Can you give us the components of your non-tax revenue?
Yes, non-cash revenue is basically students' fees, facility user fee, and then any other general incomes, IGF.
And this went up by 29. What did you do in 2024?
Yes, some slight increase in the student populations.
Okay.
Resulted in that.
Okay. Your grants went up by 27.6% in 2024. Is this government grants?
Yes, salaries.
Salaries,
Yes.
okay. That's also well noted. Then compensation, that's also relationship with what government gave you. Then your use of goods and services, this time around, it went down by 7.7%. What accounted for the reduction?
Yes, so in 2024, the goods and services, we invested much into fixed assets and tried to squeeze a little from goods and services into the fixed assets.
Okay, so your surplus or deficit situation deteriorated in 2024 from 1.2 million to a deficit of 2.6. And this can be attributed to your consumption of fixed assets.
Yes, please.
Was it your first year of adoption of IPSAS, or what accounted for that huge consumption in 2024?
Yes, one of them is that as a result of the adoption for the first time. And then
So for 2023, there was no consumption of fixed assets?
there was a consumption of fixed assets, but majority was paid for in 2024.
No, the problem here is that for 2023, it was nil. And you are telling us that there was. So
Yes.
where did you record that in 2023?
Yes, so we fully adopted IPSAS in 2024. Yes, so the comparison will be done within 2024.
So for 2023, there was no consumption of fixed assets.
So before the adoption of IPSAS, fixed assets are expensed in the year of operation. But when it comes to IPSAS, the fixed assets must be recognized in comparative terms.
Auditors, can you educate us on this?
Honorable Chair, so for the 2023, they had not gone full on IPSAS, and that is the reason why you don't see any figure for the consumption of fixed assets. But then there was proper valuation of the assets and well captured in the subsequent year, and the consumption of assets was also recognized, and that is why you see it reflecting in that year.
Thank you, auditors. And so we move on to your financial position. And I think the last explanation confirms why we have the non-current asset of 163 million, whereas for 2023 there was none. But for your current assets, it went up by 41.4%. What resulted in the increase?
Yes, so the current asset is majority is cash and cash equivalent, cash at bank, as at the 2024 year ending.
And you didn't see the need to adopt any treasury management?
Yes, so because the academic calendar now overlaps a little, some of the activities that we normally would have done within September to December now elapses into early January. So by January you would have spent those money.
Okay, and one significant thing here is that for 2023, there was nothing for current liabilities. Is it that you didn't owe anything?
Yes, so because 2023 was running smoothly and we don't have any hitches that much, we tried to finish the
If
year.
you say running smoothly, what do you mean by that?
Yes, so by 2024, we have some little strike within the system. But when we are operating normally, the academic calendar is such a way that by 2024, by December, you have enough to settle your creditors before you even
Okay,
consult.
let me ask this question. Who pays your statutory deductions?
Statutory deduction as in?
Like your employees' net and other things?
No, those are government salvation.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, because what is significant here is that there was none,
Yes.
nothing.
Yes. So the one you see even in the 2024 is utility that we couldn't cater
So for utilities, there was no accrual or there was none for 2023?
Yes, by 2023.
You paid everything off?
Yes.
Okay. That is serious. Okay. So that meant that for 2023, your ratio was equal to 0,
Yes.
nothing. And for 2024, I see here 10.6, and that's an improvement, and would encourage that you do more to also improve it next year, which is 2025. I think, Mr. Chair, I'll bring this to a close. Yeah.
So, in your capacity as what do you do at JASICAI? What role do you play?
Finance officer.
You are the acting finance officer.
Yes.
You got a letter to that effect that you should act at JASICAI
Yes.
College of Education.
Yes, but they are in the process of even getting a new person.
So the letter was signed by who?
The letter is from GTEC. But
From
it's
GTEC?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Nambai, you are discharged.
Thanks very much.
I'm sorry. Let's call Presbyterian Women's College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
I'm Dr. Cynthia Enim, Principal, Presbyterian Women's College of Education, Ebri.
I'm Bernard Bandia, College Finance Officer, Presbyterian Women's College of Education, Ebri.
Lawrence Dansubuadu, Internal Auditor, PwC, Ebri.
All right, Honorable Gape will go through the financials with you. And it's at paragraph, excuse me, 787.
7. Okay. Presbyterian Women's College of Education, you are welcome.
Thank you.
First of all, I will take you through your financial performance. When you look at your college, by the year end, you have a surplus of over 359,203, as compared to that of the deficit of over 2 million plus recorded in 2022. What have accounted for the improvement? You have a percentage terms of 117%.
Thank you. I think the Honorable Chair, the increase in the surplus is a result of increase in government subvention and IGF, the internal generated fund. The internal generated fund increased because there was an increase in student enrollment.
So the internal generation is only increase in student enrollment that accounted for that.
The student enrollment comes to increase the fees. So the amount collected on fees will increase as compared to the 2023.
And you could see that your total income also increased by 34% compared to that of 2023. This is mainly due to increase in the internal generated fund. So, and then government subvention, as you have mentioned. Your total expenditure have increased by 11%. What accounts for that?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Now, since there is an increase in student population, certainly we will have to increase the expenditure in the feeding, maintenance, provision of furniture to commensurate with the population. So that resulted in that increase.
Not attributed to increase in terms of compensation of employees?
Yeah, that is part.
Part?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because I think that year we had about 10 staff, additional staff added on.
We'll look at your financial position. When you look at your current assets, there's a change almost about 74.3%. And then when you look at that, what have accounted for that?
Yes. At the end of the year, we were preparing to receive the students who are on vacation. So we bought food items, we bought uniform, which were all in stock or inventory, and increased that. Secondly, the final years had come to school. So we had built them, increasing the student receivables.
So when you look at your, looking at your ratio,
it doesn't change. So I think it's unchanged. So the financial position, you'll be able to meet the short-term financial obligation. Chair, thank you.
Thank you very much. Where's Cletus? You will do it. All right. The infraction is on paragraph 796, and Honorable it's on 796. Okay, I will take it. You owe students' indebtedness is 315,000. What have we done about it?
As at September 2025,
yes,
we've been able to retrieve 200,124 Ghana cedis, 44 pesos. At the time we were coming, as at Friday, I think the amount left was 73,940 cedis, 54 pesos.
Auditors, could you confirm, please?
Honorable Chair, we don't have the update of that, and if they have it, they can let us have it. We don't have it.
I think
money.
Yes,
And
we submitted this letter. This letter was given to us by the audit service as a certification of the fees collected. I think.
When was it given to you?
19 September 2025.
2025.
Yes.
Okay. You give it to the auditors, and then they will reconcile on this one. Okay. All right. In that case, Presbyterian Women's College of Education, you are discharged.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Presby College of Education, Ekropon, Ekwapim. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Reverend Dr. Nicholas Aprecian, Principal of the College.
I'm Vivian Chawe, Internal Auditor.
Please, I'm Isaac Bamfo, the Finance Officer.
Okay, Honorable Frankie Ebo will go through your financials with you. And it's on paragraph 767.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reverend Doctor and your team, you're welcome.
Thank you.
We'll be considering your financial performance and your financial position. So let's start with your financial performance. And since there's a good news, let me start with the good news first. You managed to change a deficit position of 1 million in 2023, sorry, to a surplus of 9.9 million in 2024. So well done.
Thank you.
Now, I just want to understand a few things. Okay, so IGF increased by 9.8, which is not bad. I would just advise that you keep doing what you did so that the IGF will be increased. Or do you want to share with the committee how you managed to increase your IGF? Is it automatic or you did something right?
Please, it was as a result of a slight increase in the student fees.
Enrollment. Yes. So that's enrollment.
And then student fees.
Okay, slight, okay. I'm seeing 12% decrease in your investment income. Is it the case that some investment was liquidated in 2024, or
yes,
what happened?
Please. Some was redeemed in 2024.
So the same thing. Okay. Let's look at donations and other income. In 2023, you had 633,000. But in 2024, you had 22.6 million Ghana cedis in donations and other income. That is 3,468%. What happened?
Please, it was as a result of recognition of donated assets as revenue, as stipulated by IPSAS 23.
Donated items like?
Buildings and then vehicles.
Okay, all right. Employee compensation is fine. It's under control. Goods and services, 16.4. You can still do something about it to reduce it a bit. Consumption of fixed assets, 379% increment from 2.6 million in 2023 to 12.575 million in 2024. What caused that?
Please, it was as a result of revaluation of those assets that...
So when did you adopt IPSAS?
Please, 2023.
Okay, I've already spoken about the surplus of 9.9 million in 2024, so I'm not going to waste your time on that. Let's move straight to your financial position. Okay, I'm sure your increase in non-current asset will be connected to the IPSAS adoption, but let me ask you. There's an increment of 343%. That is from 49 million in 2023 to 118 million in 2024. Do you have any other explanation apart from what you've given so far?
Yes, please. It was as a result of revaluation.
You said that one, so that's why I'm asking if you have any other
No,
additional information, but
No,
this one you've already said it, so that's fine. Current asset decrease, so it's fine. Your current liabilities increased from 230,000 in 2023 to 1.9 million in 2024, representing 736% increment. What happened?
Please, it was as a result of increase in our utilities and other payables.
Other payables like?
We had a building that we were constructing, and there was an amount that we were supposed to pay within that year, which we captured as part of our payables.
Because if you look at your 2023 current ratio, it was 21.1 to 1. But in 2024, it's 2.4 to 1. And obviously, if your current liabilities increase by 335%, it will reflect negatively on your current ratio, even though the 2.4 to 1 is not bad. But if you compare it with the previous year, which is 20.1 to 1, it looks bad. But internationally, the standard is okay. It's okay. So I'll just advise that you keep an eye on it so that you will be able to meet your current financial liabilities as and when they fall due. So keep it up. Mr. Chair, I'm done. Thank you very much.
All right. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Finance Officer.
Yes, sir.
I heard you say that you liquidated part of your investment.
Yes,
is that right?
Yes, please.
Okay. But looking at your financials, I've seen that your non-tax revenue increased, your IGF increased.
Yes, please.
Your donations and other income increased. So why did you liquidate your investment? If you had all these figures going up.
It was as a result of the projects that we were undertaking. We needed to liquidate it so that we could meet some of the payments.
Which projects are these, please?
It was a 3-story female hostel that we were financing with our IGF.
So what's the status now?
Please, it's completed.
Thank you, Chairman.
All right. Your infraction is on paragraph 776, and Honorable Kinney will take care of that one.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. 333 students owe you various sums of money amounting to 364,855.48. You attributed the cost to long strike by lecturers, and then the prevention of level 400 students from staying on campus. You were tasked to take steps to recover the said debt and provide evidence for verification. What is your status on that?
Thank you. Honorable Chair, please, currently they've all paid. It's related to their examination fees. And we all know that students, when you link their fees to checking their results, it motivates them, so they've all paid as of now. Yeah.
So have you provided evidence for verification to the auditors?
Please, we've been cleared by the auditors in their current management letter that they give. They follow up.
So auditors, can you confirm from your end?
Honorable Chair, the total amount has been recovered. Thank you.
All right, the next infractions on paragraph 782, and Honorable Eleplin Makurugu will handle that one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the auditors discovered that 21 tenants are owing 30,170 Ghana cedis. What measures have you taken to retrieve those monies?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Please, letters were issued demanding for payment, and they responded accordingly. Currently, we have about 4 of them who are yet to pay their outstanding, which stands at 1,315 Ghana cedis.
Auditors, can you confirm whether out of the 21, you say we have how many left?
4.
4. Yes, auditors, can you confirm?
Yes, Honorable Chair, we can confirm that assertion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, that will be all.
You are discharged. The next school to call is Methodist College of Education. Akim Odan. Yes, sir. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Very Reverend Solomon Kwame Jamra, the principal, Methodist College of Education.
Francis Abedu, the finance officer.
Kwabna Boahine Konto, assistant accountant.
Please have your microphones off. Please turn your microphones off. Honorable Bauer will go through your financials with you.
Thank you, Chair. Methodist College of Education. Going through your financials, I saw that we had an increase in government subvention from 9 million to 11 million. What accounted for this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The increase in government subvention is as a result of increase in the salary, then the increase in book and research allowances, then the feeding.
I've seen another, does that your IGF too also increased by 63.6%. What are the components of your IGF?
Thank you, Chair. The IGF consists of mainly the school fees, certification, transcript, and receipt, then hiring of the school property. Please, that resulted in the increase of our IGF.
I see. Under your expenditure can you explain to me what is specialized expenses?
Thank you, Chair. The specialized expenses consist of the payments that are made to the SRC, the PRINCOF, and the IGA, which is the Association of the Colleges of Education, which are in Eastern and Greater Accra regions.
That also increased by about 65% too. Why that jump? I said that the special expenses,
yes,
it's also increased
yes,
under the year under review.
Yes, please.
By 65%.
Yes, please.
What was the cost?
The payment that we made to SRC increased.
SRC fees increased. Anyway, I've seen that your liabilities too have come down. Your liabilities went down. Yes. And then, so what was the cost? Tell us.
Yeah, those that we are owing, the suppliers that we are owing at that time, we have to make payment to to bring our liabilities down.
That's good. And then there's an improvement in your current ratio. So, Mr. Chairman, I've seen that the accounts, it looks good. Yeah, that will implore on them not to renege and to whatever you did to improve. I hope that 2025, the financial performance will be better than this one. Or you go back?
Yes, please.
You don't go back?
No, please, we are...
You will not renege? No. Okay, Mr. Chairman, that will be all for me.
All right.
We encourage you to keep it up.
Methodist College of Education, you are discharged. SDA College of Education, as a query. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Vincent Ajalimens, I'm principal of the college.
All right.
Honorable Chair, I'm Samuel Osu, the internal auditor.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Shadrach Nketia, finance officer.
All right.
Honorable Chair, I'm Sarah Ofe, accountant.
Okay. Where is it? Okay. Honorable Duke William Allen Kwame Amoakwata Oforiata Akufo-Addo will handle this issue.
Thank you, Chair. SDA College of Education, Asokori. Is this Mampong?
Asokori Koforidua.
Koforidua, okay. You are welcome. Your financial performance. Non-tax revenue is up 57.4%. Why is that? Which is good.
Thank you, Chair. So in addition to the student fees that we get, we also try to generate some IGF from some commercial activities we do. We have a bakery, we have a water unit, and we also got some monies from donations as well. Thank you.
Finance income. There was nothing for 2023. but there's 4,193 for 2024.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, because the revenues increase that we had in 2024, we put some in fixed deposits, and so at the end of the year, we had generated that finance income. Thank you.
Your total income was up 22.6%. You should look to increase that and do well next time.
Thank you.
We'll look at your financial position. Well, sorry, I have one question here. Consumption of fixed assets, nothing for 2023, but we see $1,072,000 for 2024.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So we implemented IPSAS in 2023, but it was towards the end of that year, so we didn't have consumption of fixed assets, namely depreciation. But in 2024, we had full year's depreciation. Thank you.
Please do well to keep up. Your financial position, I have a few questions. If you look at your current ratio, you went from 1.71 to 12.5 to 1.
Yes.
What is the secret?
Yes, so as I explained earlier, the revenue increase that came, we pushed some into fixed deposit. So that significantly increased the current ratio in addition to the receivables that we had. Thank you.
So you had enough income to reduce your total liabilities?
Exactly.
Because that went from 1.27 to 401.
Yes, please. Thank
you. Mr. Chairman, I think they are star performers. We hope that they can keep it up in the years coming up. You have set a baseline, so we expect more from you in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. SDA College of Education. That is it, right? You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Chairman.
Okay, now let's go to St. Francis College of Education. Ahoy. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
I am Dr. Christopher Yaudeldo, the acting principal of St. Francis College of Education, Hohwe.
Gilbert Ajiman, the finance officer, St. Francis College of Education, Hohwe.
All right, Honorable and Estenim, we'll go through the financials with you.
Thank you, Chair. St. Francis, we'll be looking at your financials. We'll start off with your financial performance. Your government grant for 2024 went up by 24.4%. What accounted for this increase?
Yeah, this is basically due to the government grants we have received for payment of salaries and allowances, as well as a book allowance, increment in book allowance, and a feeding grant. Thank you.
Was there an increase in staff strength for that year?
Yes, please.
Okay. So your IGF went up by 5.2%. What was the reason behind the increase?
Yes, that time we were fortunate to have renters from our auditorium, and also we were also running UCC programs, that is distant learning and sandwich programs. So that gave us some little income for the period. Thank you.
So compensation of employees, we won't go into that. And your use of goods and services, it went down by 10.5%. What did you do over there?
Thank you, sir. This is basically due to the reduction in the feeding cost. What we noticed in the past was that we were incurring a lot of costs on feeding. So management set up a committee, the feeding committee, to review the cost. So what basically they did was to embark on a market survey and look at the times. Sometimes price of tomatoes and items become very expensive. Then they would try to vary the menu and, as it were, look at other areas that would bring costs down. So if you look at our financial statement, you notice that we've been able to cut feeding costs by over 1,082,000 Ghana cedis, and that basically has accounted for the reduction. Thank you.
Okay, that's a very good one, and I think that other colleges can also learn from some of these best practices, because you could see here that it was a correct management practice, and that has also reduced your deficit situation from prior year, which was around 1.2 million Ghana cedis, to just about 254,000, and that is coming from just your savings from the feeding, and that's a very good one. Your consumption of fixed assets went up by 15.6. Any explanation?
Yes, this is primarily due to the acquisition of some few assets and the adoption of the ESAPs.
Okay, thank you. So we go to your financial position. Non-current assets went up slightly by 6. Current assets reduced by 5.5%. But then my concern here is that instead of you improving on your ratio, you rather went down. So let's work on that and improve our current ratio so that the arguments we made for the reduction in feeding at least will be justified. Yes, thank you.
All right, sir.
St. Francis, you are discharged.
Thank you, sir.
Now let's go to Akachi College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Felix Kwame Kumajo, the principal of Akachi College of Education.
I'm Frank Asare, internal auditor.
Conrad Kofi Atakra, finance officer.
All right, Dr. Jassa will go through your financials, which is on paragraph 999.
Okay. Honorable Chair, thank you very much. 999 Akachi College.
No, I give yours to somebody.
Akachi, is that the town of the deputy speaker?
Exactly so.
Oh, okay. All right. So let's start with the not so good news, which is that from 2023, you've improved on your surplus situation, which is a negative surplus, it's a deficit actually, from 469,000 to 430,000. Your total income compared to your total expenditure has remained almost the same in 2024. Tell me more about the deficit. How did you achieve this lowering of your deficit by at least 8.4%? What happened?
Thank you. My finance will speak to that, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The deficit arose as a result of our consumption of fixed assets.
Your consumption of fixed assets.
Yes.
And in 2023, you had 0 fixed assets. When did you adopt the IPSAS?
We adopted the IPSAS in 2023, but fully in 2024.
Okay, so that accounts for the 0 in 2023.
Yes, please.
Okay. Now, your total income ballooned actually from 13 million to 17 million in 2024. We noticed that your grants increased by about 3 million. What accounted for that? Was it because of student enrollment or increase in fees?
That was mostly about compensation. So we had an increase in staff.
I'm sorry?
That was mostly about from compensation.
No.
Salaries.
I'm talking about income.
Yes, grants. The salary compensation, the grant is made up of both compensation and feeding.
Compensation for your staff?
Yes, please.
Okay. But you also have compensation of employees as an expenditure item.
Exactly. So you receive the grant and you pay. So that's how we record it.
No. You come with me on how I want to take your accounts. I'm saying to you that we had a 28.5% increase in your total income. That's from 13 million to 17 million. And we observed that a component of it, which is the grants, increased by 3 million. I'm just trying to understand how come we recorded that increase in your grants. Is it because of increase in number of students, or is increase in the quantum of fees they have to pay, or both? What happened?
Both. So the grant, the income we made. So there was an increase in our non-tax revenue, which is the IGF. Then, so that was basically we had an increase in enrollment and the school fees component. Then the grant, there was an increase in the compensation because of additional recruitment of staff that we had.
Okay.
So that was what results in the increase in those lines.
So you recruited more staff, and so you got more income to pay them. Is that what you are trying to tell us?
So the grant portion is made up of compensation, then the feeding grant that we receive. So you receive and spend. So usually, technically, with the compensation, what you receive is what we pay the staff. So there was an increment because we had about additional 10 staff. Exactly.
Okay, but there's an item which would bring your issue much clearer, which is the compensation of employees. And for that one, you had an increase of 23%. So you are saying to me that it's because of this increase in compensation of employees that you have the increase in income.
No, if there's usually, technically, with the grant, what you receive, as well for compensation, what you receive is what you pay. So usually, if there's a difference in the...
Okay, okay, just assume that I'm not a finance person, and I'm not. What I want to understand from this account, this statement is, you have total income that has increased by 28%. Now, the components of this total income is non-tax revenue and grants. I want to understand what constitutes the grants.
The grant is constituted by the feeding grants received for feeding of students, and compensation. Okay, so money to pay salaries. Exactly.
So you pay salaries from the college?
No, we are expected to record.
Okay.
That particular portion of that amount.
Okay. All right. Now then, use of goods and services. You had a deficit of. Okay, so you've done well. You've managed to reduce your expenditure on goods and services. How did you manage that with increasing numbers?
Yeah, we made some savings on the feeding grants that we received.
You didn't feed the students well?
We fed them well with the chairman.
So how did you save? Did you cultivate your own farm, or what did you do? Is there any innovation we can learn from?
No, basically in 2023 there were actually kind of rises in goods and services. So in 2024, probably the conditions were better. So even though activities didn't really change that much, but we made savings mostly in the prices of goods and services.
How could you make savings when buffer stock was the one supplying you the food?
No, buffer stock doesn't supply us.
It doesn't supply you?
Oh, please.
Oh, this is a college. Okay.
Yeah.
All
yes,
right.
Mr. Chairman.
I'll forgive myself for that one.
Okay, so let's look at your financial position. Mr. Chair, I think that they've done pretty well. There's an improvement in their current ratio position of 1.5 to 1 to 2.8 to 1. And I think on the balance, this account looks good. I will encourage you to continue. I'm sure Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker might have an influence in this. Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Akachi College of Education, you are discharged. Now let's call Peki. Chief Whip. Introduce yourself to the committee, please.
Dr. Ebenezer Paboni, Principal.
Dr. Geoffrey Kluche, Acting Vice Principal.
Onesmus Kwashi, Dr. Head of Finance.
All right. Honorable Abno Siasar will handle that one.
Peki, I mean, you are the first school or first college, I mean, for today that has shown your get fund allocations and other incomes. You have separated those ones from your government subventions as well as your IGF. So get fund gave you 316,000 Ghana cedis in 2024. What was it for?
It was the fund, thank you, Chair. It was a fund provided to pay the staff who have gone, who are doing the who are doing their PhD courses, and now that they have applied for it. The Staff Development Committee met and collected their evidence of fees paid and submitted to submitted it to get fund through GTEC. So during 2024, all that they have applied previously, at the latter part of December, they have released all. So that is what you are seeing on the paper over there.
Okay. And what constitutes your other income?
Our other incomes, we have carting services. We also have some projects like pig farm, water factory, provision stores, and economic trace.
Okay, I see.
Economic trace.
But that notwithstanding, you made your loss worsened from 916,000 to 1.1 million Ghana cedis.
Exactly so. Right down from what you can see, 2023, we have partially adopted the ISA, as the ISA law allows that you can gradually take or record your assets. So greatly our consumption of fiscality was part, and we live in an era where prices and goods and was skyrocketing or escalating due to inflation. So our strategic position for buying of goods and services, at a point in time we must liaise with our auditors in order to probably to vary or to change some contractors who will bring some how do you call it? The goods and services were escalating. Let me put it like that. It's purely due to inflation.
Sir, what are you saying?
That, yeah,
your loss of 1.1 million from 916,000
yeah, I was saying
is purely due to inflation. Did you just say that?
No, madam, I was explaining certain issues prior to that. I can repeat myself. I said that in 2023, we have adopted IFSA.
You are not the only college that adopted IFSAs.
Yeah, let me explain myself.
Your number
madam,
is 435,000 for consumption of fixed assets in 2023.
Yes, some assets have been
and then 767
or revaluation.
Can you please keep quiet whilst I speak?
Can you just listen and
your consumption of assets for 2024 was 766,000 Ghana cedis. Your goods and services went up by 7.3 million. And you sit here and say your loss is as a result of what? Inflation and then the consumption of fixed assets. You are not the only college that is supposed to show IPSAS in your financial statements.
Madam, sorry for trying to challenge your authority. I was saying that...
You were not challenging my authority, you were just talking. Yeah. You are not challenging my authority, you were just speaking because you felt you had the mic in front of you. Please go ahead.
Thank you. There was revaluation of assets, which actually contributed to consumption of non-current assets. That is non-cash.
Let's go back to 2023.
So when you see 2024...
Sir, let's go back to 2023. What necessitated the loss of 916,000? Was that also inflation? Was that also high price of goods and services?
Yes, madam. All that factor you say, they are all part of it. I will explain myself because...
In 2023?
Yeah, we live an era where the goods and services were escalating, the prices of it. So we have to...
give me the components of your goods and services, one by one, to the tune of 6.6 million in 2023 and to the tune of 7.3 million in 2024.
They are in the note. I can list them for you.
I don't have your note, so mention it.
If you permit me. Yeah, madam, our goods and services, note 18.
For 2023, 6.3.
Yeah, comprises materials and consumables. That is printed material and stationery, office facilities and supplies and accessory, refreshment items, medical supplies.
Refreshment items, what's the amount over there?
For 2023, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That is 58,693.
So for all the consumables that you mentioned, what's the total amount?
The total amount of is for 2023 is 6.
No, the consumables you mentioned, printing materials.
For 2023,
that portion.
For 2023, the aggregate is 2,363,000.
Okay, so let's go down.
692.
Okay.
The 2024, should I mention that one too?
No, the total is 6.6, and you've given me 2.2. 2.3. So let's continue.
Yeah, 2024 is 2.6.
2024
is 2.6. 2023 is 2.3.
Well, I'm talking about your goods and services, which is 6.4 million, and I'm saying give me the breakdown of the 6.4 million.
Yeah, so that one is a consumable, material and consumable. Then we have utilities.
Okay, how much is that one?
Utilities in aggregate 2023 is 455,466.
Okay.
2024.
No, let's finish with 2023.
Okay, 455,000.
For utilities.
Yes. Then we have general cleaning.
General what?
Cleaning materials.
Okay.
General cleaning materials. That is 55 cedis. So virtually 2023.
55 cedis.
Yeah,
so let's go on.
We're having the old store we couldn't buy much. Then we have general cleaning, traveling and transport expenses. The total is 800.
So you see where it is 800 and something, and you sit here and tell us that it is inflation. You spend over 800,000 in transportation costs alone.
Madam, we have fuel.
I know. I am coming.
Yeah, it is not only about the...
It is transportation cost, and that includes fuel, that includes servicing, and that alone is how much? 835,000. Let's go down.
Yeah, when I talk about
continue.
Escalation of prices and goods and
continue,
services,
let's go down.
The flow too was escalating.
Let's go down. Continue.
Then we have repair and maintenance.
Okay.
The total is 999,000.
Repair and maintenance of what?
repair and maintenance of computer software, road, driveways and grounds, repairs of residential buildings, repairs of office buildings, maintenance of furniture and fixtures, maintenance of machinery and plant, maintenance of general equipment, minor repairs of college or schools, street lights and traffic lights.
Yes, and all these things resulted in the loss because you spent more than you had. There are certain items that you mentioned here that you could have postponed, looking at the strength of your income. Looking at the strength of your income, you could have postponed some of these items, or you could have stepped it down to avoid the school incurring the loss of 913,000 Ghana cedis. But you come, you sit here, you want to dwell in politics. I'm prepared for
Please,
you.
madam, I'm not doing politics. Here, I'm not doing politics.
I'm not done.
With all respect.
I'm not done.
Allow me
respectfully, I'm not done, sir. Sir, respectfully, I am not done. I don't know why you are too excited.
I'm sorry.
I don't know why you are too excited. You make a loss of 913,000, and you think you can come and sit here, display, and be excited about it and explain it away. You are not doing your school any good thing. You mentioned the items that caused the loss, and I'm saying that when you looked at your income that was coming to you, you could have stepped some of the things down to avoid the school incurring a loss of 913,000. You want to explain? Maybe when you go to your school, you can go and explain to the students there why you incurred a loss of 913,000. And in 2024, it worsened to 1.1 million. And you still want to explain it away. Don't be too excited because you're on TV. Don't be too excited. There are better ways of representing yourself other than being too excited and explaining a loss of 1.1 million when you could have done something about it. And principal, do you look at your accounts? Are you aware your current ratio is worsening?
Yes.
You are aware?
Yeah, I'm
and what
aware.
are you doing about it?
In fact, when I took office, we had a lot of infrastructure in terms of all other things that was deteriorating.
You had a lot of
our old structures.
When you say old structures, what do you mean?
Bungalows and labs and all other lecture halls. So we were trying to save the school by doing some of these maintenance. In fact, they were encroaching on our lands too. So we needed to wall the school. So that resulted in us doing some of this spending because people were infiltrating.
No, we even haven't come to 2024, so I don't know what entails in your 7.3 million goods and services. But I'm even speaking to 2023.
Yes, I'm saying that
Yes.
because we did a lot of maintenance work.
But are you aware you were deepening your losses? Are you aware?
He is.
But aren't you the principal?
Yes, I look.
So I'm asking, were you aware you were deepening your losses from 916 to 1.1 million?
Normally,
There are certain things that, let me advise you. There are certain things that you can postpone to improve on your credit or your profit situation. You understand? There are certain things that you can postpone. And then when you are able to make more IGF, initially he mentioned that, you've improved on your IGF. Yes, I saw an increment in your IGF. And I was thinking that if you are making losses, why must you continue to spend and increase the losses that you are making? Rather than postponing some of these things and then making sure you improve on your financial position, or that is not important to the school because come what may, government will come to your aid. Come what may, will provide monies for you. No. If it's your own firm that you are making losses like this, would you continue to deliberately incur things and justify that, yes, we needed to do this, we needed to do this, we needed to do that? If you should break into the numbers, you see that certain things, one, could have been avoided, two, could have been postponed to improve your situation. Or you don't think so?
Noted.
Do you think so or you don't think so that
No,
you could have postponed some of the items or you could have done something to improve your current situation?
For me,
Yes.
we were looking at saving the school too in terms of some of the things that we did.
You were saving the school?
Yes.
Yes.
Because, for example, you took office and you have about 10 bungalows that has been abandoned. You needed to fix.
There were no teachers in them. There were no people living in them.
Yes, there were no people living in them. Wow. So we needed to fix most of these.
But do we do all these things at once? Even government.
Even this year.
Let me tell you, government, there are a lot of needs on government, capital expenditure. Like Get Fund said, they have a huge deficit of how much? A lot of abandoned projects, but they are doing it in phases. They are being prudent about the resources that Ghanaians pay. And so they are doing it in phases. They won't one day get up and say, I'm doing all the over 7, did he say 7 or 10 billion abandoned projects? 10 billion. They won't do that. If they say they are going to do that, all the monies that are allocated to Get Fund, you can't even get a dime to even record here as Get Fund allocations. So they do it in phases. And that is what I expect from someone who is also prudent with government funds. You do it in phases to improve on your what? Your lost position.
Yes, as I'm talking, even to this year's audit, they were even queried for leaving about 2. We were also doing it in phases. But just as I said...
But you just told us that you had 10 and so you were working on them.
No, we had 10
Yes.
abandoned buildings.
Sir, the long and short is that you know something. Improve on your situation.
We
because
were doing
the
it in
school,
phases.
respectfully, the school have to go on. With or without you, it's a going concern. And so whatever you have to do to improve the lost situation in the school, you have to do it. You cannot just explain it away that I needed to do A, B, C, D, so I don't care if I widen the loss. We don't do things that way. Clearly, if it's your business, you would want to look at the losses you are making against all what? The commitments you are making against all the losses. That is what we do. Pick it as your own and do what you think, if it were your own, you would have done to improve on the loss situation. Your current ratio is coming down. Clearly, you cannot even pay for your short-term liabilities. Clearly, from the accounts that we have in front of us, you cannot. And so it is not also good to just come and you think you can explain it away. It is not about explaining it away. It's about action, making sure you improve on the situation. That is why we are all here. After all, if we finish with our work on earth, when you are going, you not take this with you. When I'm also going, I'll not take the chair position with me. But it is our deeds that will speak for us. And that is why we have to show it whilst we are alive. I hope you get it. Thank you.
Peki College of Education, you are discharged.
Thank you.
Now let's have Accra College of Education. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
My name is Samuel Atintono, principal of the college.
My name is Kofi Asante Eninakwa, the finance officer.
All right, your finances. Honorable Abnos Yassar will go through your finances with you.
Accra College of Education, can you give me an idea of how you raise your IGF? Because I realized that you increased your IGF by 88% from 2023 to 2024.
Yes, the IGF is mainly made up of school fees, use of college facilities, and in the year 2024, fees were increased by 20% across board in all the colleges of education. We had an increase of 20% increase in fees for colleges of education. We also had an increase in the total number of students for that year. That constituted the increase. And we were also able to use our college facilities, hire of college facilities, and that constituted the increase in our IGS, our IGF.
Unlike Peki, you reduced your loss from 2.8 million Ghana cedis to a surplus of 701,000 Ghana cedis. I wish they were here to listen to how you went about it. Can you share with us what happened and how you were able to improve the situation? So that even if they are not here, there are people here can go and tell them, this is prudence.
Actually, our main cost driver is feeding of our students. And through the management decision, we had to use the framework agreement and renegotiate with our suppliers because our feeding cost was escalating. So through renegotiation with our suppliers and bringing on new suppliers, our liabilities, which is mainly the fees, dropped significantly in the year. Please.
Well, and there's one thing I noticed here too, that for you, again, you applied prudence. In your goods and services for 2023, it was 7.6 million. But then in 2024, because you wanted to improve the situation, it reduced to 4.8 million. And this was what I was talking about. And this was what I was talking about, that then the principal and the finance person thought they could just explain away. If you know your position is bad, you need to do things to improve. Their goods and services in 2023 was 7.6, and there was a loss of 2.8 million Ghana cedis. 2024, they reduced it by close to 2.7 million Ghana cedis, brought it to 4.8 million, and based on that, they were able to reduce their deficit position to a surplus position. This is not magic. This is proper management and prudence in public financial management. And clearly, that also increased or improved your current ratio from 0.5 to 1 to 1.1 to 1. And this is what we are talking about. So those of you here, please let's take a cue. It is not our personal schools or our personal properties, but then we need to take care of it as if we owned it and as if we want to improve on things for the next generation. That is what we should all, feel or display when we are put in positions of service. I think I'm done with Accra College. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the infraction is, Honorable Duke will take care of the infraction, which is on paragraph 1, 817.
Principal, unrecovered staff advances totaling 48,014 cedis. There were 11 staff who benefited from salary advance.
Yes.
At the time of the audit, 7 of them had made some payment, part payments, leaving 4 who had not made any payment. Can you tell us what qualifies one to receive a salary advance?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. This was a special dispensation that was granted to staff when we were moving from the pre-tertiary to the tertiary. Our staff were asked to upgrade their academic qualifications. So management granted staff advance for staff, both teaching and non-teaching, to upgrade their level to fit into their college. And as we speak, we are able to recover all the advances. Thank you.
Auditors, can you confirm that, please?
Honorable Chair, all the advances have been recovered. Thank you.
Okay. There's a second infraction, unrecovered rent of 12,417. Can you tell us what the status is?
Honorable Chair, we have fully recovered all the staff rents. Thank you very much.
Auditors, please confirm.
Honorable Chair, that is also fully recovered. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
All right, Accra College of Education, you are discharged.
Thank you very much.
Do we have St. Teresa's College of Education? Okay, come on now. Yeah. Please introduce yourself to the committee.
I am Professor Mrs. Scholastica Wampakia Azwa, Principal, St. Teresa's College of Education.
Okay.
And I'm Daniel Kmofo, the Acting Finance Officer.
Honorable Gape will handle your financials on paragraph.
St. Teresa, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's right.
Yes.
Oh,
Madam, congratulations.
Thank you.
Only lady professor in our midst. The whole day. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Then just congratulate her and allow her to go.
No. Not that. When you look at your surplus, you have, looking at your school, when you look at the deficit in terms of compared to 2024 to 2023, there is a huge change. What have accounted for that?
Thank you, Chair. We adopted IPSAS in 2023, but in bits. So in 24, we tried to recognize revenue as earned. So where students pay fee between September and December, that is for the preceding year into August. So we have to defer portion. Unfortunately, that was not accounted for in 2023. We captured everything. So you realize that our non-tax revenue dropped drastically because we have to defer portions of the revenue we recognize in that period.
Government grants have increased about 43%.
Yes, thank you. That is basically to the increase in basic salary, the more staffs we have recruited, and the dollar rate that changed in terms of payment of book and research allowance to deserving staffs.
When you look at your non-tax revenue also, have dropped. The change is about negative, almost 64.9%.
Thank you, Chair. That was what I said earlier. The actual revenue we realized was around 4 million, but we tried in applying IPSAS to defer what we are not recognizing for that particular period. So in 2025, everything stabilized.
Your goods and services, the change is about 8.4, but the consumption of fixed assets is also almost a change, is about 18.9.
Yes, thank you. As it is, as we are now applying the IPSAS, and with a few additions, that caused the change in the consumption of